Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining up the live right now? How's everybody doing today? What's up? What's up? We're gonna have some debates going here real quick, everyone. We should be on for a little bit over 5 hours today. A little bit over 5 hours today. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's good, everyone joining in the live right now? How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, Deanna? What's up, Megan? What's up, Rebecca? What's up, Big Star? What's up, Hillary? What's up, Vanessa? How you doing? What's up, Meg? What's up, Mike? How you doing? Alania, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're gonna get some people up here for some debates here very, very soon. What's good, everyone joining in? Make sure to like the stream if you have not already. Make sure to tap that screen if you're here on TikTok. Let's try to run that shit up to 100,000 likes. 100,000. What's up, Christian? How you doing, Christian? Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Let's get everyone joining in. We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We're back on the main account. We got the guest requests open. Amazing. Amazing. We love that. Back on the main account. Good to see. Good to see. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. I'm having a good day so far. Fawcett, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you. What's good, everyone joining in? What's good? What's good? What's good? Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Main account is back. Yes, I'm super excited. I don't know if the algorithm will be fine, though. So we'll see. We'll see. We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. What's up, Courtney? How you doing? How you doing? What's up, Arizona? Got to get back to work. Came into like the live. Oh, I appreciate it, Arizona. Thank you. Archer, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alrighty, we're going to start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. What's good, everyone joining in? Alrighty. Let's get the first person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
To an extent, yes.
Like if you could go back in time, would you vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
I was just a big fan of his tax policy. Received the cuts under the TCJA back in 2017. I'm liking the idea of keeping those in place.
Okay, so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. What can you name a provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that you like?
Yeah, it cut my personal bracket by 3 points as well as the corporate rate by 14.
Okay, for sure. So that would be the top marginal tax rate. You know that actually for corporations under $50,000 in income per year, that increased from 15% to 21.
Yeah, well, I mean, that'd be too bad if you're making less than 50 G's a year.
That everyone does on their income less than 50.
You said everybody makes less than 50 grand a year?
Okay, wait, hold up. If you're making more than 50 grand, then you are making up to 50 grand in terms of the bracket. That's what I'm trying to describe to you.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So then you will pay an increased level of taxes on the first 50,000. That's taxed.
Yeah, but yeah, that's $50,000. When you talk about corporate income, that's kind of a drop in the bucket. When the entire rate gets slashed by 14%, that's really, what we're going
Well,
after
well,
here.
well, for not for small businesses. Oh, but you don't care about those, huh?
No.
Okay, you admit you don't care about small business?
No, I work to protect my own bottom line and those around me, and that's why I voted the way I did.
Okay. Well, do you know that small business not only will be negatively impacted by that, but also by the tariffs that Donald Trump wants to implement in order to compensate for all the massive tax breaks that he wants to give to millionaires and billionaires, and through the extensions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and others?
Yeah, I definitely don't agree with the tariffs. I think that was very stupid. Blanket tariffs are not the answer. I mean, look, I don't agree with a lot of the guy's policies. I think if you subscribe 100% to any politician, you're kind of ignorant and wrong.
But yeah, we're talking about in terms of like looking at both factors. You can't just look at like, oh, I like these tax decreases that he's doing, while simultaneously he's advocating for tax increases that you dislike. So really, in terms of taxation, if you were to compare the Harris administration to the Trump administration, we would actually see lower taxes for the low and middle class, particularly within the Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration. We'd see more benefits for people in the low and middle class, specifically under the Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration. So like
Yeah,
I'm
and if I was in
confused.
the lower middle
What are
class,
you
maybe I would
saying
have
is
voted different.
specifically better?
For me, it's better. That's why I voted.
So just for you.
Yes, that's why I voted. That's why everybody gets to make their own choice to vote.
Okay. So like if it were to have negatively impacted you, then you wouldn't have voted for him.
Yeah, correct. I mean, he wasn't even my first choice. I mean, she wasn't on the ticket, but I support Tulsi Gabbard.
Okay, I have a question. Do you buy consumer goods?
Yes,
If those consumer goods went up in price due to tariffs, would that mean that you pay more?
yes. I mean, I have been paying more for consumer goods, but obviously it's outweighed when you're saving 3% off the personal income taxes.
Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Well, it's only 3% on the particular brackets. I'm confused. So, to clarify, can I ask you, are you someone makes over $130,000 a year?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying because you benefit to a few $1,000s of an extent, you're willing to sacrifice the fact that people, right, we'd be able to reduce childhood poverty in this country through an implementation of a child tax credit that it's expanded, right, to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, 3,600 to them being 5 years old, 3,000 to them being 18, where the tax benefits would go to the low and middle class. You care more about the slight little decrease in taxes that you're going to get than you care about the massive tax decrease for families that are putting food on the table for their children.
Yeah, well, I mean, it saved me a hell of a lot more than a couple $1,000s. And additionally, I think that's mostly red states popping themselves in the foot. All those safety nets are already subsidized at a state level in blue states.
So, how many thousands of dollars are you willing to sell away the American people for?
I'm not selling away anybody. I'm just
Well,
voting
no,
to
that's
protect
what
my
you're
own
doing.
bottom
That's what you're
line.
doing. You're supporting policy that's going to negatively impact the broader American population just because it benefits you. So I'm asking,
No, I just told you I don't support that policy.
how much money are you willing to sell out your country for?
Well, I just told you I don't support that policy. And if you do support 100% of any politician, I think you're pretty ignorant and wrong.
No,
So,
no, I'm just
no,
saying.
I don't support that. I support the TCJA and the tax cuts I received under it. I don't support blanket tariffs.
Okay, so you don't support the policy he's advocating for now. Do you support the big beautiful bill?
And again, in some aspects of it, I don't support having so many multiple pieces of legislation crammed into one bill. I
Do you
don't think that's a
support the
good way to
Medicaid
govern.
cuts and the food stamps cuts?
Again, I think that's mostly red states popping themselves in the foot. Blue states will be just fine, and the constituents and Trump supporters in the red states will
You act like I
probably
don't
feel the
care
burden
about
when it comes
people in
home to
red
roost.
states, dude. I grew up in Iowa. Iowa's a red state. You act like I don't care about people within red states. Regardless, I don't want people in red states losing their Medicaid and food stamps. What?
Well, they should probably be
When
voting
I'm
different at
advocating
state
for
level.
social policy, I'm advocating for social policies for everyone that needs it in every state, regardless of whether or not they're Republican or Democratic in terms of the state affiliation, in terms of the party. I advocate it for everyone. No one should go without the ability to be able to afford health care in this country. Not a single person.
Yeah, no, and I can agree with that.
Okay, well, then if you agree with that, then why are you specifically agreeing with Donald Trump's policies that are particularly giving no policies for healthcare, no policies for childcare, no policies for housing affordability that are actually meaningful to benefit people's lives?
Because other aspects of his policy greatly benefited me, and like 85% of Americans, I vote to protect my own bottom line and those
So then
around me.
here's my question. It's not your bottom line because you make good money, right? So then please tell me how much money a year are you willing to sell away the country for? Like you're literally selling out your country for how much money? Tell me.
Well, I'm not even in office, and I vote in the blue state, so I mean, my vote for Trump kind of means
I
nothing.
just want to
I'm a
hear that.
registered
No, no,
Democrat.
no. But like, how much money are you willing to sell out your country for?
Yeah, I really can't put a dollar amount on that. I wouldn't say I'm a
No,
trader.
no. I'm saying, how much money are you going to save? Have you
Oh,
done the
you're asking me how much
calculation?
money I save under the TCJA?
Yeah.
About 50 to 60 annually.
So you're saying 50 to 60 grand. You're willing to sell out your country for. So I have a question.
I'm willing to vote the tax cuts for that if I'm saving it.
If a foreign government offered to pay you 50 to 60 grand a year to sell out your country. If you did that, would you be a traitor?
Well, that would be high treason.
So you would be a traitor, right?
Yeah, if you're
So why aren't you
colluding
a
with a foreign
traitor if
country,
a
yes.
domestic threat within offered you the same fucking deal to sell out your country, to sell out your fellow American citizens, right, to be able to get a $50,000 to $60,000 check a year?
I mean, you're acting like I'm one of those guys working in the Doge office. I'm just a guy from New York that voted for him.
You're a guy that supports him. So again, you're willing to say that you support him, right, for 50 to 60 G's a month or a year, right, selling out your country, knowing that it's going to harm other people in the middle class, it's going to harm people in need, right?
Yeah, see, I disagree with that whole, second and end part there. I don't believe it's going to really harm people, lower class and people in need like that.
Really? So tariffs aren't harming people. The reduction in GDP, real GDP, again, GDP accounting for inflation, right, after several quarters of multiple percentage points, real GDP growth isn't going to harm people. The reduction in wages isn't going to harm people accounting for inflation. That none of those things.
I mean, yeah, if you look at his 2016 administration, he's not very good for the GDP. I don't think anybody would be wise to think that he was going to actually bring down the debt or raise our GDP as he hasn't throughout history.
Okay, so
He
what is
protected
he
my
good? So
personal
what is
income.
he? So what is he good for in terms of the economy?
He's good for my economy,
So just giving you money.
pretty much. Yeah,
I have a question. Is there something Donald Trump could do that would get you to not support him?
raise my taxes higher than a Democratic alternative would.
Okay, well then I'll ask you this question: if Donald Trump raped a child, would you still vote for him?
I don't even think I'd have the option to vote for him. He'd probably be in
No,
jail.
I'm saying in that circumstance, say he's not in jail, and it's still the vote: Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Who do you vote for? He's going to give you your tax break.
Give me RFK.
No, it's either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. No other options.
Well, you can vote third party. I mean, we don't.
Nope.
That's the best thing about
And
our
not in this
electoral,
not in the,
system here.
not in this scenario. The fact that you would say that you wouldn't vote in that scenario is kind of disgusting. You wouldn't vote against someone that literally raped a child.
Yeah, again, I live in a blue state, so my vote kind of doesn't really matter on a national level. At least I'm voting red.
Okay, wait. Okay, I'll ask this question. Donald Trump, right? Instead of it actually being Donald Trump, it's Hitler with Donald Trump's policy. Would you still vote for him over Kamala Harris?
So you're telling me he has all the same policies? He just looks like Hitler,
No, is Hitler.
but he has all the same policies.
All the
So like,
same policies as Trump.
has he done all the crazy stuff that Hitler has done, or is this just a clean
He's
slate
gonna
of
do
Donald Trump?
he's gonna do everything that Trump is going to do, but he is Hitler.
Yeah, but when you say he is Hitler, does that mean like his past? Like, has he done everything
Yeah,
Hitler did?
yeah.
Oh, then yeah, no. Again, I think he'd be in jail, or
No,
I mean, probably not even be in jail. He'd probably be put to death
I'm
by
giving a
the
hypothetical that
International Criminal Court.
I'm giving a hypothetical where he's not in jail. He's running to be president of the United States against Kamala Harris. Who would you vote for?
So the question is, knowing all we know about Hitler, would I vote for him or Kamala Harris?
Yeah, given that Hitler specifically is going to do everything that Donald Trump would do and has all Donald Trump's policies.
But he also did all the stuff Hitler has done
Yeah.
previously. Yeah, I don't think I can co-sign that.
Okay, so it sounds like you will identify that if they've done things in the past specifically that you think meet this threshold of harm that is so bad that you wouldn't be willing to support him, then you'd be like, even though you're going to get the $50,000 to $60,000 a year, you still would be against them, correct?
I mean, yeah, if Trump killed
Okay.
6 million Jews, I probably wouldn't vote for him.
So if he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you support him still? If he said he would
Oh, I
date a
already
10-year-old
did.
girl in 10 years, would you support him still? If he bragged
I
about
mean, I
walking into the
already did,
changing
but a lot
rooms,
of that's kind of shock value. For the 10-year-old girl stuff and the Howard Stern stuff about his daughter, I mean, you got to understand, you're getting with the guy. He's a shock value guy. He said that, 30 years ago on Howard Stern, and here we are today in 2025 still talking about it.
it's 20 years ago. And yes, I am talking about it because it shows his character, shows what you're willing to accept in terms of things that he's done. These are disgusting fucking things for him to say. And for you to write them off as, oh, they happened 20, 30 years ago is ridiculous when we're talking about the fact that he's never addressed them, never acknowledged that it was bad, never advocated against this behavior, and simply acknowledges and engages in the same behavior to this day. What are you talking
Yeah, well,
about?
again, he has no reason to apologize for it. He uses
He has
shock
no
value to garner
reason.
attention.
He has no reason to apologize for it. He has no reason to do better as a person. Do you consider it bad? Was it wrong for him to do? Do you think that you should wait? Are you Christian?
No,
No, you're not. So do you think that you should
no.
apologize for the things that you do that are wrong, that harm people?
You don't have to.
Should you?
And if you're trying to gain something out of those people, then yeah, maybe you should amend the bridges. But if you have nothing to gain, who cares?
If you have nothing to gain, then who cares? Really?
Yeah,
Okay, I have a question. Okay. So, if your significant other cheated on you, should they apologize?
I really wouldn't give them a chance to apologize. I think I just end contact right there.
Should they take accountability of themselves as a person?
They can, but it's not going to change anything.
Okay, you say that it doesn't change anything. Does it actually, is it a better way to respond? Is it better that they
To
respond
them,
with taking accountability and acknowledging their harm and advocating against that, right? Or is it specifically better for them to respond by advocating that it was completely okay and that they're justified? I mean, they probably
no,
would
I
be
think
with
the
you.
best situation would be just to leave it alone and cease communication right there.
Okay, so I mean, I'm asking how they should respond as a person. Like, what do you think is better?
Cease communication. Realize that you ruined the relationship and there's nothing to say there.
Okay, I'm asking you how they should respond as a person. Is it possible you could respond to this?
Oh, did I lag out? No, I said they really don't need to. I mean, it's not like you're going to salvage anything out of that, so it doesn't really
I
matter.
should level up. So they should. So them justifying it is the same to you as them being apologetic for it, thinking that it's wrong, and advocating against that behavior in the future. You think there's no
Well, I mean,
distinction?
they can be apologetic for it, and that's good for them, but it's not going to change the
Wait, to
fact that
clarify,
there's really
it's
going to be
better.
nothing
Wait,
salvageable
so
right
to
there.
clarify, it's better for them, right? Yeah, I'm not saying that.
For them,
Wait,
yeah.
wait. To clarify, I'm not saying that you have to accept them as a partner. I wouldn't stay with someone who's cheated on me. I'm not saying that. I'm specifically just acknowledging from the person who did that, from their perspective, it's better for them to respond to it specifically with taking accountability, acknowledging that it's wrong, comparative to not.
Well, I mean, you want to have a Fifth Amendment issue right there. You don't need to self-incriminate yourself.
What? What are you saying? What does that even mean?
I mean, if you're familiar with the Fifth Amendment, there's no reason to self-incriminate yourself. If you did something bad, if you cheated on somebody, you have no reason to, confess and explain to them why you did it or that you did it. There's no obligation to do that.
What is this guy saying? Dude, this guy's probably a cheater himself, dude. What are you talking about? What do you mean you have no obligation? What do you, if you're in a relationship with someone and you've cheated on them, you absolutely should talk to your partner about that. You do have an obligation to do that because you fucking have boundaries that you set up with your partner that they're going to fucking leave you if you do that. What? That's
Well, they're going to
obviously
leave you
in that
regardless once you bring it to
scenario.
light.
Obviously, in that scenario, you're obligated to tell your partner. What are you talking about?
I wouldn't say you're obligated.
You've established the boundaries within your relationship. If you don't want to have that obligation or boundary, then don't establish that kind of relationship with someone. What?
Yeah, and I'm not saying I did. I'm saying you have no obligation to, complain about that. There's no reason to incriminate yourself.
No, you accepted the obligation when you particularly go into a monogamous relationship, right? That is when you go into a monogamous relationship, you are specifically giving yourself the obligation, right? To specifically tell these things to your partner because that's a boundary that you've established in your relationship, given that your relationship is monogamous. What? Like that's the point.
Yeah, there's no contractual obligation to do that.
No, wait. Obviously, you don't sign a contract. What?
You
It's
don't have to sign a contract to have a contractual obligation. There's no obligation to do
dude.
it.
You're totally a cheater. You fucking weirdo. Why are you saying this? You're totally a
I
cheater.
I'm single, man.
Uh, have you cheated in the past?
No, I'm more of a casual kind of guy. I'm young, good looking. I don't tie myself down like that.
Well, more like no one wants to be in a relationship with you.
I mean, plenty of people want to be in the relationship with me, and
I don't know about that one,
usually
buddy.
doesn't come to fruition.
Yeah, because of you.
I mean,
Common,
not really, man. I talked to
common.
more chicks than your buddy Harry did, and they're great.
Ew, that's so cringe. One, don't refer to women that way. Two, as it relates to
Let's
this,
talk about him. He didn't really do nothing wrong, though.
you're so gross. Yes, he did. Now, dude, you're so fucking gross. Right? Please acknowledge that this is horrible ways to treat people. The fact that you're just like counting people like that, and you're like, oh, I've been with so many women like that, like as a means to like brag, right? That was like
Well, I
really
mean, yeah,
weird.
you just tried to say that no women wanted to be with me as a means to kind of tear me down.
Well, because of your views.
Okay, so I'm going to use a counterpoint that,
Well, I just want to give you a counterpoint that none of these led to a long-term relationship. It seems.
see, I know you're losing this now because you just started muting me.
So it sounds like the women didn't want to stay around. You know, sounds like that. Sounds like they caught red flags.
Again, I know this is kind of going downhill from you because you keep muting me, but I wouldn't say they really caught red flags. I mean, I just didn't want to date them. You got to have mutual consent to date. I didn't want to start a relationship with them. I'm more of a casual kind of guy. I like to keep my options open.
Okay.
But I also really don't think your buddy did anything wrong. I think he got a lot of heat for doing something that a lot of guys his age do. That's not really a problem.
Yeah. I'll ask you this specific question. Do you think it's wrong to lie to people about your exclusivity in order to be able to get nudes from them? Is that wrong? Yes or no?
Morally, probably.
Okay. Well, then you do think that he did something wrong.
Yeah, but it's just something that, 90% of young men that age do.
And then when you don't take accountability for, wait, you saying because men do it means it's okay for them to do reinforces a culture of men engaging in toxic and bad behavior that you've acknowledged is bad in the very first place. Why would you say, say, for example, 90% of people cheated on their partners? Would you say that it's justified to cheat on your partner because 90% of people cheat on their partners? No. That is horrible reasoning. That is terrible reasoning.
No, but I'm saying you don't got to put a kid on trial when you find out that he did.
If someone can't take accountability for the bad behavior that they have, specifically, why would you be mad at someone cutting them off as a friend?
Yeah, but his behavior wasn't really that bad. It's
That is
kind of in line for a lot of guys that age
not
are doing.
taking accountability, not acknowledging it from a genuine perspective, right? Alongside engaging in that behavior is good enough reason for me to cut someone off. Genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that,
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Well, if one of my friends cheated on their partner and didn't acknowledge it as bad, I would cut them off. If you don't have that type of like morality, you can sit there and say that about yourself, but don't act like it's wrong for me specifically to have that morality when it comes to my friendships and my relationships in my life.
Yeah, it's just a little bit extreme. I
How
mean,
is it extreme specifically to say that I don't want to be friends with people that engage in such behavior without taking accountability and acknowledging that it's bad? I mean, I don't want people that think that that's okay, around me all the time. I don't want to be friends with them. What's the point? Why are you so mad
well,
at
I mean,
that?
you wouldn't have you. I'm not mad. I'm just saying you really wouldn't have plenty of people to talk to if you're going to
I
discount
do.
any
I
guy
do.
for talking to
I
multiple women
have
at
plenty of
once.
people I'm able to talk to. I'm totally fine. I have plenty of people I can talk to. Sounds like I mean, right now, there is literally 4,800 people in the live after starting at 23 minutes ago. I don't have people to talk to.
These are people on
Hello?
TikTok. I'm talking like friends that you can hang out with, like
Yeah,
go
you
to the
actually.
bar, get out on the
I don't
boat,
have
do something.
friends. I don't have friends now.
Well, no, I was saying that if you're going to be that discounting for saying you cut off your buddy Harry because he was talking to multiple girls at once,
No, that's not
I
the
don't really think
reason.
that's a
I just
disqualifying
explained to you that's
factor.
not. I explained to you that's not the reason. If you specifically right have relationships set up where people know that you're not like monogamous, they know that you don't have exclusivity in the relationship, and you're not showing someone that there's any level of exclusivity. Well, then clearly, I wouldn't see anything wrong about you talking to multiple people, given that they know that information. I have nothing wrong with that. That's not the reason.
Yeah, but again, 9 out of 10 guys are doing that, and
Wait,
again,
again,
9 out of 10 of
9
those
out of 10,
situations, the girls are not aware of that.
9 out of 10 guys are not doing that. Two, that's not reason to justify the behavior. Boys will be boys is not a good justification for the behavior. It's disgusting because you're saying that just because boys throughout history have married children when they were adults, right? You're saying that that's okay? You're saying throughout history when men married young little girls that were just after puberty, you're saying that just because they did that, that was okay? Boys will be
No,
boys
now
is
you're
not a
talking
good
about
fucking argument
pedophilia.
because you would then be justifying child marriage, you fucking disgusting pig.
I mean, you're kind of comparing apples to oranges here, man.
No, it's not. It's you're saying because 90% of men do it makes it okay. And I said throughout history, it is the case that we can point to plenty of things that 90% of men did, and you would consider that disgusting, morally abhorrent, and bad, and that you wouldn't be able to justify it just because 90% of men did it.
Yeah, knowing what we know now.
Oh, okay. So knowing what you know now, that's exactly kind of what I'm saying right now. Knowing what I
But
know
I'm
now,
saying in
it
this
is the
day
case
and
that
age,
Even if it is the case that 90% of men specifically think that, right? I don't think that that's justified to treat people in that particular way because it's bad and it's a toxic behavior. And I wouldn't want to treat my significant other that way. I wouldn't want to treat people that I care about in my life that way. Why would you want to treat people that you care about in your life that way?
Yeah, but
Or
it
why
didn't
would you
seem
think
like
it's
they were his
acceptable to do
significant
that?
others.
What?
I mean, again, it didn't seem like they were really his significant others. It just seemed like it was essentially
If you
a group of women that he was talking to.
if you claim some level of exclusivity, right? And in order to be able to like that, you're not talking to other people, right? When someone specifically asks and says that I'm not going to talk to you, right? If you specifically, right, if you are talking to other people sexually in that type of way, and you lie to them, you say I am not talking to people in that type of way, in order to be able to continue to get nudes from them, that is bad behavior. Acknowledging that is bad is incredibly fucking important. You've already acknowledged that that's bad. Stop misrepresenting specifically what happened to just particularly say, oh, it's actually not that bad. Because what you're doing is you're demeaning, right, how harmful this actually is. And you're demeaning accountability for it.
Yeah, I mean, I
Of
really don't
course,
think it's
of course,
harmful.
right-wing
I mean,
shitheads are going to do this because you think that this behavior is totally okay. You don't actually think that it's wrong, and you only said that it's wrong because you have no fucking reason to justify why it's okay. You literally support a fucking multiple times adulterer that cheated on his wife, right, when she was pregnant. That's the guy, and he fucking lied about it on national television, couldn't take accountability for it, and then continues to fucking justify that morally abhorrent behavior. That I can go through plenty of this, right? His morally abhorrent behavior, he was held civilly liable, sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls and misused it because he, quote unquote, owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. You love justifying horrible, disgusting, and morally abhorrent behavior. That's what you love doing.
I mean, it's kind of like the Machiavelli theory where you can't be a good person and a good leader. Bill Clinton, terrible guy, great leader.
Not true at all. Not true at all. You can only be a good leader if it is the case that you are a good person. If you are a bad person, you will forever be a bad leader because your direction and your purpose as an individual would have been bad in the very first place.
You don't think Bill Clinton was a good leader?
I don't. No. I don't think that you can be morally wrong as a person and be defined specifically as a good leader. Can you do things specifically in terms of passing policy that can be good for the people? Sure. But would I categorize them as someone that I think is an ideal leader? When I'm saying good leader, I'm saying an ideal leader, something that you should strive to be like. That's what I'm saying.
Well, good and
I'm
ideal are
not
two
saying that
different
it's
things.
I'm not saying that it's good specifically to have those different types of characteristics.
Yeah, but good and ideal are two completely different things. I mean, I got an Audi and it's good. I'd rather have a Ferrari. Yeah, that'd be ideal. Bill Clinton was a terrible guy, but he was a good leader. If he didn't cheat on his wife, that'd be ideal, but he's still a good leader.
Okay, so then I have a question then. Okay, do you think that no morally abhorrent behavior, right, could ever be relevant to specifically calling them a good leader? Like, I'll ask you
I
this
mean,
question.
obviously,
I'll ask you this question.
obviously it factors into it.
Okay, if Hitler did everything that Bill Clinton did, right, and was Bill Clinton in that particular scenario, but he did everything that he did in the past that Hitler did, right, would you say that's still about him? Would you still say he's a good leader?
Okay, I got to ask the same question here again.
I want you to
Has he
respond.
done all the stuff in the past? You know,
Yes.
are we talking Hitler, Bill Clinton? Did he kill 6 million Jews?
Yes.
Yeah, then again, I can't really co-sign that.
So not a good leader. So because
I mean, if you
he has
kill 6
done
million
these,
Jews, no, you're a terrible person.
exactly, and being a terrible person makes them a bad leader.
Yeah, but I mean, again, cheating on your wife and killing 6 million Jews are vastly different.
Do good leaders have accountability?
Most of the time,
Not always.
no.
Why? Well, in what circumstances do good leaders not have the ability to take accountability?
I mean, we could circle back to Bill Clinton. Great leader. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
So again,
Of course, he
Well-
Of course, he circled back and admitted to lying, but still, he did not take accountability in the first place. He lied to the American
when you
people.
say that someone is a great leader, what the fuck do you even mean? I don't even know what you mean. I couldn't even clarify to you what the hell you mean by that statement. What does it mean to you?
I mean, he was great for the economy. He was great for the
What did he
industry as
do?
a whole.
What did he do for name one economic policy of Bill Clinton's?
He raised the corporate tax rate to its highest level and also reduced the
You
national
think
debt to
raising
its
the
lowest
corporate
level.
tax rate is good?
Well, I'll tell you what. I think it's disgusting that the top
Wait,
bracket.
wait.
only
I have a
tops out
question. Did you
400,
just earlier in this conversation argue that the TCJA was good because it reduced corporate tax rate?
For me, it's good. Yeah.
He just argued that Bill Clinton was good because he increased the corporate tax rate while simultaneously advocating that Donald Trump was good because he decreased the corporate tax rate. You contradicting fucking loser. What? How did you not fucking realize that?
Things Clinton did. I mean, he also greatly
No,
raised the amount
stop
you're
right now.
allowed to, write
Stop
off.
right now. Stop in your tracks right now. You cannot do that. That is literally a contradiction. You know that, right? You can't say it is good to decrease corporate tax and increase corporate tax. Because
No, I could say it's
because
good.
the level.
It's good
I just
when
want to let you know
increase corporate
the
tax and reduce the national debt to its lowest level, but it's also good when you decrease corporate tax and save me a whole bunch of money.
I appreciate Caitlin. Think of the galaxy and add to the debt. Dude, you contradicting loser. Look at that. Please. Every characteristic that you said was good, specifically with Bill Clinton, you're saying is bad with Donald Trump.
Well, yeah, because I wouldn't say it's bad. No, it just saved me a lot of money under Trump. That being said, Clinton did a lot of other things that made it.
No, I'm saying that it's bad that Donald Trump. You're saying it's bad that Donald Trump had to then change the 35% that Donald Trump changed from. Who was that fucking set by?
The 35% corporate rate.
Yeah, that same percentage didn't that exist under Clinton?
It was higher, I believe.
So wait.
I mean, how old are you? I was like,
dude, this
two
guy.
when
Oh my
Clinton
god,
was in
that
office.
even makes my point even better, even if that's true. Like seriously, like think.
You also got to think about the other things he did to corporate tax, i.e., raising the amount of write-offs.
Only a Trump supporter on the live will simultaneously tell you that it's good to increase corporate taxes and decrease corporate taxes at the same time.
Well, yeah, because under Clinton, he raised corporate taxes and he got our national debt down to its lowest level in years.
I'm sorry. Do you think that
Trump decreased corporate taxes and saved me a whole bunch of money? So those are both good things in my book.
You know that also added to the debt, right?
Yeah, and Trump's not good for the debt. I mean, we already discussed this. Look at his 2016 administration. He's not good for the debt.
To clarify, you think that Bill Clinton is good because he was good for the debt and the deficit, but Donald Trump is worse for the debt and deficit, and you don't give a flying fuck.
Well, no, because now I'm earning and he saved me a whole bunch of money personally.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, so
I mean, I was playing
you're willing to accept bad. So what you're
office.
essentially saying is that you're willing to accept bad aspects within the economy just because you make some money from it.
Yep.
I have a question. If you could make $50,000 off of someone getting cancer, would you do it?
Off them getting no, that would be terrible.
Would you if you could get $50,000 to $60,000 a year off of one person dying from cancer, would you do it?
You're saying it's directly caused, like, they get the diagnosis and I profit off that?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to co-sign that.
Okay, well, I want to let you know. Specifically when it comes to our healthcare policy in the United States, 45 to 68,000 lives are lost every single year due to lack of health insurance. Kamala Harris actually had a plan to expand access to healthcare in this country. Donald Trump's plan will cut Medicaid and will decrease health expenditures and lead to more deaths. So people will fucking die because of Donald Trump's policies as a comparison to Kamala Harris's policies. So you're saying you're willing to benefit off of people fucking dying.
That's kind of a straw man.
That's not a straw man.
No,
that's a fact of reality.
I'm not benefiting off people dying. I'm benefiting off tax cuts.
I have a question. Do you think cutting Medicaid will lead to more people dying?
In certain states, yes.
So you said you wouldn't be willing to accept one fucking person dying, making $50,000 to $60,000 a year, let alone the many people that will die because it is the case that they have a lack of access to health insurance.
I mean, your hypotheticals are kind of weird. So you would assume
it's not weird. It's not weird. This isn't even hypothetical. This is reality. This isn't even hypothetical. People will lose Medicaid because of the big beautiful bill. That will happen. You got a response?
I didn't know if you were done.
I'm done.
Yeah, again, that's mostly red states popping themselves in the foot. That's already subsidized at a state level. But your hypotheticals are kind of tricky.
I don't care about people dying because of lack of health insurance in states because they are Republican. That's what you just said. Are you fucking crazy? Yes, I'm cutting you off. You just said it's okay that people are dying in states because their fucking state is red in affiliation. Do you realize how unhinged of a statement that is?
No, I
Hello?
didn't say it's okay. I said they're going to suffer more because it's not subsidized at a state level. You
Yeah,
really
and you're
can't
trying
put
to
words
act
in my
like it's
mouth like
okay.
that.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet now. I'm gonna mute my mic even. But like, Jesus Christ, that's unhinged.
You know, I didn't really say it's okay. I just said it's going to affect red states more. Additionally, I mean, your hypotheticals are kind of weird when you say that, you know, if you want to profit off somebody dying. So you make it seem like these guys are, you know, laying in terminal care. They die of cancer, and then the hospital sends me a check for $50,000 because that happened. I mean, no, that's not really how it happened at all. I just saved a lot of money on taxes. That's why I voted for him.
Yeah, so you're willing to let more people lose health insurance and lose health care that they can't afford through Medicaid, right? Specifically, right? Because it is the case that you wanted to make more money. And that will lead to more people dying because people have less health insurance, right? Which protects them in terms of preventative health care, right? Especially in circumstances in which they need it through the context of Medicaid.
Look, I would support having universal health care akin to Canada implemented in this country, so long as
But
we
yet you
maintain a
still
private
support
option.
Trump? Dude, what?
Yeah. In fact, you know who else I support to an extent. I like RFK's rhetoric of getting our food up to par with the EU and Canada.
Oh, God.
However, he kind of loses a lot of his credibility when he starts talking about shooting up vitamin A or, you know, the autism list. That's not really great for supporting him. I can't agree with that. But if he were to get our food more on par with the EU and Canada, we would definitely fix the health crises our country's experiencing. You know, diabetes, heart disease, obesity, and then a government-funded healthcare system would be a lot more palatable to the American consumer.
Okay, so RFK is not going to bring you that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know. He's just going to keep, you know, yapping about shooting up vitamin A and
I know, I
that kind
know.
of stuff.
Push level up. So if you actually want that to happen, we need like health conscious policy that relies on science, which is actually antithetical to Trump because he denies science. He says the climate's going to start cooling. That science just doesn't know it yet. Like he
Yeah, I
literally
mean,
denies science.
global warming's not really at the top of my list. More so the fact that we have a very
No,
unhealthy
but
country, and
do
if he
you,
were to,
I understand that you might not think it's on the top of your list. I'm just acknowledging it as a basis to show specifically that one, I think it should be near the top of your list. You should obviously be addressing it. But secondly, in terms of this, even if you don't, that still doesn't change the reality that it still demonstrates that he denies scientific fact.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you there.
Okay.
But if our food was more on par with the EU and Canada, if we had a healthier population, having a system of universal health care would be more palatable to the American taxpayer, as the main concern I see with universal
This
health
is
care
all
is
left
people
wing
saying,
policy. You're dude. You must be like a left winger.
I'm a Democrat.
Yeah. So then why'd you vote for Donald Trump? Why do you support him?
Because he saved me a ton on taxes, and I don't vote the party line.
Okay. So we just went through this.
I vote Democrats
If
at
just
state level
one
because
if
I have
just
a
one
personal
person
relationship with them.
died, if just one person died for you to make $50,000 to $60,000, would you do it? And you said no, you wouldn't do it. And I gave you an example that if you support Donald Trump, more people literally will die, because it is the case that healthcare, they'll have reduced access to healthcare, especially through the context of the big beautiful bill. Through he wants to cut Medicaid for people who need it, who can't afford it. So that's explicitly what I'm.
Well, you make it sound like I'm getting a check in the mail when a guy drops dead.
Well, you kind of are. You're saying
Not
that
really. I'm
you're
just
saying
saving a
you're
lot of
saying
money every
yeah
April.
you're saving money on taxes and more people are dying because of it.
Yeah, there's no correlation between those.
Yes, it is. Donald Trump led to that policy. You voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but again, you don't have to support 100% any politician does.
I never
If you do,
said
you're
that,
pretty
but
ignorant
you're
and wrong.
willing
I mean,
you're willing to
I'm
support him in
pro-choice,
despite of that.
pro-LGBTQ. I don't agree with a lot of the platforms of the
Yeah, but you're
Republican
willing
Party.
to support him in despite of that.
Yes, because his financial policy worked out well for me.
Okay.
And I support Democrats at a state level. You know, they guarantee those rights and those social liberties that I support are enshrined at a state level. I also have a personal relationship with a lot of these state representatives, so I support them.
Yeah, what state representatives?
Tim Kennedy, Western New York, got Tim Kennedy, Higgins, but he retired.
Okay. So so that just sounds like you're selfish and greedy. To be totally
I'm not
honest
going to
with
tell
you.
you I'm not. I think everybody's got a little bit of greed to him, but
I know, but like, why would you parade that as like a good characteristic of yourself?
I'm not. I'm just telling you that's the reason I voted for the guy.
I know, but you know that's not a good reason, right? If you're compassionate, if you're empathetic, if you care about others, if you want a better society for everyone in general, that would not be your concern. To be selfish and to be greedy when voting for president of the United States, you should be in this circumstance wanting to do what's best for the overall country. Because not only is this not going to, and not only is this going to affect, are you going to have children? Or do you have children?
No,
Are you going to have children?
I do not plan to. Maybe someday. I'm 26. Can't really make that
Do you
decision
have
anymore.
siblings?
I do.
Do they have children? Are they going to have children?
Yes.
Do you care about them?
Yes.
Okay. Would you want a better society for them?
Yes. That's why I vote blue at a state level.
Okay. It's not just a state level, it's also a federal level that impacts them. If you want a better society for them, well, then you clearly should have voted for Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump because the society would be better, right?
I mean, even I think
Specifically
their
if
parents
Kamala
would even
Harris
disagree with that
were
point.
president. What's up?
I think their parents would even disagree with that point. You
It
can't
doesn't
say
matter
every
whether or
single
not her.
parent
Wait,
with
no,
a child will
no,
support
we're establishing.
Kamala Harris.
We are establishing that fact. Me and you, right? Not
Yeah, I'm
them.
gonna have to disagree with that.
Okay, here I'm gonna thank some people and then we'll get on to that. Christian, holy shit, with the fucking $200 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you for saying hi to me and for supporting gay rights. Of course, Christian. Happy Pride, as always. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you for the $5. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tyler. Max, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Madi with the $4.20 twice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bree with the lion. Thank you so much, Bree. Can we get some W's for Bree in the comment section right now for the lion? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Bree. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is fucking nuts. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the fucking lion. Bree, W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Bree. I really appreciate that. Again, Tyler, thank you so much. Max, I appreciate the $5. Madi, thank you for the $4.20 twice. Thank you so much. And then Nightblade, thank you so much for the $4.21. Thank you so much. For 1 cent better than Madi? That's crazy. All right. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well. I apologize.
Nah, it's no worries, man. You do you gotta do. Good talk, though.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me up.
Elliot, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. The Tory Experience, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Second Best, thank you so much. I appreciate the £5. Valkyrie, thank you for the $5 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. Hey, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Holy shit, I'm so far behind. Oh my gosh. Gabby, thank you for the $5. Gianna, thank you for the $2. Thank you. W from Iowa. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Najia, thank you for the $5. I think I'm caught up now. Thank you so much, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as if you want to support me, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well, everyone, make sure to follow me here on the main account if you haven't already here on TikTok. I would really appreciate that. As well as make sure to subscribe to me over on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I would say over Kamala. Yeah.
Like, would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Heidi, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Madi with the $42 for no fucking way. Tell her to beat this. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Madi with the $42. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. So what's the reason why you support Donald Trump?
For me, honestly, it's more just like, and obviously you can educate me, like, if you think differently, right? I mean, I know you think differently, but for me, I would say, obviously, like, you mentioned the Holocaust a lot with, like, hey, would you, if Hitler was the same situation, would you still vote for Trump? Obviously, no, right? But for me, where I, like, and I'd love for you to try to flip my opinion, right? But for me, I just see with the whole, like, Holocaust idea, and, like, for me, like, I mean, this might sound, like, crazy to me. I'd love to hear your opinion on it, but with abortion, with like an average of 1 million abortions a year, with the Holocaust, it was 11 million people killed, right? Correct?
Do you think that abortion is worse than the Holocaust?
I would say, and like obviously I'd love to say it, but like in my mind, I kind of see it as almost equivalent. I mean, it's 11. I mean, on average, it's 1 million babies killed per year. The Holocaust was around
Do you think
a little over.
okay, do you think 20 years of abortion in the United States is worse than the Holocaust?
I'd have to really think about it. To be honest, I
Yeah,
couldn't give you an exact answer.
abortion since the year that I was born, is that
Mhm.
worse than the Holocaust?
I see it as similar.
You said it's similar?
I would say.
Which is worse because there's a greater head count under your view specifically under abortion. So you would say
Yeah.
you would have to argue that it's worse, which is insane, and you know that's wrong. So actually, by the way, I don't know why you brought up an argument that actually disputes your own point.
But I'm saying, like, that's why I'm saying, like, I asked you, like, can you explain to me why you think, like, about abortion, how it's obviously you think it's clearly not.
Yeah, what? I don't think. Well, most abortions happen when it's not sentient.
I believe it's life at consent, at, like, from not consent, you get what I mean, from whenever, like, what's the word?
Conception. Life
Yeah.
life begins at conception. I don't dispute that, but we don't value just cellular life. We value sentient life,
And that,
right?
and that's
And
where
I can give you an example if you'd like.
yeah, please,
Do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
of
Think of the
course,
club victory. Okay, if you think that's
I do.
what you do,
Yes,
they're brain dead.
yes,
They're they're medically dead.
and that's why you're seeing my argument is I do think that is. You see what I'm saying with my opinion, like that's
Do you think a family should be obligated to keep an individual in their family that's brain dead on life support until they decompose?
I mean, wait, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, do you think that a family should be obligated to keep an individual in their family on life support until they decompose, given that they're brain dead?
I mean, not gonna live forever. I don't think they should pull the plug.
So you'll keep them on there until they decompose. Do you know how expensive that is?
It's, I mean, it's expensive.
Thousands of dollars a day.
I mean, you spend $1,000 a year living.
Thousands of dollars a day. How the fuck are families gonna afford that?
I mean, if you had your Kamala brain or whatever, with the Kamala life support, then we all could. I'm just saying with abortion.
What does that even mean?
Well, you brought up the point to the other guy saying that if would you rather have $50,000 or what was your point? Can you bring that up again?
$50,000 a year or one person die?
So, would you rather have the money spent that you're saying, all this money, $1,000 a day, or one person die? Would you rather spend $1? Would you rather spend $1,000 or to keep your family member alive or have them die?
They're brain dead. I would rather pull the plug.
Okay, and that's where that's why we're just never gonna see sides. Is I'm saying I believe that's a life still.
They're brain dead. They're medically dead. I have a question. Do you think that people should go to prison for pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
I mean, me personally, I mean it happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't see it as moral.
Should they go to prison?
I don't know.
You don't know if murderers should go to prison?
I mean, I mean, I just don't see how it can be moral. I don't know.
So do you think murderers should go to prison?
Do I think a murderer should go to prison?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think this is murder?
What do you mean?
Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I mean, I would think so, and I definitely see your point a lot more now.
Okay. So then if it's murder, then anyone in the chat that has committed murder, right, should go to prison, right?
I mean, I would think so, yeah.
Okay, well then you're saying anyone who's pulled the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead in the chat should go to prison. So type 3 in the comment section if you pulled the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. You've had to do that. Because apparently this guy on the live thinks you should go to prison. Eli, thank you for the $5. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll try to make note of that. Satan's, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you. Maybe on what's it called? Twitch, I could do that sometime. Christine, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Can you and chat send prayers to my mom? She's in hospice and not doing well. Please, Parker. Absolutely, Christine. Absolutely.
But I have a question. Do you have an age you think, or like a week?
Go ahead.
Do you think you like? Is there a week after like how do I word this? Do you think there's a time where, like, let's say, because maybe I see your point with brain dead, and it definitely is getting me, if you know what I'm saying, because I see your point. But what I'm trying to say is, like, what to you, do you have a age where you think, like, they shouldn't be able to have, like, an abortion past, like, how long they've been in the womb?
Do I think that there's a point where abortion becomes wrong?
Yeah.
In terms of lethal elective abortions after the point of sentience.
And then could you explain that to me?
Yeah, so sentience is first person subjective experience.
So is there, like, a time, or you think, like, okay, like 8 months in, you think an abortion's still
It's
moral?
20 to 24 weeks.
Okay. Even though when, like, their pain receptors are there within 12 to 15?
So pain receptors existing doesn't mean that there's an experience of those pain receptors. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of following you. So you would say, like, so if there was no, how do I word this? Like, if that was still the case, like, do they experience that at 8 months or no?
Well, 20 to 24 weeks. Can we do the math?
Mhm.
We'll make it easy. 24 weeks. Can you
Yeah.
do 24 divided by 4?
Okay, Parker, we don't need to do this crap. We can just have an actual debate. I hate when you do this. You call everyone the F word and make your guess things. It's not you versus me. We're
I
just having a
call you
debate.
the what?
Not me. I'm saying you're last person. Like, we can have a debate and not be attacking.
What F word?
The last person you had on the live, you called him a fucking idiot.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. We don't need to do this again and then just go after each other and me asking.
I'm not. I just asked you what's 24 divided by 4.
Parker, we don't need to do this.
It's irrelevant because 24 weeks
6?
divided by 4 weeks in a month. 6 months.
Mm-hmm. So you think abortion should be banned after 6 months?
Well, after 6 months, people just induce labor.
Say it again?
So no one's doing lethal abortions after 6 months because they just induce labor because it's viability.
Like, it's illegal?
Well, technically, it's up to the states after viability to Roe versus Wade if you want Roe versus Wade back in place, which I do.
And you do, because abortion does happen after that time limit, after 6 months. So you think that, to you think that would be murder?
What are lethal abortions outside of the context of like medical necessity are happening at that point?
They do.
Can you name one case? They left. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Trump supporter leaves the live after I ask tough question. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as if you want to support me, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Everyone, make sure to follow me here on TikTok if you haven't already. We're back on the main account, everybody. So make sure to follow me here if you have not already. If you like this content, I go live every single day and I do these debates. So make sure to follow me if you have not already. We're back on the main account. You might not be following here. As well as if you're on YouTube, to make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes over on YouTube. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, so I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
Sorry, what?
What's your birth year? Oh, they left. Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Not in all of his policies, but in a couple, yeah.
Like, if you could go back in time and vote for either him or Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because of his policies on abortion.
Okay, what specific policies on abortion?
Overturning Roe v. Wade and giving it back to the states.
Okay, so you think it's good to leave it up to the states, right? Why so?
Because I believe that most abortion is wrong and can be prevented.
Most abortion is wrong and should be prevented. Why?
Because you are killing an innocent person.
An innocent person. What's a person?
I don't know how to. What do I say to that? I don't.
Yeah, I'm just asking, what is a person? Could you give me like a definition, maybe?
Homo sapien sapien. I don't.
So just of our species?
Yeah, I would say that. Yes.
Okay. So to clarify, do you think that like zygotes at conception are people?
Yes.
You think single cell organisms are? Do you think that you could look at a person fully under a microscope?
I feel like the question, like they're going to be people. They're in a different stage of life than like you or me, but they're still a person. Yes.
Well, I'm just being clear. I don't really believe in Ant-Man, so I'm just asking you, like, is it possible that you could fully look at a person underneath a microscope?
In this case, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Really? That's interesting. Okay. I have a question. Why do you repost Dean?
Hmm?
Why have you reposted Dean?
Is this cool?
Let's go on to the next person. Only sending guest requests if you do support all Trump. They're totally trolling. Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream. Let's try to get to 1,500 likes. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everybody. By the way, everyone asking where Dean is. Dean is at a speaking event. So he's not going to be live today. So it's just me today. It's just me. Yo, what's up, all of you?
Yep.
Do you support Trump?
31. Yes, sir.
Okay, why
I
so?
love Trump. I support. Hey, I follow a lot of shit he do.
Actually,
A
wait.
lot of people-
Before you do, can I thank a few people real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sid, thank you so much for the $100 for whoa, I'm late. Hi, Parker and chat. Happy Sunday. Hope you are all well. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Maddie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, what? That's crazy, Maddie. What the hell? Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Sid and Maddie in the comment section right now. I really appreciate that. Michael, thank you for the $5. Daniel, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Eli, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Love from Belgium. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Go ahead. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Hold on. Turn on. Yeah, mostly pro-life. Along with a lot of things he believes in and stands on. I feel like the world is too sensitive now. Everybody's just a sensitive feelings police. Like, you say, oh, we voted because of the selfishness, but everybody votes for their own selfish reasons. They don't just say, I'm going to vote for everybody else. Everybody votes for themselves.
Can you define selfish?
Things that benefits basically yourself.
Things to benefit yourself. That's it?
I mean, that's like mainly what it is.
So in an absolute sense, selfishness is bad, correct?
So what?
So in an absolutish sense, selfishness is bad, correct? Like if you always do things to benefit yourself, even at the expense of other people, that's bad, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, I feel
What?
like that you can't benefit yourself. What's the point of benefiting other people if you can't benefit yourself? Like if you just sit there.
Can I give an example?
Yeah, go ahead.
If someone robs a bank, is that bad?
Yeah.
They're doing it out of their own self-interest. It's selfishness. Is that
Yeah.
type of selfishness bad?
That type could be perceived as bad, but not all selfishness is bad.
Sure.
If I was to save myself
Of
over
course.
somebody else,
Wait. Oh, wait. Of course,
life, is that
we're not
bad?
saying everything that's considered selfish is bad, right? When
Yeah,
like,
facts.
let me give you an example. The way that we're using the term selfish in this context is saying that he is self-interested even at the expense of other people. That's the way that we're using selfish. The way that you're using selfish is just saying you're doing something that's self-interested. Does that make sense? Do you understand the
Not
distinction between the way that we
necessarily,
were
because-
using the term, where it specifically has negative implications upon other people, versus how you're using the term, where it's specifically just that it's
Not
self-interested?
necessarily, because if I'm doing it for myself, if I chose my life over somebody else's, that impacts their life in a negative way, but it also benefits my life. So It's okay to be selfish.
Okay, I have a question then. Would it be okay to murder someone for your own self benefit?
It depends on when you're saying murder. If
Depends.
I'm protecting, if I'm protecting my life and I take
No,
somebody
I'm not.
else's
I'm
life,
not talking about
yes.
protection of life. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking specifically, like, say let's say you're a content creator, and another person is becoming a pretty big content creator, and they're in your same niche. Would it be okay to literally go murder them because you want more viewers?
No, that's why I said it's circumstantial. It's okay to be selfish in certain situations.
Okay, wait. So then,
That's what I said.
So based upon the way that you're defining the term selfish, no one's disputing that. No one's saying in every circumstance it's wrong to be self-interested or to do things
No,
that
what
are
I
in the
said,
benefit of yourself.
but
Jazzy, I pushed the coconut tree. Actually, we're
two
arguing
guys
that it's
previous,
within your self-interest specifically to support literally our policies here.
the policies are trash.
What policies?
The pro-choice. I mean, that's trash. That's strictly selfish, and it also impacts the baby. Even though y'all use different names, zygote, this and that, whatever the case may be, that's a human life. Period. If I punch a girl in the stomach that's fucking 3 months old, I'm going to jail for murder. Why?
I have a question.
If it's not a baby.
Would it be justified to murder doctors doing abortions to prevent abortions from occurring?
No.
Why
But
not?
would it be
Wait, why not?
justified?
Why not? Self-defense, right? You want to save the baby's life, right?
Because it's still against the law.
What?
It's against the law to sit there and murder a doctor who's doing it just to protect the baby's life, right?
So just because it's against the law?
There's different things. If I do that, there's a consequence to it.
So okay, but I'm asking if you
Nobody
think
would
it's,
do that, right?
I'm asking if you think it's justified, not if you think it's illegal.
Well, no, it wouldn't be justified because I'd go to jail for it. There's a difference.
No. If you didn't go to jail for it,
Because
would it be
listen,
justified?
to murder? No, I don't think murdering anybody's justified. It
No,
shouldn't be
but
justified to murder
like you're
anybody.
preventing them from.
That would be against pro-life.
I have a question. If there was a person,
It'd be preventing a life, but I'm taking a life in the process.
Yeah,
So
I have a
that's
question.
That's retarded.
if there, oh, using a slur, get the fuck off my life,
Pussy.
weirdo. Yeah, ho, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cypher, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Jessica. W's for Jessica. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as if you want to support me over YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the hat mustache, by the way. As well, everyone, if you want to support me for free, you can like the stream here on YouTube and or on TikTok by tapping the screen. You can that will help push out the live more. Plus, you can follow me if you haven't already, and subscribe if you're new. For the 5.2 thousand people in here, you might not be following me right now. There's only 300 new followers from today. That means probably a lot of people who are in the live right now don't follow me. So you should follow me right now. Follow me right now. You know what's up, Haldy? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Jessica, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I did just get that. Thank you so much, Jessica.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up, Haldy?
Yeah, how's it going? 26.
What'd you say?
I'm 26 from the United Kingdom.
Okay. We are just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump, do support him, and would go back in time to vote for him if they could. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you. That's crazy. Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, nigga.
You're disgusting. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
55.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. Are you driving?
I am pulled over.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? And is there a way you could unplug from your car? Jasper, thank you so much for the $10. Sorry for trolling. You're good. You're good. Appreciate you. All right, everyone. In the meantime, make sure to like the stream, tap the screen if you have not already. We'll try to get someone else up here.
Yep.
All right.
Disconnected.
All right. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
For his policies that he's putting in place.
Okay. What policies?
The taxes that he's trying to implement, a lot of the stuff that's in the new bill, his love for the country, just a multitude of reasons.
Okay. So to clarify, what aspects of the new bill?
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. He's trying to get no federal income tax under 200,000. I believe the federal income tax is a sham. Tariffs are going to do this country pretty good. All those things, the border, all
Okay.
the things basically that the Democrats have ruined this country with.
Okay. So none of those things are actually in the bill that you're referencing at all. The no tax on tips isn't actually no tax on tips. It's a $25,000 deductible on tips for just cash tips that oftentimes aren't even reported anyway. And then for overtime, it's also just a deductible. Secondly, you said no tax under 200,000. That is 100% not in the bill. Where'd you get that
That's
information
not in the
from?
bill, but that's what he wants to do. He already said
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Might not be in this bill, but
I
could
mean,
be in his next bill.
and
This is what he wants to do for
Can you
the
tell me the
country.
last time he's advocated for that?
Yes. Well, I can't tell you well, but a couple of his speeches, he already said it.
In a couple of when?
I don't know, a couple months ago.
Probably like before he ran for president to get votes. Okay.
No.
And I just want to let you know,
It was after.
did you know tariffs are taxes, right?
Tariffs are not taxes.
What is a tariff?
Another country that has to pay, not us.
No, what is a tariff? Can you define it?
I just did. It's basically he's leveling the playing field because we have had such an upside down trade. That's all. You can rub your head all you want.
Okay. How do you get them? How do you get the quote unquote other country to pay?
The same way he just did with Canada. He cut it off. All the other countries are coming to the table and either lowering their tariffs on us.
Well, tell me again, what is a tariff?
It's a price on a product that you're importing.
A price added to the product?
Could be.
So a tax.
Well, you can look at it that way, but this country, before there were federal income
Okay. So a tariff.
tariff.
I'm just gonna let you know. A tariff is a tax on an imported good. Okay. So
Yeah,
it is
but-
absolutely
the way
a tax.
he is doing it, he's getting the other countries to get rid of their tariffs.
So you think you think by imposing tariffs, he's getting rid of tariffs? So then I have a question.
Correct.
Okay, so the
It's called
U.S.
the art of the deal.
the art of the deal. So I'll tell you how he's not doing that.
Art of the deal. Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
I'll tell you how he's not doing that. The USMCA was with Canada and Mexico. It was a trade agreement that the United States set up with Canada and Mexico under Donald Trump's presidency in his first term. It actually reduced tariffs. It did what Donald Trump said you're specifically is advocating for right now. So then why did he impose tariffs on them again that violated the USMCA?
I don't have that information.
Oh, okay. So it's
just
not
know that
about
President
renegotiation. It's not about the art of the deal.
is doing
Seemingly not about
wonders
that.
for this
He's lagging.
country.
You got MAGA.
Across the
Did you buy
border and
MAGA
everywhere else.
Mobile?
To come in and basically play ball. Did I buy MAGA Mobile? No, not yet. I might.
Well, I'm surprised you don't have it already because you were lagging there. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, no, I do not have it yet, but I'll look at it.
Dude,
My company uses Verizon Wireless Business.
don't buy it. Jesus Christ. Don't buy Trump Mobile. That's insane. Actually, you know what? Do it. Fuck it. Do it. I guarantee it's going to be a shit product. So your business might fail because of it. So try it. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Hannah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate everyone. Did you know that they changed the name on like the new Trump phones on Trump Mobile? By the way, MAGA Mobile's been a joke I've been making for a long time before they even made this. I think it's ironic now that they are actually doing
And I hope
this.
you're enjoying Trump as your president.
I'm not.
I cannot believe you get
so
more.
Trump Mobile says that they. What'd you just say?
I didn't say anything.
Okay. So Trump Mobile said
Is it
that
that much of a delay that I said I can't believe you get people to send you money?
you can't believe people send me money?
Yes, I can't believe it.
Why?
Why? Because you're basically against this country. That's why.
How am I against this country?
Well, how do you feel about the border?
No, tell me how I'm against this country.
I'm going to ask you
Still
a
my
couple
personal
questions.
fireworks.
How do you
Thank you.
feel about the border and all of the illegals that came over?
Undocumented immigrants. One, anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship, right? And we should make the legal immigration process go significantly quicker to incentivize people to go through that legal process.
There is a legal process. It's called "Don't Cross the Border Illegally,"
and that takes too long for people to get into the country. I don't think that you
Oh, well,
always
I'm
think
sorry
that
about
I don't think that you always think that people need to uphold the law, especially in circumstances in which the law is not justified. If it takes too long for people to get into the country, I don't think people should be punished for trying to come to the country quicker if they don't meet the set of criteria that I would consider reason to deport someone.
Well, there seemed to be a few federal judges that agreed with you, and the Supreme Court just overruled.
Superfly, thank you for the $5.55. Thank you so much. Are you trying to talk about birthright citizenship? That's not what I was talking about there.
No,
But-
I'm just talking about the illegals that were flooding our country.
Undocumented immigrants, don't call people illegal. Secondly, I have a question. Do you have
They would be illegal immigrants, yes.
Are you okay with 1 to 3% population growth per year?
Sure.
Okay, you know that's 3 to 10 million people a year. So clearly you're okay with the level of people that have come to the country.
I'm not okay with uncross our border. Neither is any other country.
You cut
That's
out
why they have
again.
walls and they have borders.
You cut out
You
again.
want to do it, you do it legally. Well,
You can say it now. Go for it. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, everybody. Superfly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you so much.
the Patriots are the ones who vote for Donald Trump.
Really? What's a patriot?
Someone who cares about this country, not letting undocumented illegal immigrants in that basically do commit crimes, and I'm not saying they all do. Getting rid of the birth freaking right.
Carisha, thank you so much. I really appreciate the
actually...
$5 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I bet that makes you really mad that someone just sent me $5. But I just want to acknowledge the fact that Donald Trump is completely anti-America, anti this country, because he specifically called for the termination of the Constitution. He undermines our rule of law by undermining the fact that he has 34 felonies he's been convicted of, and he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women, and he was pardoning people that were violent rioters on January 6th that beat police officers and were convicted of it.
All of those 34
Bill,
felonies
description.
were overturned?
They were not overturned.
They were overturned.
You want to bet?
Sure.
How much?
Whatever you would like.
Okay, $1,000 right now.
Yep.
Okay. You owe me $1,000. Show me any evidence they were overturned. Revan, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. The 34 felonies were not overturned, chat. So he owes me $1,000. By the way, when you swipe out of the app, I can't hear you. So just let me know any information you're looking at once you get back into and you can see me. Sherry, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for debating absolute potatoes. Like Adam, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sherry. Amanda, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. The Bookish, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3 on YouTube Super Chat. Amber, thank you for the Level Up Sparks. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Like Evelyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for what the Supreme Court ruled against was nationwide injunctions. District courts can still make district-wide injunctions. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that, W. As well as everyone, make sure to tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Someone said debate Ben Shapiro in the comment section. I have. Look up Twubali Parker versus Ben Shapiro on YouTube, and you can watch me debate him. And then once he gets back, everyone, he's going to owe me the $1,000. He's going to owe me the $1,000. If you want to support me, everyone, for free, by the way, you can subscribe to my YouTube channel. We got 2,100 people over in the YouTube if you want to go join everyone on the YouTube. And for the 5,700 people over on the TikTok, you can follow if you have not already. It really helps push it out to more people. If you follow me, it really helps do that. if you like seeing this content every single day, because I do this content every single day. Lisa, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Lisa. We'll see if he pays up, everybody. By the way, you should come back into the app so that we can hear you, because it might accidentally kick you out of the app. So make sure to come back into the app real quick, Adam. Can you do that real quick? Can you swipe back into the app so you can see me? Peyton, happy birthday. I see you in the comment section. Happy birthday. All right, everyone, make sure to tap that screen, tap that screen. Feld, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. India, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Fernando with $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely, Fernando. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Fernando in the comment section right now for the $100. Thank you so much, Fernando. I really appreciate it. Zach with the $20. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think one person has paid, Zach. I think one person before has paid. I more or less do it for like the idea that they won't actually uphold it, because I know I'm right whenever I accept it. I know I'm right whenever they accept it. Aaron, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Absolutely, I always will. India, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. He was mad people were sending you money. Now he has to send you $1,000. I know, that's why. That's like actually so funny. Stella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. He said, I can't believe people are sending you money. Well, you're gonna have to send me $1,000 now, buddy. Come back into the app. Are you gonna run away, Adam? It's gonna kick you out. Come back in. Come back into the app. Adam. Don't run away, Adam. Stella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I bet he won't honor the bet, Parker. Have a great Sunday. Yeah, I bet he won't. I bet he won't. In the meantime, maybe we'll get someone else up to help him out, because I think he's going to leave. I think he's going to run away. He's running away, chat. Look how scared he is, dude. So very scared, I tell you. I tell you. Scared. Look at that runner. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2005.
You said you're 18?
19, I said.
19? What month?
October.
Okay. And you said 2005?
Yeah.
October. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Because
You swiped out of the app. Adam, did you come back, by the way? Okay, both people are not in the app now. Okay. All right, we'll get the next person up here anyway. Adam came back for a second, so at least you won't get kicked. So he'll be here still. So we'll see if he comes back. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump? Oh, he left. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Adam's going to be giving me $1,000 here very soon after he said that he can't believe people were sending me money, chat. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the $1,000 in my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. We'll see. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Mr. Parker. Well. Look who we have here, boy. Let's have a little conversation, bub.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Why do you support Donald J. Trump?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He's getting rid of all them damn illegals out of here. Thank God, right? Am I right, Parker?
You're totally
Hell
trolling.
yeah.
You're totally trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Yeah,
I'm telling you the truth. Hey, Parker, this upsets you, I understand, okay?
undocumented
Hey, you
immigrants.
settle down. Shh. It's okay. We'll keep talking. We'll have a little conversation.
Okay. All right. So can you name one policy you like of Donald Trump's?
All right. Well, first policy here is the possibility of getting rid of birthright citizenship. Hell yeah. That's another number 2.
No, first one. What's wrong with birthright citizenship? Because that's ingrained specifically within the Constitution.
Well, I say, have you actually read the original Constitution? The original.
Yeah.
You have. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what did it say about citizenship?
Anyone who's born in the country is a citizen.
No. The original document, not the one that was changed for your little arts, your liberal arts degrees and shit like that. I'm talking about the original.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about? You just tell me.
Okay. What original are you referencing?
It said.
Sid, think of the $5, Sid. Thank you so much, of course, Sid.
Okay. So it said originally, and I'm not saying I agree with this, but I'm just telling you the facts. It said that a white citizen that is born inside the United States. Now, I don't agree with that, Parker. Don't get the wrong idea, but that is the original thing. So we're changing shit all the time. So obviously it don't matter what the fucking Constitution says, right, Parker? Sorry, I don't know if you can have language and stuff. Am I right? I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure it just said person. Person that had a mustache. Thank you so much. But like, obviously, like I do disagree with how the Constitution particularly did apply historically speaking, in this context, and that's why we have amendments.
Okay. Well,
do you know what a constitutional amendment is?
Yes, like the Second Amendment.
So unless Donald Trump amends the Constitution, you can't change birthright citizenship.
Well, I mean, they changed the Constitution about the original plot I just told you. Am I correct, Parker?
Through an amendment.
Through an amendment. Okay. So I think here's what we should do, right? Through an amendment, we make birthright citizenship disregarded, right? We should do that. So here's what I'm saying by birthright citizenship, Parker. Just bear with me here. I'm saying whenever a legal comes over here, and well, we know, I don't know, example, like one that's not as, discriminated against and stuff. We'll say like an Asian couple comes over here illegally. They come over here and they have babies just to have somebody to be able to stay inside of the United States of America, which I think that's a little unfair, Parker. Wouldn't you agree? Just coming over here, not doing any of the illegal stuff that everybody else does, and they come over in this country for free, and then they come over here and just have babies.
Watch this. Watch this. If someone wants to come from anywhere in Asia and they want to come to the country and they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, they should be given citizenship along with their baby.
And why is that?
Because I think they make the country a better place.
Really?
Yeah.
You know what? I have to say the Asians do a good job. He's the wrong kind of character there. They're very, very,
Wait, what the hell? What does that have to do with them specifically being Asian? Anywhere.
No, like,
not just Asia, not just Asia, not just Asia.
They're very good.
Not just Asia, not just Asia. Africa, the Middle East, right? Europe, South America, everywhere around the world, people should be able to come to this country.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Everywhere around the world, people should be able to come to this country. This country should be a melting pot for the entirety of the world.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying here, right? So how about we do...
By the way, Adam left, everyone. Adam left. He ran away.
Hey, I let you fucking talk. Let me talk, boy. Okay? So let me tell you something.
L Adam in the chat, everybody. L Adam.
Now, listen. We don't go around muting people.
Don't you dare sit there and fucking incentivize me to keep muting you, right? Because I'm gonna do it. I'm totally gonna do it. I'm gonna keep doing it. It just makes it better. If you keep telling me specifically that like you don't like the fact that I'm muting you on the live, I'm gonna keep muting you. That's just how it's gonna work. That's how my live streams work when it comes to muting. Would you like to unmute yourself? Because I actually can't even send you an invite to unmute for another 20 seconds.
Oh, hey, look at that. Sorry, I'm very new with the TikTok live.
You're good.
So, I'm going to quit talking about it so you don't,
Don't worry, I got you one more time. That one was just for fun.
Okay, well done. Well done, Parker. Anyways, so as I was saying, I can't remember what I was talking about, to be honest with you. Where was I at? Do you remember?
You were wishing everyone a happy Pride.
Okay, yeah. All right, anyways, so here's what we're talking about here. Let's look at statistics, right? Since you're very influx with facts. You like talking in very, very high demand vocabulary that a lot of normal people can't understand, which you've read in a dictionary. So we're going to talk about something. So say we bring some Asian people over. Their statistics are pretty good, right? I mean, crime and all that. But we're bringing in people from, I don't know, like Iraq or something like that, that history of just wanting to explode places. So, like, we're going to go over here.
Nope, you're getting kicked from my live. That's fucking crazy. Don't categorize everyone from Iraq specifically to be having a history of exploding people. That's crazy. That's fucking insane. I just want to let you know the United States has dropped significantly more bombs on the entirety of the world than practically any other country. If you want to talk about countries that are known for bombing others, it's the fucking United States of America. I just want to let you know that. We literally dropped nuclear fucking weapons. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
31.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, for the most part.
Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump, even today.
Why so?
One of the big reasons why I support Trump is I think he has much better housing policy than what Harris was proposing and even what Biden did during his administration. I think housing is probably one of the most important issues facing society now. Historically, housing has been the way to build generational wealth, and everyone needs a affordable and safe place to live. So this is an issue.
What the fuck is his housing affordability policy?
Well, first of all, Trump did a lot of good things to promote more affordable housing. He actually expanded the low-income housing tax credit during his first term. That historically has been one of the most important federal policies to help improve affordable housing in the country. So,
when did he do that?
I believe it was in 2017. And then he also did the opportunity zones as part of the 2018 tax cuts.
That doesn't relate to housing affordability, but I don't see this.
In 2020, he actually did it recently. I'm sorry, 2020, he signed fiscal year 2021 spending.
So 2021?
Fiscal year 2021, this was in 2020, during the end of his first term. Permanent 4% low-income housing tax credit, 5-year extension of the new market tax credits, and also extensions on renewable energy tax credits.
You think Donald Trump expanded renewable energy tax credits? That's laughable. That was a Biden policy. That's actually what you just referenced is something that Biden did. Absolutely.
That might be true, but I think Trump just showing his desire to expand some of these subsidies, I think is a good policy. But I really liked his opportunity zones as part of the 2018 tax cut bill. Historically, there's been a really big lack of investment in very poor rural communities throughout the country. And this was a good policy that helped both institutional investors, private equity firms, to actually invest in communities that a lot of institutional investors might overlook.
Here, I have a question. Do you think a better policy for health, for building up new houses would be a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes?
No, I don't think that's a better policy at all.
Why?
I think it's, well, first of all, I think that directly causes housing prices to increase. I think it's an inflationary policy. I think
And by the way, I just want to let you know, the emergency rental assistance, that was for COVID. That's like literally what you just gave as a policy for Donald Trump in terms of housing affordability was not even something proponed by him. It was just something he signed into law as a result of COVID era policy. Because yes, this is from December 28th, 2020. That's COVID era policy. And it says emergency rental assistance.
Yeah, that's just one aspect. But
so can you give me one policy he advocated for that was long term specifically that gave help to housing affordability for people who need it.
Yeah, I mean, the new market tax credit extension was for 5-year terms, so you can't say that was just for COVID. And
It
also
literally is emergency rental assistance.
that's a separate thing
No,
entirely.
it's totally related to COVID.
Low-income housing tax credits have nothing to do with COVID. That's been a policy since the 70s, I believe. You know, a lot of people said that Trump doesn't care about affordable renters, but I think this shows otherwise.
It's an emergency COVID policy.
No,
Can you give me
expandable.
one policy he's advocating for in terms of affordable housing for his administration right now? Give me one.
Yeah, he's looking to expand visas for skilled immigrants.
You think he's more open to immigration? That's laughable. No fucking way he just argued this. You just argued that Donald Trump is more open to immigration as a reason that why he's better for affordable housing? Are you kidding me?
If you look at Trump's immigration policy, he's very particularized. He doesn't want people coming here who are going to strain our, public services. He wants people who.
I just want to know. You know, mass deportation will deport a lot of people involved in construction. That specifically will then lead to increased prices as it relates to construction. Correct?
Yes, that may be true, but I think what he's trying to
within
do
plenty of other industries as well, because they provide productive services to the economy. And Donald Trump wants to deport people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes who fucking should not be deported.
Yeah, I think I would have to agree with you with that. I think there's a lot of merit to saying that people, even undocumented, should be able to come here when they work in these industries. But, I think by having an immigration policy that prioritizes very high demand trades, Trump is proposing to expand visa programs.
You act like Democrats wouldn't allow all of those people to get into the country. Every single person that Donald Trump's going to allow, do you think would be allowed under a Democratic administration?
Yeah, that's true, but I think...
So then tell me specifically, what about immigration that Donald Trump's going to do that's going to be better than what Democrats would do?
We can't just have an open door policy that the Democrats are in favor of. I mean...
It's not open door.
How is it not open door?
What? What do you mean? Obama deported the most people out of any president, right? You understand that, right? Biden deported more people than Trump has so far. It's the process that Trump is deporting people, specifically one that people are protesting, and two, that Donald Trump is advocating for even more mass deportation in the long run. So he's trying his damnedest and his hardest to do it, but he can't. He just sucks.
Don't you think that there's some merit to saying that our public services are being overwhelmed by a large influx of undocumented immigrants?
No.
No?
There's no merit to that.
I mean, who pays when an illegal immigrant gets hurt on the job and has to go to the ER? Who pays for that?
A rock star. So you're saying that's paid through who? I have a question. If that happens to a tourist, who pays for it?
I mean, you could purchase travel health insurance. No?
So it would be the person, right? So why is that you not in this circumstance or workman's comp, like what people are saying in the comment section?
I think not every illegal or undocumented immigrant that comes to this country has the means to pay for themselves. I mean, it's definitely a strain on our public services. Education's another thing that's extremely expensive that states are footing the bill for. There's a lot of states that allow undocumented immigrants into their public school system, and that's just a big strain. And if they end up going back to their country of origin...
So you're saying kids going to school?
Yeah, if they end up going back to where they came, how is our investment in their public education going to pay off?
Wait, you understand that that people are going to stay in the country if they immigrate here?
Not necessarily. There's people who come here to make money. They take that money back to where they.
Wait. You know that's what I have a question. Did you know in my high school I had someone specifically who's an international student? Was it wrong for him to benefit off of public schools here in the United States?
No, I mean there's always going
Why?
to be instances. Well, that presumes that he intends to stay here long term
He
and
didn't.
intends to have
He
full
went back. He went
employment.
back to Germany.
Yeah, then I don't really see that really benefiting us. I don't think that
So
investment
do
in our
you think
public
that
education.
international students shouldn't be allowed?
I think that we should prioritize international students who intend to immigrate to the United States as opposed to people who come here.
Yeah, but
Um,
no, but should
well,
people be allowed to, spend a few months here, right? A few years, right? Specifically studying here, and then go back to their country.
yeah, I think if you're paying tuition, you should be able to. But if you're gonna use public education, taxpayer-funded public education, I don't think that should be incentivized if you're.
Okay, so you're against the idea that exchange students should exist.
I'm
Like
against
he
the
he
idea.
says he wants to get rid of exchange students.
No, I don't think that's a good policy. I would agree with you for that. But I think specifically public education, taxpayer-funded public education, I don't think we should prioritize people who don't have a clear intention to stay long-term in the country. I think it is a strain on our social services. I think that should really be reserved for people who intend
Then
to,
why aren't you against exchange students?
because they're not using public education.
They
If
are.
they're paying tuition, I think that's different.
They are. Like
They're,
again, I gave an example. Someone went to my high school that was from Germany, that was an exchange student, and they went to a public school. I went to a public school. I didn't go to a private school.
I think that's a bit problematic, honestly. Reasonable minds. But I think there is some problem
What?
with people who don't intend to stay here long term, using our public resources. I think that's a big strain on us.
Why? Why is that a big strain? No, it's a small portion, very small portion of the budget, dude. Jesus Christ!
Public
You
education
know what's a
is a
big
small
strain on our
proportion of
budget?
the
You know what's a big strain on our budget? Donald fucking Trump. He signed off on more debt-related spending, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. If you don't care about that, but you do care about fucking exchange students, I'm gonna cry, bro. That's insane. We're talking about trillions of dollars, right? As in terms of voting for Donald Trump more than you would get as a comparison for getting Harris as president, comparative to exchange students that are not even adding to the deficit, like at all. What are you talking about?
That's a state level thing, public education. The federal government, yes, subsidizes that, but that's mostly on the states. That's not a federal policy.
There's federal grants, dude.
Yes, you're right. But it's primarily
You want to cut out the federal involvement because you want to fucking abolish the Department of Education. That's just gonna make you just not eat. Do you want your kids to be dumber than you?
I mean, I'm all for public education, but I don't support funding public education for people who do not intend to invest long term in our country. And I think that's a fair point. But going back to your point, I don't
Jeez, dude.
I don't like that Harris $25,000 first time home buyer policy. I think that's inflationary. It does absolutely nothing to the main problem.
That's actually the purpose of it. Do you want me to explain to you why that's the purpose of it? It's
Sure, go ahead.
inflationary specifically for new houses to incentivize suppliers to build more houses in places where people want to live. But it doesn't actually make it less affordable for people who are buying new houses because it is the case that they get the tax credit.
Hmm. I see, but I think there's other things that Trump has done that is really more beneficial to address the inventory shortage that we're having right now.
Like,
Well, I mentioned a few of them already. I don't really want to go back and mention it again. I really like another one I hadn't mentioned is utilizing federal lands for residential development.
that's a very small portion of federal lands. I actually don't disagree with this, though.
Okay, fair enough.
Appreciate the struggle. It also depends on what federal lands they're using. Like, are you like cutting into wilderness? Hell no. I want to
No,
keep.
I
I want to
wouldn't
keep the nature reserves. I don't think we have to cut into wilderness to be able to do that. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank
Yeah, I
you.
agree with
Yeah,
that. I
yeah.
agree with
So
that.
Zach, I wouldn't be able to clarify all the crimes, but like obviously it would be crimes that would involve like like very high levels of fraud. All right, that specifically we wouldn't want to let people into the country based upon. Like that would be an example. Maybe ones related to election, right? Like say someone was like a undermined like democratic results, right, or something like that. We wouldn't want to let them in the country. Those are examples of like non-violent sets of circumstances that we would still consider reason to like not let people in the country. So like bad crimes. So those are examples. So again, when I say bad crimes, I mean like they meet a particular threshold that we would say then they should be deported. Because I mean there are certain crimes that are bad that I don't think someone should be deported for, right? Like if someone stole something, right? I mean I would consider it bad, but I wouldn't consider it bad enough to be like for someone to be deported. But yeah, go ahead. You were
Yeah,
saying, Andrew?
yeah. So Parker, another big thing that I was very critical of is Biden's proposal to implement a nationwide rent control policy. I just think that's a poor idea. I mean, we've had
Hold up. I have one more thing. Someone said, "What are good crimes?" For example, right? There's something illegal right now. We're currently on an app as TikTok that's illegal, right? It's currently banned under the law, just not being enforced by the president of the United States administration, right? That's specifically under the law. It's illegal. Yet I still think it's good specifically to use this app to like benefit people, right? Even though the app is illegal. And throughout history, there are plenty of laws that have existed, right, that we would specifically consider good. There's an example I gave specifically to Jordan Peterson, where it was about like, for example, in the Holocaust or right around the Holocaust time, right, you have Nazi officials knock on your door. You have a Jewish friend that's in your attic. Do you lie to the Nazi official in order to save the life of the Jewish individual, even if it's against the law? Yes. Yes, that would be a good crime to commit. It'd be good to lie to them in that scenario because you want to preserve the life of your friend. Does it make sense? That's an example of a good crime. So yes, there are plenty of scenarios where there are certain crimes that we consider actually good to do throughout history that we could point to, at least from a philosophical sense here. But yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, one of the policies I was also very critical of is when Biden proposed nationwide rent control. I don't think that's a good idea at all. There's so many problems with that. I don't even know where to start.
Wait, I asked you for like housing affordability policy on behalf of Trump, and now you're referencing rent control policy. So I would be in support of that insofar as that it's specifically based on limiting price gouging, because that doesn't affect the supply curve.
I would disagree with that. I think
What? How?
when you have rent control, it disincentivizes investments.
Not
in the
if not if
multifamily.
not if specifically there's price gouging involved.
I disagree. I mean, anyone who invests in affordable housing has the right to a fair return on that investment, and arguably it's
Well,
unconstitutional.
yeah. No one's disputing a fair return, but what we're arguing is that they're gouging people for things that they need. A fair return is about incentive, would still incentivize them specifically to produce more. We're talking about a point where it doesn't even incentivize them to produce more.
Arguably, this is in violation of the takings clause to, you know, add regulation to people's investments and say that the government is able to limit what people can charge in a fair market. I think it's anti-capitalist.
Right, okay.
It's
Do you agree with Donald Trump's $35 cap on insulin for people on parts of Medicare?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Oh,
Yeah,
isn't that price controls?
it is price controls, but I'm not sure.
Oh, so he's totally okay when Trump does it.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Look
that
at that. You see how quick he switched? Immediately, the question right after he said that immediately switched because Trump did it.
Well, I'm not sure that's in violation of the Constitution and classifies it.
You definitely care about violations of the Constitution. You support Donald Trump. He's literally violated the Constitution multiple times, called for the termination of the Constitution. He's advocating for birthright citizenship policy, right? Changing that, which is grounded in the Constitution without changing like the amendments.
I mean, I think there is some ambiguity in the Constitution about that. I mean, it says nothing about parents who come here illegally, and
Hold up. It says, what does it say about us? Can you tell me the definition of a citizen that it provides?
naturalized born citizens are, duly enabled citizens of the United States. But I mean, it didn't say anything specifically about parents who come here illegally.
It says
or undocumented.
people who are born in the country.
Right.
Okay. That's
But like I said, it doesn't speak directly to those instances where undocumented people come here. I think the way the Constitution was written, it intended.
It does. It says person.
But does it speak directly to parents
Person
who come
born
here?
in the country.
Right.
The
but it
person
doesn't
born in the
speak
country was the kid. I have a question. If a tourist has a kid in this country, should that kid be a citizen?
If they're here on a valid tourist visa, sure.
So the parent doesn't have to be a citizen in order for them to be able to be a
They're
citizen.
not
So right there,
violating
he disagreed with birthright citizenship.
Yeah, but in that instance, they're not violating our immigration or visas.
So that's still birthright citizenship.
I don't think people should be incentivized to come here unlawfully, have a child, have that child be a citizen, and then by virtue of that.
By the way, you say come here unlawfully. You know that someone could just come here, stay here within the context of the 90 days, have a kid within the context of the 90 days that they can stay here, and then their kid would be a citizen. So you can lawfully have a child through the context of birthright citizenship as well, very easily, under your view.
I mean, as long as they're here within the visa period, I don't have a problem with that. But as soon as they overstay that visa, I do have a problem.
No, if someone just comes here with a passport, they can stay for like 90 days, or I think at least something like that. They can have the kid within 90 days.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But the moment they overstay their visa,
are you saying you wouldn't let pregnant women into the country?
I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
But if they overstay their visa, then it's time to go back.
Well, they have to, but so then the kid, where does the kid go? Can the kid stay?
I think the kid could stay in that case, but
by themselves?
No. So I think it.
Level up.
Let me rephrase.
So they can stay with the kid, right?
I misspoke. If the child is birthed here during the duration of a valid visa, I think they should be allowed to stay.
Wait, repeat that?
If during the birth of the child there's a valid visa in place, then I think they should be allowed.
If they came here with a passport.
Are you and they give birth?
Yeah.
While they're here for the 90 days?
Yeah.
Then yeah, I think they should be allowed to stay.
Okay, well everyone's just gonna do that. How does this change the process?
Because they don't have any intention to infringe on our immigration laws that way.
Okay, so you just want to enforce the law in all circumstances.
Yep.
Okay.
If you want to change the law, then you do it.
If you want to, if you want to enforce the law in all circumstances, what app are you on?
TikTok.
Do you know TikTok's currently banned? It's illegal to use, and that it's just not being enforced by the Trump administration. So you talk a hell of a lot about enforcing all the laws, but you're currently using an app right now that's only able to be used because Donald Trump and his administration are not enforcing the law.
I actually was not aware of that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
So you must get off the app immediately. Get off right now. Get off right now. Seriously.
All right. Take care.
Otherwise, you're hypocritical. Get off right now.
Have a good one.
Is he actually going to leave? No fucking way. Yep. Stay off TikTok. Don't spread this. Exiled. You're gone. Come on. Are you actually leaving? No way. Come on, dude. That's nuts. And don't come back. And don't come back. And don't you come back. All right, let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Like the stream, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
15.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, everybody. 18 plus. If you're on YouTube, for the 2,300 people that are on YouTube, make sure to like this stream if you haven't already. Subscribe if you're new. I know there's a lot of people coming in who typically watch Dean right now. Make sure to follow me if you haven't already, so you can make sure to see my content, because you might not have seen me before. Yo, what's about you?
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
I do, actually.
Why so?
I do in some context. I mean,
Okay,
so
like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
So here's the thing. So if I wind up in a trench in Iran, then I would say no. However, if that doesn't happen,
I'm saying
then I would
as of
say
right
yes.
now. As of right now.
As of right now, yes.
You would vote for who?
Trump.
Okay. So the only way that you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump is if you end up fighting in Iran?
Well, so here's the thing. So he kind of promised, no more wars.
Has he done
that? We got to see.
You have
We
to
gotta
see. I think he's already violated that one.
Well, he's violated it. However, we need a response. So, a war is like a tango.
What do you mean
It's
we
two
need a
sides.
response? Didn't he initiate?
Yes. However, here's the thing. What's Iran doing?
Like against the United States?
Both. Israel. That's what I mean.
They're still at war?
Huh?
They're still at war?
Yeah, they're still at war, but what's happening though?
They're bombing each other?
Yeah. But what is okay, so like what's going on, Bombs are one thing. Ground forces and regime change are another.
Donald Trump said he doesn't want regime change.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
If he did, would you support that?
Regime change? No.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, because Iran is not Iraq in the 90s. It's nowhere near close to that. Iran is a very sophisticated military. Even though that, yes, we have wiped out their sites that they could use to build a bomb. Although we've done that, if you want to change the regime, you're going to have to march into Tehran. And I don't see that happening.
Okay. So then, to clarify, what do you think Trump is doing right now?
Right now, he's probably trying to call a ceasefire, essentially. So basically,
he didn't even prevent them from getting nukes. He didn't even prevent them from getting nukes.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
So here's the thing.
They've only according to AP News, they've only been set back by a few months.
By a few months.
Yeah, which is coming from intelligence reports.
So here's are you aware that they had the ingredients to make a nuke? So they had it in like half a dozen locations. They were always 2 weeks away from being able to get a nuke. They just needed to combine the resources. So what Trump did, or well, what we did.
They were 60% enrichment. That's just not true.
No, so here's the thing. So what they did, they bombed like several sites. Okay, bombed them. So they're gonna have to rebuild that. So you at least have.
There's weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East. That's why we have to go there. There's weapons of mass destruction. Is that
dude?
So we gotta go there.
I don't want to go there and fight them. Okay.
So then why are you believing the propaganda?
What propaganda?
You believe they were 2 weeks away? What? No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
Yes.
60% enrichment is not 2 weeks away.
Okay, here's the thing. So if you come, Dude, they spread out all of the ingredients, okay? If I can truck in this, if I can truck in this, this, and this, and this, and combine them in the same site immediately, then I got a bomb, okay? I don't have to have everything I need in the same location. I can say, oh, I'm making this for this. I'm making this for this. I'm making this for this.
Let's say they do have
I'm making this for this.
They do have
But in an
let's
emergency
say they do have a
scenario,
bomb. Is that a
you just
reason to go
put
to
them
war with
in.
them? They'd say they do have
Huh?
let's say they do have a nuclear bomb. Does that mean you go to war with them?
No.
Okay, so you disagree with bombing them anyway.
No. No.
So,
Here's the
so
thing.
you do support going to war with them.
If we have bombed them, then obviously they don't have one. Because here's the thing. So
What?
if you're
That doesn't make any
regime,
sense.
No, it does actually. Because if you're that regime, think about it.
Do you
if you're that
support
regime-
Trump bombing them?
So if it worked, yes. If it didn't, then oh shit. So
It didn't. It only set them back a few months. So what do you do?
that's
Oh, shit.
well, that's actually probably pretty good then. So then, yeah, well, dude, the end goal is you don't want them to have a nuke, right?
We had a nuclear peace
if you don't
agreement.
want- if you
We
don't
had a
want them to
nuclear
have a
peace
nuke-
agreement.
Huh?
We had a nuclear peace agreement.
Well, I'm telling you what that was. Okay, so a part of that agreement was that you can't have everything in the same place like all at once. Okay, so like there's a lot of chemistry, a lot of physics involved in making one of those bombs. Okay, so they had this over here, this over here, this over here, this over here, this over here. Okay, we're not building a bomb. We're just making that, and that over here. Okay, but if we wanted to, like really quickly, if our government was like, oh crap, we're in trouble. 2 weeks. 2 weeks to concentrate all of that. So, what Trump did was he bam, 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 bam. He took out some of those ingredients. Actually, the British did this in World War II. So the Brits, one of the best, the British, Secret Service, they actually went to Norway and they even used Norwegian agents to take out ingredients for a bomb that the Germans were trying to make. Blew up the boat right in the middle of a lake. They were transporting it across. You probably don't know about this. But yes, preemptive strikes to make sure that a power does not become nuclear happens. It has happened in our history. And I assume that you like, World War II Britain. Okay? It probably wouldn't have been a good idea if the Nazis had that. Okay, so why are you wiping your eyes? Tell me.
Don't you view there to be a pretty big distinction between the Nazis at that point in time getting nuclear weapons and Iran and the state of the world right now getting nuclear weapons according to the fact that there's mutually assured destruction?
No. Because here's the thing.
At that time, there wasn't mutually assured destruction with any country but the United States.
Hey, dude. So if Iran gets one nuke, do we have to fire like all of our arsenal in reply?
What?
So when you say mutually assured destruction, so here's the thing. The Soviet Union, in our own history right now, they tried to create a canal between two rivers. They blew up 3 nuclear bombs, and a lot of the world, even within their sphere of influence, they were like, hey, dude, you just caused a lot of problems by blowing up 3 nuclear bombs, and you're affecting our climate. You're affecting our thing. They did that. You can look it up. It's called. It's a literal lake. It's a lake in Russia right now. So, yes, of course, blowing up a nuclear bomb does have a lot of consequences. However, if you don't send your entire fucking arsenal, your entire, 1,000 nukes and stuff, why would we do that? Think about that.
What the fuck are you yapping about? What is coming out of your mouth right now? What the hell is being said? Can anyone identify what the fuck just happened? What the hell are we yapping about here?
I'm trying to draw a conclusion because you said that, so, mutually insured destruction. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying,
I'm
okay,
elevated, but I know it's not
let
even
off
my
a couple of
fault.
nukes.
I'm elevated, and I know it's not even my fault. What the fuck is going on?
You can let off a couple of nukes, and it's not going to, affect things, that bad for that long. Okay? You said, what if they get one? Okay, cool.
Do you think they're gonna drop the nuke if they get it?
Where would they drop it?
Do you think they would drop it?
Where would they drop it? I only care about where.
I don't think
So
they would
here's the
drop
thing.
it, so I don't
if
think
they
there is
get
a
it,
where.
if they get it, where are they going to use it?
I don't think they would.
So they're not going to use it.
No,
So if
I
they
think
get it,
it's symbolic for
so then we're going to get another North Korea standoff.
yeah, that's how mutually assured destruction works.
Okay. Well, I understand that. And that doesn't sound like
I
the
wouldn't
worst idea.
I wouldn't say North Korea, but I would say standoff. There'd be a standoff in terms of mutually assured destruction, but not.
Okay.
I don't know why you particularly brought up North Korea. Would you have supported
Because
going to? Would you have
they
supported?
have one.
Would
They
you?
have nukes right now.
I have a question. Would you support going and bombing North Korea to prevent them from getting nukes prior to them getting nukes?
They have nukes right now, dude.
Well, I was asking prior to that point. Would you ask?
So here's the thing. It's complicated only because you have to watch China. So if you're going to mess with North Korea, you're kind of messing with China a lot. Because they don't want the ability for American troops to be stationed right on the border.
Wait, okay. Iran also has affiliations with other countries.
Yeah, they do. However, they're very isolated. Russia can get to them, but via the Caspian Sea, they can. However, they're really isolated. They're not in a very good position to really be messing with people. North Korea has China, right
If
there.
they're isolated, aren't they isolated from us as well, and our
Who?
resources?
Who, Iran?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Then
they're
wouldn't that
adversarial
pose
power.
problems for us as well?
Yes.
If not more problems for us than them.
Well, they're an adversarial power. So, as long as we're allied with Israel, which I don't actually.
Okay, you know what? Let's just go back to reality here for a minute. Let's have a conversation. Can you give me a policy of Donald Trump's that you support? Dude, you've been on for 13 minutes and you're already the chat doesn't like you. They want me to kick you already. It's only been 13 minutes, bro. I gotta keep us directed. You gotta unmute your mic, man.
I've been chatting to you about the situation and this and that and stuff, and it'd be kind of cool for a conservative and a leftist to.
I'm not a leftist.
To talk about this, So, I want to trade ideas with you. So, what do you think about the situation?
Do you want to provide a policy?
Okay. So here's the thing. So I think that what Trump led with when he said, "Hey, Israel, turn your planes around," when that ceasefire was in effect, and he literally tweeted, he was like, "Turn your planes around, get the hell back."
I just know how that conversation's gonna go. I agree. I agree, chat. I agree. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Miles, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm going back to school and I'm officially declared for political science, and it's all thanks to you and Dean. Can we get some W's for Miles in the comment section right now? I fucking love that. W's for Miles. Seriously, I'm so happy to hear that. I'm so happy to hear that. W's for Miles in the comment section right now. Aranza, thank you so much for pushing the $13. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. For real, though, I get you there. Absolutely. And Wacky, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Wacky. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Are you Dean's brother? Yes. Megan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Sophie, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Well, I actually go. Well, I will say I agree with some of his policies, but not some of them. I will say that.
So you support Trump?
Kinda.
If you could go back in time, would you vote for him?
I mean, can I say about some things I don't agree with? For example,
Not an answer. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Hit, thank you so much for the 45 DKK. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nova, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah, he was a yapper. I don't know what we were even having a convo about. He wanted to have a certain conversation. I get it. But, the stream probably didn't want to have that. Didn't want to hear that, So it's just like, if you want to have a conversation like that, there are plenty of people that will have conversations like that exist on the internet. Just not a space for the live. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Is Dean streaming the event he's speaking at? I don't think so. I haven't talked to him much at all because he's been busy. But I will try to keep an update on him. He did send me a message. I just haven't seen it yet. Appreciate the rank account. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Make sure to follow if you haven't already, everyone, and like the stream. I would really appreciate it. Let's get to 1 million likes here on TikTok, and everybody on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. Let's get to 2,000 likes, everybody. Yo, thank you so much for the corgi. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
06.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Can I actually ask you a question? Like, I do support
driving?
him. Yeah. Is that all right or no?
Nah, you can't on the live. It's TikTok TOS. Got to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, there's an echo, and his mic was really, really quiet. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yes, by the way, everyone, Dean and I are not siblings. I was just making a joke. I feel like some people will take that and run with it. Clearly not siblings. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, hello.
Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes,
Okay. How old are you?
I am 19,
What's your birth year?
29th May.
I said birth year.
I don't know.
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Why so? Or actually, what's your birth year?
September 27th, 2004.
Okay. Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Life has, to be honest, life has just been better. Life has just, when with Biden went homeless, it was pretty shitty. And ever since Trump's taken office, stocks are going really well. I mean, depending what side you're on.
Yeah, real GDP went from multiple quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth to a 0.3% decline in the first quarter of 2025. Real wages saw a decline, right, in quarter 1, 2025, when they saw increases for 4 quarters prior.
Yeah.
So what characteristic is better off now that Trump's president?
I mean, safer
Nope.
and richer. Safer and richer.
Do you have any good evidence that we're richer in any capacity? Because I just showed you real GDP is lower and real wages are lower.
What do you...
You cut out.
Why do we support Trump?
Who's saying that?
I got on Parker's thing. Why do we support Trump?
Yeah, he said the economy is doing better off right now, which is wrong based upon real GDP, real wages, again, comparing to prior quarters of growth that existed under the Biden-Harris administration.
So what do you say, Nick?
Because he's building the Golden Dome, bruh. It's because he's building the Golden Dome.
Okay, he's trolling. So do you even know what the Golden Dome is?
Yeah, it's a missile defense system. We're about to get some real ass protection.
We already have a missile defense system.
Well, might as well make it better, It's a new day and age. There's gonna be
We already spend $800 billion a year on the military, $900 billion now. What do we need to advance?
We need to get ourselves ready for the future.
So we should cut Medicaid. We should cut Medicaid and food stamps so that we can increase how much money we're putting into the intergalactic fights in Star Wars.
Yeah, essentially, we just need to protect the homeland.
We're already going to be protected.
Not when.
Wait! I have a question. Are we protected right now?
We are protected right now. Yes, we are.
Then what the fuck are we investing for? Protection?
The future.
The future, when missiles can be launched from any part of the world that have range to hit the homeland. We're gonna need some kind of protection against that.
I mean, there are countries that already can do that.
Yeah, but we're the United States. We protect freedom. We need to protect ourselves so we can protect other people.
We need to protect freedom as you support a candidate that actively advocates against freedom. Do you want me to give examples?
What you on about, bruh?
How does he? How is he against freedom?
Yeah, I got you. So he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. He said that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is protected by the First Amendment, according to the Supreme Court. He's held people without due process. All right, his administration has held people without due process, which has violated their First Amendment rights.
Mm-hmm. Bro, that sounds bogus.
No, it's not bogus. It's not bogus.
What's wrong with what I said?
Nick?
It just... I don't know, bro. Why do you not like Trump?
Yeah, why do you not like
come
Trump?
Come on, bro.
Like, do you truly, like, I don't know. Do you truly feel like if Harris or Biden was under that, things would be better? The bombings
yes,
and
things would be better.
Okay, why? Why?
One, because Donald Trump is the one that's literally starting these conflicts. Two, because we'd still have good relations with our allies. Three, we wouldn't have a destroyed economy. We'd have a continually growing economy because we wouldn't have had the tariffs that were then put on pause that then led to the economic decline. Four,
Yeah, I don't know about you, but me, Sherman and
I actually
are
want to hear
printing,
this.
bro.
Hold on. I actually want to hear this. Go on.
I mean, can you repeat any of the statements I already made?
Some nonsense, bro. Like, we're printing. What you mean economy, bro? Sherman and I just made $1 million in the past couple weeks.
Stocks. That's
what
why
you talking about.
You did not make $1 million.
Bro, you're on here TikTok trying to make a living, bro. You're making 10 cents an hour.
I'm
How about
making
you?
10
What
cents
you know
an
about
hour.
the economy?
I know.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said you made $1 million? What'd you make $1 million in?
Yeah, we've made $1 million off of day trading.
Off day trading. What'd you day trade in?
Yeah, off NASDAQ.
Okay, just the NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Just the NASDAQ, yeah.
So you just day trade the NASDAQ?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, how much percent, what way is the percentage gone for the NASDAQ today?
So actually, it doesn't matter if it goes up or down because we look at whether it's going to go.
Yeah, so I just want to know, you're day trading when the markets are closed?
No, we day trade at from 5 a.m. to like around
When the
9.
when the markets are closed.
Well, we also trade on like Asian markets in London. So
That's
yeah.
not the NASDAQ is
All right,
the
well,
United
we also
States only.
We trade NASDAQ and we trade
Yeah,
but when the
NASDAQ,
NASDAQ's open, we're obviously going to trade it. How are we going to trade it if it's closed? What kind of question is that?
Exactly. You just said you made a bunch of money. You just said you made a bunch of money on a day in which it's closed.
No, we're saying overall, like these past like 2 to 3 months, we've been
grinding.
we've been grinding, just printing.
And Trump has helped us with that. If Kamala was in office, bro, we would be dead broke, bro. We'd be begging on the streets like
Are you saying because he's engaged in market manipulation? And you think I'm begging on the streets? What are you talking about, bro?
He just has aura, bro. His aura is gonna print us money.
You've got to
bro.
be trolling. There's no way you're real.
Nah,
There's
we're
no
not
way.
trolling. His
What do you mean his aura prints you money? What the fuck are you talking
spiritual
about?
pressure.
Yeah.
His
No,
spiritual pressure.
you're
Makes
saying
you wanna be a better
you're
person,
saying
go
that you're
out
saying
there
that
and,
you're
like,
saying that
make
there's been
something
more
in my life.
volatility in the markets, which means people
Yo.
lost money.
But let me ask you this: have you ever seen One Piece?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's
You don't know about One Piece?
All I know.
Can you like respond to what I just said? You're so cringe.
Yeah, it's fun.
Like,
So
dude,
it's
your
fun.
friend is
What
so weird, dude. He's so weird. Like,
You're
what? Like,
weird.
are you
You're on
like?
here, you're on here with TikTok, bro.
I mean,
Dude, why are you like this?
Why like this? Cause I don't know why you don't like.
I just want to let you know. Every
are you
like
like
every
that woke?
if you act
Does your
like this,
girlfriend
I
get
just want
mad
to
at
know.
you for, like-
Push the journal. If you act like this, like in general, there's everyone in your life thinks you're annoying.
Bro,
I just want
we're
to be genuine.
printing. Does it really matter? I could pay for friends at this point.
That's embarrassing.
Nah, it's not because I'm richer. I'm rich. It doesn't matter.
And no,
I have wealth.
it's embarrassing that you see that as something to stroke your ego based upon. That's what's embarrassing. Okay.
Dude, if you were to work your ass off as hard as we've been, yeah, we should be deserving of some kind of ego.
What did you work hard on doing? You day trade, bro.
Yeah,
Working
exactly.
up 5
Amber, think the
a.m.,
$2.
looking at the charts for 6 to
Oh
7
my
hours a
god!
day.
I woke up at 5 a.m. and looked at charts.
You made
No!
$1 million.
No! The
You made $1 million
charts so much.
just from us, bro. It was also because Trump is helping the economy.
Dude, I'm sorry. Like I just want to be genuine here. Like let's be real. Like, what do you think you're providing for everyone else when you made money on day trading?
My boys.
Yeah, we're
All
going
my
to Italy.
guys. all
What
my-
what are
all
you
my
doing
guys.
for society? Like, genuinely, let me know.
We're doing nothing. We're just doing our own thing.
Nothing.
Everyone gotta fight for
Nothing.
themselves,
Whoa.
okay?
So you
We're not
admit
in this together.
you
This ain't
admit
communism.
you admit you do nothing for society.
We
We
do
give
it.
back.
We do it for
Our
ourselves.
friends.
Yeah, we
someone wants me to
Wait,
buy them
wait.
something,
You
fucking
give back.
buy
You give back. Okay, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio.
We pay for.
You pay.
we're
Wait.
consumers.
You give back.
We're
Prove
consumers.
it. Prove it. You give back. Prove it.
Well, not to you.
Oh.
Not to those good
Why
people.
not? Why not? You're printing. You're printing, bro. You got so much. You're printing, bro. You have so much. Why not, man? It's nothing.
So one thing I actually do want to talk about.
He's printing, Chad. He's printing.
We are printing.
One thing I do want to talk about, which I actually don't know a lot of, and it kind of affects us, are the tariffs. You're talking about the tariffs?
Oh, so yeah, I bet you love the tariffs.
Yeah.
Yo, Abigail, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. We're glad you're working and doing this versus these guys who quote unquote day trade. Keep on TikTok. Thank you so much, Abigail. I appreciate it. Max, thank you for the 10 cents for the hourly pay. Maudie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.50. Thank you so much. Absolutely, that's base. Thank you. Serenity, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Pia, thank you for the $11. Thank you so much. Greetings from Germany. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Printing, bro. You're printing.
Printing is printing. Hey,
yeah, printing. We're both printing.
Yeah, we acknowledge.
Dude, they're so cringe. They're so cringe. Hey, I have a question. Do you care about other people? Do you have empathy? Do you have compassion?
Of course you do. You know, but I want to go back.
Here's a real question. How much money would you take in order to sell out your country?
No amount of money.
No amount of money. So
no amount of money. I love the United States.
Okay. So are you selling out your country by making it worse off for everyone?
How are we making it worse off?
Making it worse off?
You first of all, you voted in a candidate that called.
Wait, let me hear this guy.
First of all, you voted for a candidate that called for the termination of the Constitution, who's currently advocating for policies that will cut Medicaid and food stamps. Medicaid by over $800 billion over the next 10 years, and food stamps by $300 billion, right? Along with the fact that his policies disproportionately have negatively impacted the low and middle class. He hasn't had a policy for healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. He doesn't have a policy to lower the prices. He doesn't have a policy for practically anything. He has concepts of a plan.
So what do you believe his plan is? Like, if it's not to do that, it's not. What do you think his
Why do you
truly?
think he wants to be president?
He has concepts of a plan. He doesn't have plans.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, what do you like? Your mind obviously different than mine, right? What do you think is going to happen in these next 4 years?
I don't know. I don't know because Donald Trump's literally fucking winging it. I'm not trolling. He's literally fucking winging it.
No, he's not. This is his second term.
And he's literally, he advocated to annex Greenland and Panama and Canada. He's destroyed relationships with our allies. He's pulled funding from the World Health Organization. He's cut the CDC. He's cut the VA. He's cut federal agencies specifically. He's allowed for segregation within federal agencies, particularly within the hiring process, right? There are plenty of things Donald Trump has done that have fucking harmed our country irreparably.
I will say this. I'll say this. You know, Donald Trump is not a good person. I will level you on that. He's not a good person.
But he's a good president.
But he's a good president, and he knows how to get shit done.
Name fucking 2 economic policies that he's influenced to get passed.
No, we don't care about.
You swiped out of the app to go look it up. I can't hear
Are
you.
my friends safe? Do I have a roof over my head? And am I eating well? And is my family
Okay,
happy?
does he have... Dude, you're a fucking day trader, dude. Jesus Christ, man.
We're rich.
Okay, if you're rich, then you're going to be rich either way, right?
We're in college and we day trade.
Wait. I have a question. If you're rich, will you be able to stay rich and be able to make a shit ton of money regardless of who's president?
That's right. Yes.
No.
No? Oh, then you're not good. You're just bad
depends-
kid.
it
Maybe you should get good kid. Maybe you should just get better at day trading. You should stop blaming the government for your problems. Stop blaming the president for your problems, and fucking pull yourself up by your bootstraps and day trade better, buddy.
All right. I have one last thing to say, and we're gonna go. Yeah. I appreciate.
Just Alpha, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. We have literally no clue. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Just Alpha. I appreciate it. Anthony, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate YouTube Super Chat. Justin with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you for the gold bond. I appreciate it. What is new? Thank you. Wacky, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though. Thank you so much.
All right.
Friends, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said send Parker $5,000 or it's cap. Alexander, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. For bro could easily donate $10K and it would mean nothing for real.
Yo, let's
That's
let's
so real. That's actually so real. He doesn't actually have 10 grand if he doesn't
one
do
last
that.
thing to say.
Angie, thank you for the
tell you
$2. Thank you so much. They're printing money.
Yo,
Wendy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Wendy.
the last thing I'm gonna say about Trump is, if you guys want to get rich, join our fucking Discord because we're getting rich. And if you guys
We're getting rich, but we are rich. We're getting rich. We're getting rich. We're getting rich. We're rich. We're rich. That's why you should follow us. We're rich, but we're getting rich. Oh my god, dude. You can't make that shit up, dude. Literal grifters. Literal grifters. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Dean.
I'm not Dean. How old are you?
I'm 35.
That's totally a fetus. That's totally a fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Wait, I don't know how the fuck I got in here. I live in Canada.
You're good. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. By the way, everyone letting anyone know coming into the live. Fetus means anyone who's underage. That's just letting everyone know. That's the terminology we use for anyone who's underage. On live. Yo, what's up, how old are you? If you didn't know already. I know, just making sure people know. Fetus. Yo, what's up, how old are you? We also it's interchangeable with the word zygote as well. There are W fetuses in the chat, you know? Like sometimes we'll get a W fetus that comes up on the live. They say something based and then I kick them right away because I can't have them on the live because TikTok TOS. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Zygote is so funny.
Again!
Oh, fetus?
Yes!
Yes! I feel like fetus is like they're underage, but they're a bit older. A zygote is like when they're like really young, like when a baby shows up on the live, or it's like a toddler, like a 5-year-old. Like it's like that's a zygote. I feel like that's a zygote. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. All right, everybody. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. By the way, everyone, we got live for another like 3 hours or so. Just around 3 hours. A little bit less than that, I think. I have to leave it exactly at like 5. But tomorrow, everyone, I should be live like normal time during middle of the day.
Hi.
Dean won't be live. An actual zygote. An actual zygote, chat. An actual zygote. Yo, what's about you?
Yo, hello. I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
January 2nd.
Okay. What state do you live in?
California.
What time is it?
209.
It's 2:10. Can you name 3
No, it's
cities?
210 now. It was 209 before.
Can you name 3 cities in
Just changed
California?
now. Sorry?
Can you name 3 cities in California?
No.
No?
Bro, I promise. I live in.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. How did they get the time right? But like they don't know 3 cities. Come on. I've asked that question before. There's no way they don't know. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Hear me out. You should have a name for your followers, Parker's Patriots or something. I think I've called people Goobs. You know Goob from Meet the Robinsons? That's about what my profile picture used to be. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
You were already on the live.
No.
Yeah, you were. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. My name's Patrick, 31.
Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to come up to mention my comment about.
I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. You're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person here. Oh, Roy. Oh, Roy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Where are all the Trump supporters? I think they're scared, Chad. I think they're scared to debate me.
Oh,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Because Kamala Harris is a stupid nigger.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Oh. Send a guest request back and I'll accept you back up because I didn't mean to kick you there. Baby Dragon, thank you so much. Baby Dragon, thank you so much. Xena, thank you so much for pushing the Baby Dragon. Thank you. Thank you so much. Brain is not functioning properly right now. I blame the lack of elevation, actually. Oh, and thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, man. I'm 31, man.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Of course, man.
Why so?
Well, he's one of the best men in the country, as far as I'm concerned.
Why so?
He's the best man in the country. What would make you change my mind?
Are you British?
Turkish, man.
Oh,
But
okay.
I live over here in the United States.
So you live in the U.S., you said?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Okay, for sure. Okay. So
I've not been here too long, but I know the slang and I know how to go, man. But my personal opinion is Donald Trump is one of the best men in the country. But if you could change my mind, I'd like to hear your opinion.
Okay. Wait, what state do you live in? Sorry.
I'm just in California right now.
Okay. Can you name 3 cities in California?
Houston. Yeah. Yeah.
Where's Houston located? Is it Northern California or Southern California? Let me know.
Houston in Texas? No.
Not the Lana in the background. Sorry, I might actually have to like cut him off anyway, even because like that's low key gonna hit the YouTube. Yeah, what's up, how old are
I'll
you?
come up here and debate you. How old am I? I'm 37 years old enough to be on your show, Parker.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. I do like Donald Trump. Absolutely. But do I disagree with some of his policies? Absolutely.
Okay, so to clarify, like if you could go back in time and vote for Donald Trump, would you do it?
Would I do it?
Yeah.
If I can go back in time because he's coming out fucking shit up? Absolutely. Probably. Maybe.
So you want the country to be worse off?
And how do you think it would be better with another person?
Hold up, I just want to clarify. You want it to be worse off? Is that your view?
Do I want it to be worse off? No, I don't, Parker.
Okay, so you want it to be better off. Okay. How would it be better off with Kamala Harris? Well, she was advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare, along with the fact that she was advocating to get rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit. Those are just a few examples, let alone the fact that I could mention plenty others.
Okay, so you think that she would be better because she did all that?
Yeah.
I mean, to be realistic, none of these people do nothing for us for real. That's what I believe.
I just gave you examples of things that she was advocating for. I can tell you things that she's done already. She influenced to get past the largest investment in renewable energy of any country ever through the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Along with the fact that through the bipartisan infrastructure bill, Bill, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. They're the largest investment in infrastructure since Eisenhower.
Okay, that's pretty good. And you're right, Trump. If you could change my mind, probably today you could change my mind about Trump. But back in the day, he was a good president to me. So,
and in what ways?
In what ways? He cut taxes, right? He did do that, right? That helped me. And also this year, he also made it where companies have to pay overtime, right? And they can't take it from our checks, right? So that helps me, right?
So he cut taxes. So what taxes did he cut that benefit you? Or Abby, again, thank you for the subscription.
Well, the taxes that he cut for me was stopping, like, basically when the companies come in and they tax you for your shit, right? The companies have to pay for that now, not the employer, right?
What? He left. Oh, it was brutal. Oh my gosh. Brittany, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, Brittany, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. They said they live in Tennessee, Northeast Tennessee, and Nazis showed up at a pride event, marching the streets, yelling white power. That's so fucking crazy. That's disgusting. That's so insane. Maudie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wendy, thank you for the $5. Pinsy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Lennon with the Leon the Kitten. Thank you so much, Lennon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Lennon in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Lennon. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Lennon. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. There's Tracy. Angie, again, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Take Rilla now.
Zyga? Tracy, are you there?
I'm gonna take Rilla. This.
Tracy, hello?
No, it's trick Rilla.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello? I do.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think because a lot of his beliefs are aligned with mine.
Like which ones?
Like, I believe in being patriotic to my country. Protecting my borders from criminals. Because I believe in our sovereignty as a country.
Okay.
I believe in family, whereas a good portion of today's society does not.
Okay.
They believe in individualism. They believe in tribalism, as in this group and that group, and separatists, which we're all Americans. So the tribalism and the separatism, the individualism, okay, that's good because we are individuals. We do come from different backgrounds, but that's what America is all about. We're a melting pot. We come here together to align with the same beliefs because we have been ostracized by other countries. Um,
Wait, you know
I
what,
just don't
Tracy?
understand why there is such a division in today's world. What do you want? What? I'm having a conversation now. Can you please see your way out?
Oh,
Excuse you. Yeah, some
well,
kid
hold
named.
up. You have plenty of time to be able to
I'm
address
sorry.
them.
I had someone come in on my conversation.
Oh no, no,
In the middle of this.
you don't have to refer to them that way. Like I think that you could have responded to them. I can respond and talk to the chat. No need to respond that way to them at all.
Get out.
Okay, I'm kicking them for that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Don't ever talk to your kid that way. Is that their kid? That's actually fucking horrible. What the fuck, dude? Like let's say that like someone was annoying you. Like couldn't you just be nicer about it? That's actually insane, bro. Family's important and then does that. I actually can't hold up. I actually before we do, hold up. How old are you? A lot of what they said, I was going to say I actually don't disagree with that because I think we should be patriotic. I think we should be protecting our borders from criminals and our position of presidency from criminals. I believe in family. And then the idea that Republicans are so individualistic and tribalistic is incredibly problematic because we're a melting pot, right? Like our country's a melting pot of countries and cultures around the entire world. So those points, like, we're totally okay. Like all of those points are compatible, right, with being, right, like a good American. And like those are all good values, but like those values are not upheld by treating your child that way at all. It's so much more meaningful in terms of, it's if they say they were doing something wrong, it's so much more meaningful to get them to do the right thing, but to not respond that way. In a loving relationship, you don't do that. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
October 27th.
Okay, so
Jesus fuck.
what's wrong, man?
I don't know. Let's continue.
Okay. All right. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I think he just kind of has a swag to him. Like I feel like Hillary Clinton and like that other bitch, like they kind of just
Don't refer to women that way. Are you
sorry,
trolling?
I'm sorry. You're right.
You fucking weirdo. One, don't refer to women using that word. That's fucking disgusting. Two, as it relates to this, swag as a reason to support someone is crazy. Can you even tell me what that means?
Yeah, no, you're totally right. That was out of line. I should be a lot more respectful to women. But anyway, yeah, like no, like he just has an aura to him. Like, how are you gonna trust someone that just like feels fake and I just don't understand how you can. Plus, like Kamala's black, like not in like a racist way, but like she's a nigger.
So disgusting. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, man. 47.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm from Scotland, mate. I like him.
Go get your own fascist. Thank you so much for the summer solstice. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Megan. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Eddie, how old are you? Are you there? Hello? I was about to go ham on them for having a Star Wars profile picture while supporting Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Like, do you know the purpose of the story? Do you even know what that means? Okay. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Bro. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I appreciate that mustache. You know what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
You said you're 21. What's your birth year?
2003.
Is it just me? I'm sorry. I just like I think you're a fetus. Maple syrup. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hand art. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 77.
Do you support Trump?
No, I do not.
Based. Megan, thank you for the coconut tree. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do, sir.
If Batman were real, he would have killed Donald Trump.
Not in my view. Not in my view. Listen to me. Would you support immigrants coming over here over our borders? Would you support that?
Hold up. I want to clarify for the people on YouTube. His profile picture is Batman, and his name is Bruce Wayne. Batman doesn't kill. Batman doesn't kill. You gotta read the comics. There's so much backstory. There's different stories of Batman. So there are stories of Batman where Batman does, and there's stories of Batman where he doesn't kill, and that's why the Joker specifically is so unhinged. So don't worry.
I want to have a civil conversation with you, Parker.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I'm just like not me going into the lore of all these different shows, please.
I'm just going to be straightforward with you, boy. So I did support Trump. Can I just talk to you? Can I just have just 5 minutes of your time? I did.
I'm so sorry. I appreciate you coming up. I really do appreciate you. But I am just looking for some debates with people who do currently support Donald Trump. Here soon, I might do something relating to people who have prior supported Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, my left nut is busted. Parker.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. For the 2,500 people on YouTube, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. If you're on TikTok, for the 5,700 people, make sure to like the stream. Tap that screen to get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, though, make sure to like the stream and try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think today might be the day where we can try to hit 3,000 by the end of the day. Jeez, I think the $2. I think we could do it. I think we could hit 3,000 on YouTube.
Hey, Parker. How's it going, sir?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
And why so?
Honestly, I just like, specifically, I'm a veteran, and you and I have talked about this before, and you do a very good job in debating, but...
Hey, I
with everything that's
appreciate you
going
so
on,
much.
though,
I am just looking for people who have not talked to before. I do appreciate you coming up. I do appreciate you a lot, but I am just looking for people who have not come up before. Thank you so much, though. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty. We have 1,100 likes on the YouTube live already. I think we could try to get to 3,000 today. We could do it. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Madrid's the best team of all time. Barcelona.
I didn't hear who they said is the best team of all time, but that was a zygote right there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Nice. Appreciate the summer solstice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the coconut tree. Thank you.
Hey,
Dean, I'm back! I'm back, Dean!
That's quite a few
You
people.
can't get rid of me!
I am.
Sorry, I was just clarifying which one it was. Go ahead. Nexus, do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. What's your birth year? Or you seem old
I'm
enough.
born
I
in
don't even.
85.
I don't even need to ask you. Sorry. Why do you support Trump?
I appreciate that. I support him for a few reasons. Mainly, I like that he has a lot of common sense values that seem to be something that this country's been really weak on in past decades. I like that he's straightforward.
You said common sense
like
values,
these-
right?
Yeah, common
Okay.
sense. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Things that should be common. I also really like that, as adamant as he is about increasing the effectiveness of our government and the reputation of our leadership and our government on the global scale, I like that he's also interested in reducing the government's footprint in our daily lives. I like that he's focusing on our spending, which is the first time I've had a president do that in my lifetime since Clinton. I really like that he promotes our military. He promotes religious freedom. He promotes loyalty within our borders. A lot of people don't talk about it. He does have a lot of sympathy for the folks that are entering our country illegally. There is due process for them to come here, and I like that he's put his foot down and is supporting that. I think a lot of people in his position before that were afraid to do that.
Can
because of
I
the
respond to this? I think
Of course, yeah.
almost every single point that you made, I disagree with. So I
Oh,
do,
that's good.
I do think that we have to go through a lot of here. Let me address all of them, then we can go over our points of disagreement. So
Sure.
you brought up common sense values. That seems to me the most vague one. We can get you to define that, but we can bring that back,
Okay.
and I'll ask that after I address the other ones. So you said he wants to reduce spending. Did you know that he signed off on more debt-related spending? 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion
That's-
non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3
That's fair,
trillion
but that's not
overall,
what I said.
2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So the idea that he would specifically be reducing
I didn't say he
spending,
was reducing. I didn't say reducing spending. I never said that.
you never said reducing
I
spending?
said that he's focusing on our spending.
Focusing on our spending.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
Huh, thank you. I got a question for it. Focusing on our spending is paying attention to what we're spending our money on and making sure that it's in the best interest of the American people. Cutting wasteful spending. I know a lot of people don't like Doge. It's got a lot of backlash.
So to
for a
clarify,
lot of
the
reasons.
extra debt-related spending Donald Trump signed into law, that's not inefficient spending?
Can you list the inefficient spending that you're referring to and what source you got it from?
The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. would
And you
be-
don't think monitoring the federal budget with a dedicated committee is responsible?
Repeat that?
You don't think funding a committee to look into our national and federal spending is something that we need to do in this country with a almost $4 trillion debt ceiling? You don't think that's something that we need?
Actually, I do think that's what we need to do. And that's why I just cited them as a source for the information that I was referencing in terms of debt-related spending. You know who actually did call for defunding it? Donald Trump. I'm not
You just told
trolling.
me, but you just gave me that as an example of him increasing spending.
No,
in this
no,
country.
I gave you that as the citation for the source.
Okay, so what is the wasteful spending then? Since you didn't answer that question, what wasteful
I
spending?
told
are
you
referring
that I told you the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget identified it, right, which specifically shows that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would be an example of debt-related spending that is incredibly wasteful. So
How
massive
is the
tax
cut from- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires disproportionately, right, which only added $8 to $16 billion to the GDP according to a Harvard liberal and conservative economist. You can look up the
Did you not hear
macroeconomic
this?
effect of the 2017 tax reform bill.
He's actually passed legislation in the last couple of days that is actually removing tax benefits from people like millionaires who are owning sports teams and things of that nature that don't produce any products for the American people. And I know I can tell that you're not a service worker, but as a service worker myself, he's also taking those taxes off of the bottom line for the people who are struggling the most in this country, which is service workers. Removing taxes from tips. Democrats
Wait, they didn't remove taxes for tips. The bill that you're referencing is $25,000 deduction for cash tips. You already weren't fucking telling the government you're making those in terms of cash tips.
No, that's not what he said at all, and that's not what the bill. It's not just for cash tips. Any tip is a cash tip, and I'm guessing that you did not know that prior to this conversation. I'm letting you know every tip.
Every tip is not a cash tip. That's not true.
Every tip is a cash tip with his legislation. That is 100% true. A tip is a tip. I work for Uber, for instance.
Wait, where did you see that in the bill? Where do you see in the bill that every cash tip is a tip?
Where did you see in the bill that it discriminates between different types of tips?
It says cash tip.
What other kind of tip is there?
People can use their card.
And that's not cash?
Wait,
you know why
no?
it's called a cash tip? Because tips started back when cash was left.
They mean physical cash. Like, for example,
cash tips,
wait. Are you saying, to clarify, do I get a deduction?
If you earn tips, you do.
I do.
Then you get a deduction.
No, I don't.
We're in the legislation.
My accountant did not inform me of that information.
And that means it's not true? Your accountant knows everything?
My accountant is absolutely knowing of this information.
Well, I have an accountant for my personal enterprise as well, and I am going to be experiencing reduced income tax this year because of it. So,
well, what type of work do you engage in?
I do Uber delivery driving and ride sharing on the side.
And that's under the bill not considered that. That's not traditionally or conventionally understood for tips.
It is, and Uber has actually already notified us that that's going to be something that we can anticipate coming in the next year.
I would love to see that, because if that is true, then it's also applicable to me. Push the corgi.
I wish there was a way I could direct you. I don't know any websites off the top of my head, but if I could send you a link, I'd sure like to send you something within our Uber documentation. That'd be cool.
The way they wrote it specifically within the context of the bill was to not specifically apply to a bunch of the different things like today, like Uber.
No, it's specifically, and when he headlined with it, he made it very clear last year that his goal with that was to affect service industry workers, waiters, specifically taxi drivers, anybody who's receiving tips, bartenders, waiters, those types of things. That's what it's aimed for. That's exactly what the legislation is made for. It's never been pitched as anything else. It's always been for low-income workers. It's never been for people who are high up.
It's still a $25,000 tax cut in terms of deductions, just reducible for your taxable income. So you don't actually save $25,000, but you save
tax on $25,000.
You save a portion of that, right?
You save minimum 10% of that $25,000 because that's the minimum threshold for the tax tier in most states. So you're saving 10%. So you're saving $2,500 a year from that. I'm going to tell you, for somebody who's making $25,000,
that's on cash tips. That's on cash tips, and those aren't even reported oftentimes.
And as they are 100% reported, unless you're not doing due diligence as an American. And I'm going to tell you, anybody who has not been reporting their cash tips prior or after this has been breaking the law. So that's not a matter of the law not covering it. That's a matter of people not following the existing law. You've always had to include your cash.
And I'm telling you, people already don't follow that law because they don't need to. And it is the case that they're literally gonna not get a tax decrease. They already were not paying that tax.
I agree with you on that 100%. But what I'm saying is, for the people that do document it, and for the people that are electronically being tipped, like on the Uber platform and things of that nature, now we are going to be receiving the benefit legally that we have not.
Would you sell away would you sell out your country for $2,500?
What does that have to do with not being taxed on my tips? I'm still paying taxes. I'm just not paying taxes on my tips.
Yeah, so you saving that extra money is worth selling out the country?
How is that selling out the country? Do you think our national debt is amassed by people who are getting tipped and not reporting them? You think that's where our national debt comes from?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're selling out. I never said that's what you're selling out the country for. I said you're selling out the country.
And how am I selling out the country? You haven't explained that. Explain how I'm selling out the country by not being taxed on my tips. I'll wait.
It has nothing to do with you not being taxed on your tips. It's everything to do with you supporting Donald Trump. That's what I was trying
Oh,
to
so you're
explain
just
to you.
so
So I'm
so,
saying
so
because
you're
am I able
segueing
to
into
finish
something
my
we haven't even
statement, or
talked
are
about.
you going to keep crashing out?
You're not even talking about my statement, but go ahead.
I said
I'm
finish
listening.
my statement.
You didn't even address my statement when I asked you why it's bad. You said, as a response to me saying that I'm glad I'm not going to be cashed on my tips, you said it's only 25,000. You're not going to be getting 25,000 back. We all know that. We're going to get the tax on that 25,000. And then in response to me saying I'm glad that we're not getting taxed because the only people prior to this that haven't been taxed on their tips are people who have been breaking the law. Now law-abiding citizens can get tax cuts on their tips, which is wonderful. And your response to that was, I'm selling out my country by being thankful for that. And so I will patiently wait for you to explain your position on that because you have not.
No, you're selling out your country specifically for $2,500 because you're saying because you get that specific amount of money, you're willing to sell out the country within all other respects,
So
particularly within the
define
fact that,
selling out.
am I able to finish talking or no?
I've asked you to define selling out the country. You're just repeating the question I asked you.
I'm
So define selling.
I'm simply trying to define that. If you would shut the fuck up, respectfully.
Yeah, if this was my chat, I would have kicked you out, but you'll kick me out. But I'll listen. Whatever. I can
Do you
take
want
the
me to mute
disrespect.
you? Like, do you want me to give you a binky?
I don't need a binky. You haven't answered my question, and
Then
you're
be
going.
quiet. Then be quiet, or I'll give you a binky.
You can kick me, or you can answer the question, or I'll leave. One of the two.
You can run away after I give you a binky because you can't be
I'm
quiet.
not running. I've
You
asked
want
you a
you
question.
no,
you haven't answered.
you're still not. I'm still trying to be able to
You're
explain
not my
that, but you're
dad,
cutting
bro.
me off. Push the cork.
I'm not
coconut.
getting anything out of this chat, but
Oh, he needed the binky. Okay, you need the binky. Okay, so the reason why you're selling out the country is because you're supporting a candidate that called for the termination of the Constitution, right, of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution, who specifically, right, is going to cut Medicaid by $880 billion over the next 10 years, food stamps by $300 billion over the next 10 years, along with the fact that he undermines our rule of law, right, particularly within the fact that he undermines people's due process and violated an order directly from the Supreme Court, along with the fact that he advocates to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which violates the First Amendment, along with the fact that he also specifically has been convicted of 34 felonies, right? And he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He doesn't acknowledge those to be legitimate, doesn't acknowledge the 60 plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the 2020 election as evidence to indicate that he lost the 2020 election. So he undermines our democratic processes, right? Basically everything foundational that you see to be like what it means to be an American, right? Our rule of law, our democratic processes, our constitution, immigration, right? Us being a melting pot of the world around us.
you bring up very good points. I'm not saying that any of those points are bad points. I'm not saying that any of those things are not bad. If I may bring up some conversation about those points, I'd like to. They are very important topics. I'm going to start with the cutting of Medicare funding and Medicaid. I think that's been grossly misinterpreted by the media. I think it's been grossly misinterpreted by a lot of people. I think people that don't like Donald Trump, that's a low-hanging fruit. Because what you're interpreting as him cutting spending is us no longer spending Medicare and Medicaid money on people who should not even be in this country. We have been paying Medicare out to people who have been dead for over 10 years. We have been paying Medicare to undocumented citizens in this country.
You're lying. You're lying. We have not been paying Medicaid to people who are dead, right? That's ridiculous. You're saying like 140-year-olds are getting Medicaid. No, that is not the cutting that you're seeing. No, they were reducing. They were reducing qualifications. You're making this up.
How many
Can you
years
provide me a single fucking source that indicates that the cuts specifically to Medicaid, particularly within the big beautiful bill, right, are specifically just in instances in which it is the case that they're fucking dead? Tell me, give me a single fucking source that indicates that.
Give me specific examples of cutting of federal spending to Medicaid that you can reference, because I haven't
The
seen
big beautiful bill. Look at AP News. AP News. Federal cuts to Medicaid.
AP News. That's
AP News. AP News. Big beautiful bill, right?
You're referencing
cuts to
the
Medicaid.
Associated Press for facts about our government.
Yes.
How about a government source?
What? You want me to provide a government source for cuts to Medicaid?
You've never been to a government website? You don't know how to navigate?
I have. Which government source are you referencing?
Because you're talking about third-party information. AP is not official information. That's the Associated Press.
Okay, so then what source will you accept?
I will accept anything from a government website because that's who I trust.
You
as my
only
government.
accept government websites.
I don't accept fact from Associated Press because that is That is information that is subject to bias, and that is not what the press is for. The press is for bringing up and vocalizing concerns of the American people. It is not for
would you accept it from
doctrines of
PBS?
the
Would you
federal
accept it from PBS? Jesse, you think this is
Absolutely
Christian?
not.
That's a governmental source.
No, it's not. It's a government.
Yes, it
funded
fucking
private
is.
source. It's government. Sesame Street wasn't owned by the government. It was funded by the government.
Funded by the
That is not
government.
a
That's
government
literally
source.
that's the government source.
That we could argue and say that there are government officials who have invested in the press, and then the press is somehow government source because their funding partially comes from government employees. That's not how government source works. Government source means it's got checks and balances within our government. The AP News websites don't have any checks and balances within our government.
Can I
They
ask
can
you a
say
question?
anything they want, and there's no repercussions.
Do you accept our government saying that Trump lost the 2020 election?
I haven't heard the government. You mean the election with Biden?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have those facts. I don't believe that that's true. But I do believe he lost.
No fucking way, dude! Dude, this guy, dude, this guy.
If you're asking me if I think
You
the
cannot
election was
make this
fixed,
shit up, chat.
My answer is no. I do not think the election was fixed. I think there was a lot of hocus pocus going on. I think both sides were doing.
So
very
do you
dishonest
accept?
things.
No. So you don't accept what comes from the government because the government didn't indicate that. The government said that there was no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, that it was the safest election in recorded history.
Well,
So
no,
the idea
Trump
that you
was
just
saying
said that is antithetical
No,
to the
I'm
idea that you
referencing-
only accept the
I'm
information
reference-
from the fucking government. You just lied.
I'm referencing Trump saying that the election was botched. that it
Meaning
was
you don't
fake
fucking
vote.
accept information only from the government.
He wasn't the government yet. He wasn't elected.
Exactly.
So I don't believe him. No. And when the government said that the election was what it was, I accepted that.
So okay, so you do accept it as the case that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. Why didn't you say that from the original beginning?
I was thinking too far ahead. I misanswered the question. I was thinking of too many steps ahead. I was
okay.
thinking about the claims of corruption on each side.
All right.
I thought that's where we were going with that.
Okay.
I think that was just a bunch of political hocus pocus between both parties. And if I may say, even though I do support Trump being our president, he's not my favorite pick. He's not my favorite guy. There are people that I would have much rather had than Donald Trump when his first term was running. We had a great independent running, John Kasich. I really, really liked John Kasich. He was pro-education, but most of the reason that I am pro-Trump, if I'm being honest with you, is because of the incompetence of the Biden administration. Joseph Biden was a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party, and that scared me more than anything in my life in this country so far. He was incompetent. He was a good man. Now we know, in hindsight, that he was probably suffering from cancer for untold months while he was
I
running.
have a question.
Of course.
Who was the candidate in 2024?
Who was what candidate in 2024?
Who was the presidential candidate in 2024 for the Democratic Party?
Kamala Harris.
Okay, why are you bringing up Biden then as a reason why you didn't vote for Kamala Harris?
Because Kamala Harris was vice president under Joseph Biden, and that incompetence that we experienced under Joseph Biden.
What incompetence?
The incompetence of not knowing how to speak on foreign relations events, of not knowing how to keep
really
his
like
facts
how Joe Biden specifically said that he wanted to annex Canada, Panama, and Greenland.
And I guess it's more of a general feeling. So Trump, I'm not saying Biden didn't do anything good, and I think any smart person, when it comes to politics, will acknowledge that there is good and bad to both sides. I simply felt that there was more good on the Trump side, and that the things that were bad.
Is it when Joe Biden cut our funding for the World Health Organization, or
absolutely.
for the CDC?
I could not wait for WHO to go down. Who was the most worthless organization this world has ever seen? How many?
That was done by Trump, by the way.
Died? How many thousands of people? Trump is the one who got us out of that too.
That's what I said.
And I'm glad he got us
because
out
it's
of
insane. That's insane.
It was insane. I mean,
No,
I can't believe
it's insane
Dr.
that you
Fauci
say
was-
that.
Here's what's insane, if I may, and that may be insane. That's justifiable.
Is the same crowd that's saying "Make America Healthier Again" advocates for decreasing funding for the CDC and for the World Health Organization? Like,
You mean the World Health Organization and the CDC that shoved out vaccines that hadn't been properly tested? They told us it was going to take 2 to 4 years to have those properly tested. We didn't even have.
Wrong. They were properly tested, and you can actually see the bibliography in my bio where there is like 35 plus pages worth of just straight peer-reviewed studies that indicate the effectiveness of the COVID vaccine in particular, just the COVID vaccines. So if you'd like to actually take a look at research, facts, and evidence, I would recommend that you take a look at that. If you don't care about research, facts, and evidence, and you just want to come up here and spew bullshit and misinformation about vaccines because you want to show support for Donald Trump, well, we're just going to laugh at you. Em, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Em. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Pierce, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Pierce. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Hit Rapper, thank you so much. I appreciate the 45 DKK. Thank you. Go ahead.
So I've noticed a trend where I am polite and respectful, and I am opening my mind to your questions, and then you get to some type of an insult spree where you don't like something I say, you go on a tangent, and then you mute me and fail to acknowledge me at all. And that is exactly what's wrong with our country right now. What's wrong with our country is we can't have honest, open conversations with people who are most interested in what's...
The guy you support for president has a nickname for every single person that he ran up against to degrade them. Are you fucking trolling? The guy said that John McCain's not a war hero because he was fucking captured. And you're going to sit up here and you're going to be like, Parker Get a Job was a little bit too rude to me. He muted me on live stream. Oh my God. Parker Get a Job. This is why this country isn't working properly, because Parker Get a Job, a 23-year-old on live stream, did this to me.
It is why there is so much division in this country. Absolutely.
No, it's not.
So how do we solve the division if that's not the problem?
The division of this country is an issue of people like Donald Trump that constantly plague this country with fucking bigotry
It's the other side,
of
not our side.
misinformation. When you spread misinformation, when you spread vaccine misinformation, you are needlessly causing division.
Man, you're a joke.
You are needlessly causing division when you spread vaccine misinformation, because you could just accept the fucking facts of reality, the evidence substantiated by scientific professionals that are engaging in this type of research internationally that have verified this information. But you don't care to look at that information. You don't care to do the research. You don't care to look at the facts, and you care more about dividing this country than actually supporting facts of reality, let alone the fact that you support a guy that called for the fucking termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, which goes after the very fucking basis of the fucking fundamental rights that you were talking about in terms of being able to argue against each other in the very first place. So stop sitting up here and fucking parading like you're the guy that supports open and honest dialogue, when the guy that you support has undermined open and honest dialogue countlessly, time in and time out, by violating people's due process rights and undermining their freedom of speech in this country, who are legal citizens even, right? Along with the fact that he's called for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which has been determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment. Again, sit up here, run around for the facts of reality that he's undermining people's freedom, right, and constitutionally protected rights, right? But you can sit up here and laugh at me all you want when you fucking know that you're wrong.
I just don't get how you get to call me wrong and mute me whenever you want. It's fairly hilarious. I'm actually really glad that you're having this conversation.
Because I am the one that's hosting the live stream. Sorry to break it to you. Welcome to my live stream. Welcome to my fucking show that I created. You didn't create shit. You didn't build shit. I built this. Of course I can mute you. Now you can unmute yourself. I'll give you that ability. Go for it. But yeah, absolutely.
Well, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
But you know, the beautiful thing about this country, and I accepted those terms when I came into this chat. I wouldn't have wasted my life and my breath coming into your chat expecting that you couldn't mute me or kick me out whenever you wanted. I didn't even expect the last 15 seconds in this chat. And I appreciate you not kicking me out yet, although I'm sure it's coming. But the beautiful thing about this country, and this is what people cannot agree on in this country, because they're so smoke-screened by Donald Trump did this. Donald Trump did this before he was president. He has this opinion of this activity, of this part of our government. He has this opinion of this country and this war that's going on. And we nitpick everybody, right? We find the things that we don't like. That becomes our valiant fighting force. And then the common good, things like freedom of speech, things like what's best for everybody, things like all for one for all, like the Three Musketeers kind of stuff, man. Like, America is about supporting one another. And the problem that we're having that I referenced earlier that you picked apart and you laughed at me about was, and you went on a minute and a half rant about something you didn't even have a question for me about to understand it better. The division in this country is caused by people losing focus of the things that are truly, genuinely affecting us the most. And whether anybody likes it or not, whether anybody embraces it or not, what affects us the most is not increasing our federal oversight committee capacity to look into injustices and intolerant behaviors that are going on within our government. What doesn't benefit us the most as a country is allowing tons of people into our country that we don't have documented, we don't have background checks on. Everybody who's born in this country is documented if they were born in a hospital. We know something about them. We have a record of them. If they break the law, we can hold them accountable because we know where they live. We know they were born. We know vaguely what they look like. Most people are registered with IDs if they're over the age of 18. When you have people come into our country that have a lifetime of experiences and a lifetime of cultural differences and a lifetime of being able to develop angst against our country, it is.
You see how he still hasn't addressed a single one of my points? I addressed points specifically about freedoms enlisted in the Constitution, how Donald Trump's undermining them. I've yet to hear a single thing about him saying that. Instead of him addressing any of my points, he said that he has an issue just with people being undocumented. Well, you can fix that problem without deporting people. You can fix that problem by providing them a pathway to citizenship and documentation.
Yes, we have that pathway. And by the way, you didn't need to meet me.
Not a quick one. Not a quick one.
So define quick.
One that doesn't take 5 to 7 years on average. That instead takes multiple months at max.
Will you please name another country that takes less time than that? I'll wait. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter if there's another country or not that has less time than that.
Why do you think every country does that?
By the way, the United States in the early 1900s, right, we took 3 to 7 fucking hours in Ellis Island. So the fact that I can mention a point in our history where we did it even quicker, right, is evidence of that fact, let alone the fact that we have more technology today.
Ellis Island? Do you know why we did it like that in Ellis Island? Do you know the time period and why that was done that way back then? And the funny thing is, you're picking me apart. I'll talk about our freedoms. We have a lot of incredible freedoms that Trump has not only reinforced, but he has actually reestablished that we have lost for many years. But if you want to talk about Ellis Island and you want to talk about Trump being the cause of immigration taking so long, getting green cards taking so long, you're blaming Trump for that while you're at the same time acknowledging that every other country in the world is no different.
I'm not. I'm just saying that I can't mention a specific country that has the specific immigration law that I'm asking for.
Well, that's because have you considered that maybe the immigration law you're asking for, has good valor?
No, it just means that I haven't studied the immigration law of other countries.
Well, I have, thankfully, because I've been very interested in living in other countries. But I can tell you,
I said that I haven't, right? Specifically,
that's
right? And that doesn't change whether or not it's particularly effective, right? When it comes to America.
So how can we have a conversation about something that I might have information about, and you're admitting that you might not have as much information about?
I didn't make a claim about other countries' borders. You made it.
How can I talk about that if you're dismissing my knowledge as something you don't have, so we can't talk about it because we have different varying amounts of knowledge?
No, I'm just saying that you're not applying any evidence to indicate anything that what I was saying was wrong. And you're just kind of shifting the topic to something that I wasn't even talking about.
But I brought that up because that's something that has been concerning to me. It's something that Trump has done differently. It's an example of Trump reinforcing our freedoms. By the way, not
reinforcing freedoms to deport people who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Name one person that Trump has deported that wasn't a violent criminal.
I have to name someone.
You can't think of one?
I don't have like a. Wait, by the way, me being able to name a person's name is not evidence that it hasn't happened. Would you like me to provide sources that he hasn't provided? Wait. By the way, we can show you evidence and documentation that indicates that a percentage of people, specifically, right, have not committed violent crimes. I don't have to name someone specifically to be able to justify that claim.
That's a strawman argument because I can say the same thing back to you. If you can't name somebody, that doesn't mean that he did.
Wait. No, I can show you that. I can give you evidence. I just told you I can show you specifically from the even arrest records. Do you want to look at that? We can tell based upon that. You haven't identified violent crimes or bad crimes, right? Therefore, I wouldn't see any good reason to deport people. You can't, by the way, do you think children this is applicable to?
Children as in criminals?
Do you think children have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, like all children that have been deported?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, well that would be an example. So I don't have to provide a name of someone, right, in order to
So
be able
what
to tell you specifically that it is
are
the
we
case.
talking about U.S. citizen children, or are we talking about non-citizen children?
Non-citizen children that have been deported.
And that doesn't make sense to you?
I don't think they should be deported.
You don't think people who are in this country who are not citizens of our country should eventually have to go back to their country?
If they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, I believe they should be given a pathway to citizenship in this country.
You don't think there's a pathway to citizenship for them? Oh wait, I forgot. It just doesn't. It's not within the purview.
It doesn't go. It doesn't go quick enough. I think it should go faster.
Well, how long do you think it should take?
It should take 6 months max.
6 months.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's still a lot of time for vetting, maybe.
Yeah, like I'm not saying no vetting process. I agree with vetting. I'm just saying that the vetting process we have right now isn't actually taking that long because the vetting process takes that long. It's taking that long because of these structural things that have been put into place by people who are in office to limit purposefully and artificially the flow of immigration.
Absolutely, as every country does to protect its sovereignty.
Again, I don't think it protects our sovereignty to deport people
That's
who
because
haven't
you've
committed.
never lived in a period where you've had your sovereignty questioned.
It's
as simple as that.
That doesn't change whether or not. Can you please explain to me how it would take away from our sovereignty to allow people into the country who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
Absolutely. I will happily answer that. It protects our sovereignty because if we did not have limits on the number and the traffic and the frequency of people who could migrate to this country and become U.S. citizens.
I never even said that.
You didn't say what?
I never even said that we have no limit. I just said that the level of limitation that we have right now makes no sense.
No,
if there was a limitation that was specifically related to economic reasons, that would make sense. If we couldn't economically manage, right, having more people come to the country, that would make sense. That's nowhere near where we're at. Economically, it benefits us for people to immigrate to the country.
So I never implied that you said there were no limits. I said I was speaking about the limits that you're referring to. So putting words in my mouth now. So the limits that you're referring to, they exist. And it protects our sovereignty because if we did not have such limits, 6 months, if it currently takes 5 to 7 years, that means in 6 months, we can let in just as many people as we do in 5 to 7 years, if we're using a little bit of logic here. If we did that, that is roughly 14 times more people coming into our country than we've already had, and look at the number of criminals that we've had in our country. Now, I know this isn't a conversation about criminals. It's just migrants, right?
Well,
so
undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens, violent crime, drug crime, property crime, and multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. Secondly, it is the case that legal immigrants also commit lower rates of crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. The idea that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to the country is a right-wing talking point that is straight propagandized. It's not true. It's completely fucking wrong.
And that is like, what part of that is wrong?
There's a bibliography in my bio of immigration and crime, specifically that goes over the fact that undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. The idea that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to the country is ridiculous. If anything, as a percentage of the population, undocumented immigrants would be reducing crime because they have a lower crime rate comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens.
I can agree with you on two things on that. Number one, I can agree with you that the people who come here the right way, the legal way, that wait their 5 to 7 years to come here. I live in New Mexico. You will not find another state in this country except maybe Arizona that has as many immigrants as New Mexico. We are also a gateway city here in Albuquerque and Santa Fe. So you're talking to somebody who's spent 40 years living in this place. And many of my friends' acquaintances, many of my family's friends came here from Mexico specifically. And these people have literally hand-built their own homes. They're incredible people. I would go as far, just like you, and this is my second point, to say that those people stand out as above the average American. The average American isn't hand-building their own house. The average American isn't starting with nothing, with barely the clothes on their back, and coming to a point where they own property, can raise a family, and have their own beautiful home. Most Americans aren't doing that. That's commendable. Those are incredible people. Those are the people that we want in our country, because those people are the ones we don't have to worry about. I agree with you on that. However, if we're talking about percentage of crimes per person from Mexico in this country, if we are talking about the
Immigration isn't only from Mexico. What?
I know that, but I'm talking about Mexico because that's the border we're talking about. We're talking about the Mexican border. There's no other border that's in contest right now. So, obviously Florida's got its fair share of immigration problems coming into it from Cuba, from all sorts of different places. But Mexico, by far, is so big compared to them that they're almost insignificant compared to the Mexican border crisis. So, so speaking about Mexico, because that is the one that I know most about, since I live in New Mexico and I know people who have made that journey. Every person who has come here to this country, whether they are from Mexico or any other country, and I'm going to tell you, nobody's talking about immigrants from other countries right now the way you are. I just want to kind of put that out there. Everybody seems to be very focused on we should let Mexican nationals come into our country and have a quicker path to citizenship. Now, I'm all for a quicker path to citizenship if it can be done correctly, and if we can vet these people properly, and we can ensure that they're not going to cause problems in our society. I agree with that. I am with you 100%. I don't think you'd find an intelligent Trump supporter that would disagree with you on that. This isn't about getting people.
I wouldn't be able to find an intelligent Trump supporter.
Well, I'm one of them. So I'm willing to have conversations. I'm willing to express. I'm willing to agree where there are points of merit that we can unite on. I think that's what intelligence is being able to recognize good regardless of what mouth it comes from, correct? So I can even agree with our differences, right? I support you having a different opinion than me. That's intelligence. So you've met one, so you can't say that anymore. So when we're talking,
that's presupposing I consider you intelligent.
Well, if you don't think I'm intelligent, that says a lot about you. You know,
yeah,
what can I say? It does.
You don't think I'm willing to accept the facts of reality. I'm willing to acknowledge the truth.
And what gives you reason to think I'm not intelligent? Just out of curiosity.
The conversation that we've had so far.
And what about it makes me unintelligent?
Oh, yeah. So you didn't address any of my points. You disputed based upon.
I addressed all of them except for one, actually. Name the points I didn't address.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that, and you're cutting me off. Would you like to let me do so?
Sure. I'm sorry that you called me cutting you off literally a millisecond after I answered the question. Go ahead.
This guy is unbelievable. Yeah. So
you're looking at your notes. Give me a break.
What do you mean? My monitors? Hello?
I've been watching your eyes the whole time, bro.
This is TikTok. This is YouTube.
Yeah, you don't have to read my face, brother. I can see you reading the entire time, man. You're reading all your facts from a computer screen. I don't have that advantage, by the way. Mm-hmm. So your debate is already unfair as a basis anyways. But I'm willing to deal with that because I know what I'm talking about. You clearly don't. You just have a lot of sources that you get from the press that you claim are facts. But I'm not intelligent. I can recite this all from memory and feeling and do it from the fly while you've got prepared notes on a prepared TikTok channel where you're just ambushing people on a live media stream, and I'm able to keep up with you, but you have the gall to call me unintelligent? You need to take a look in the mirror, my friend.
Let me know when you're done, and I'll give you some Kleenexes.
I'm done.
Okay. Would you like a Kleenex?
Son, I was born before anybody needed Kleenexes.
That didn't even make any fucking sense.
You're not old enough. I'm not part of the Me Too era where I need to be recognized.
People didn't need Kleenexes? What? That doesn't even make... Dude,
we didn't
this
need
guy...
Kleenexes for people disagreeing with us back when I was a kid, man.
Yeah, you're the one that needs it right now. You're the one complaining right now.
Thing, buddy.
You're literally freaking out on the live right now, dude. You know what the title of this YouTube stream...
I'm laughing.
I just want to let you know. You know what the title of this YouTube video is going to be?
I couldn't imagine. What creative thing can you come up with?
Yeah. Trump fan melts down over simple questions.
Hey, do me a favor. Post it on your page. I want as many people to see it as possible. Oh my God, I hope you do it. I will.
I am going to post this.
Do it for me.
I am going to post this. So let me address this.
Yeah.
So you didn't address my points in terms of this. You just said you disputed it based upon the level of documentation that people particularly aren't documented, but didn't dispute my facts that I had mentioned, specifically saying that you can document people specifically without the process of deportation. And you said deportation was specifically relevant towards the sovereignty of our country, but couldn't mention specifically how it's relevant towards the sovereignty of our country.
I can see you reading that entire statement. What is it? Are you using Copilot or are you using Google Alexa, man?
I'm looking at myself. I'm literally looking at myself.
And you think nobody can tell that you're reading. You really believe that. And you think if you sound super confident saying that it'll be true, right? Because that's what Democrats do. You guys just sound confident instead of being honest, right? If you're confident enough, then it must be true. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
I must have telepathy. Or I must have some sort of crystal ball because I somehow have notes.
Yeah, it's called AI.
I somehow have notes for the conversation that we were going to have in the future. Really?
Yeah.
Like the notes pre-existing? Like I had notes from before?
You're saying I haven't answered your points. That's from the past, not the futures. Yeah, you've been having the entire conversation to type those little notes up with AI.
No,
But whatever, I'll answer it.
So the fact
So
that
you
the
wanna
fact that you
know-
think I'm using AI right now is hilarious. The only thing that
Well-
I have right now in front of me, I mean, I'm going to let you know, is literally a notepad from my
Yeah.
computer where I wrote down specifically
Uh-huh.
things that you've said. Where you said
Uh-huh.
supporting one another. I put supporting one another ? I put didn't address any of my points. Allowing people in this country documentation. That's all I wrote down. That's it.
And I'm
That
sure
is
you're
literally
being super
just. And also, you wrote down common sense values or something. Was that you or the last guess?
Wait, you actually wrote down on a notepad common sense values or something?
Well, you said common sense values, so I wrote common sense values ? So that I would remember
Yeah.
to question that to you because you wrote down you said multiple points and I was letting you speak.
But you said you wrote down common sense or something. So you actually wrote it down that way? Because you're telling me that you're reading your notes from your notepad and you're telling me that's what's on your notepad. So you literally wrote common sense values or something?
Yeah, I wrote common sense values ?
But you said you wrote common sense values or something. Like you were actually reciting what was on your notes.
That's in my notes. I'm reading
So
my
it sounds
vote.
like you're reciting what you want me to believe you wrote in your notes, and you slipped up and you said like something because you had a human moment right there for a second where you didn't actually write it down. You were just pulling it out of your ass, right?
I'm literally
So-
reading it from the notepad.
Well, then you read
I
two
wrote
different things.
explicitly common sense values ?
Yeah. Well, whether you're using AI or you're using Notepad and actually being respectful or not, I'll never know. But I'll just have to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you are, because you will never in a million years turn your camera to that Notepad and let the chat see it. I guarantee it. Secondly, and by the way, if that hadn't happened within 3 seconds, you're just typing it up so you can do it afterwards. So, like they say on the internet, what's the famous phrase? Show proof or it didn't happen? Yeah. But once the question's been asked, if the reaction wasn't immediate, then it wasn't honest. Most likely. But anyway, I did not answer one question, which is, how have our freedoms been increased under Trump? What has he done to promote our freedoms? And I know you don't think that protecting our country from people coming in and committing crimes undocumented under the radar, taking American wages under the table and not paying taxes, or casting votes in our system. By the way, and I really hope you challenge this, by the way. Did you know New Mexico is one of the very few special crappy states? And I live in a crappy state.
Hey. Can you look at your phone real quick?
Sure.
This has been on the screen for like the past few minutes, or like the past minute or so. You didn't even realize. This is the notepad. I put it on my screen. Literally the second you asked for it, I put it on my screen and showed people I already had this. This is the notepad that I was already putting. I just add this at the bottom though. This bottom part, this is something I just added.
What's crazy is that none of that is anything I've said. Anyway,
this part from here is what you said.
common sense values is something I said. That might be the only part.
That
of
was
it.
either you or that was you. So everything below is you. So we were talking about cutting Medicaid, and we are no longer spending.
Well, and I did address your points. I addressed every single one of them except the specific question asked about.
These are
legislation.
just the things I wrote down because I was just showing you, dude.
That's fair. I appreciate you, and thank you for being candid. I appreciate you.
Yeah, sure.
I know you don't think that's genuine, but it is. I don't have to thank you. I could just turn my phone off and go do whatever the hell I want for the rest of my day. I'm taking
Cool,
the time
man.
to compliment you. I'm doing it because I'm being honest. But what I'm trying to get at about the question that you think I did not answer, we are more at peace, and I know this is just going to be a grenade that I know you'll toss back at me, because it's way easier to tear something down than to give evidences of something being good for our country, right? Coming up with examples of things good for our country. It's way easier to tear them down and say they're bad, right? This has been longer than I've been alive. But guns. We are more at peace with our own gun ownership in this country than we have been in over a decade. We are more at peace in this country over what our children are being taught in school, which, by the way, there was a really big movement for a long time where toddlers and elementary school age children and middle school age children, hell, I would even give a pass to high school age children if they were past the 10th grade on some of these decisions, just using logic. But middle schoolers and elementary school kids being able to make decisions about their futures, about their bodies, about God knows what. These kids are able to make this with the advice of a doctor that has nothing to lose except money if he doesn't sell a surgery to a kid or get government funding for a sex change on a child.
No one's
That's a
doing.
life.
No one's
That's a
doing.
life that we
No one's
preserve.
doing sex reassignment surgery on children. That's just
Oh, I know.
ridiculous. Ridiculous. One. Two, as it relates to this, we're talking about puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy. It takes years and years and years upon for people to get access to, and that's through the context of a doctor and through the context of the family. The doctor specifically would only do so in the context in which it's beneficial to the child's health. The idea that like doctors are just they're saying, oh, do this particular thing regardless of whether or not it's beneficial to the health of the patient is ridiculous. And that would be medical malpractice. And you can sue people who are doctors, particularly because of that. So we already have systems set up particularly to hold and to ensure accountability in those set of circumstances. Holy shit, let me catch up on some of the donations real quick. Esmeralda, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's actually so cool. That's so cool though. And Kim, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Lindsay with the $200 on Venmo. Holy shit, Lindsay. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Lindsay in the comment section for the $200 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Gerard, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. And Lindsay again with $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much for, I absolutely hate this guy. This is my second donation. How much till I get mentioned? And he's kicked, lol. I don't know. Chat, what are your thoughts, chat?
You guys hate me?
They don't like you. Emily, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Big surprise. This is why we can't have conversations, man. The Democrats don't like Republicans, and just on that basis, Republicans are kicked out of the conversation.
Yeah,
That's
Emily,
all it
I
takes.
wouldn't be able to affect that at this point. I don't know any of their name, but I can try and go back and look. Gerard, thank you for the $15, and Martin, thank you for the $22.22. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I could have come in here and done what the other three guys before me did and just say some stupid, careless slur to offend you guys and leave and get my jollies off, but that's not the kind of person I am. I'm actually coming in for an intelligent conversation, and what's really special is that you've called me unintelligent. I really appreciate that.
It clearly worked. The rage bait clearly worked.
There's nobody that's raged. And if you're not offended, if you're not taking your government...
It really worked. Like, dude, holy shit, it worked. Jesus Christ, dude. W rage bait. Can we get some W rage baits in the comment section right now? That was amazing. That was a really good one, honestly. Elida, thank you so much for the $20 for the patience fund. Thank you so much, Coral, with the $10. Thank you for pulling up the notepad. OT, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W rage baits in the comment section right now. W rage baits. Maya, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know why he gets so angry. It's very interesting. It sounds like you have a lot to overcompensate for in terms of it. In terms of like the intelligence aspect, it seems like. Mimi, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you for the 2,800 people on YouTube. Make sure to like the stream. I'm trying to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. Also, just letting everyone know, if you want to support me, if you want to do so for free, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Follow me here on TikTok if you haven't already. Got the main account back again today, so it's really good to see that. Via, thank you so much for the $1. I'll definitely make sure to do that. And then we'll get him to come back real quick. What's up?
I hope they make you a millionaire, bro. I hope you become so famous that this conversation becomes famous, man. I really do. Because you think this this TikTok chat, I'm sorry, I keep calling it YouTube. This TikTok chat, you think this is representative of the feeling of people in this country. And it's such a joke. You guys are such a minority, it's not even funny. Like all this dirt that you claim Donald Trump had on him, all these terrible things, all these spun off horse crap things that you're talking about the government and about Republicans who support, you're not bringing people into this chat to debate us. Debating means that you hope to gain understanding and knowledge. You have not sought any knowledge. I looked at the notes you've been taking. You haven't taken any of the points I've made, any of the evidence facts I've given you that you couldn't have known other than speaking to somebody in New Mexico.
Push the corgi, thank you.
You haven't taken any notes. You
Because
haven't
you haven't given any facts. You haven't given any good argument. Nothing I've needed to remember.
You haven't remembered. You didn't even know about half the stuff I've brought up.
I have. You haven't brought up anything genuine. You've literally just been up here complaining about me.
I haven't complained about you. Except for maybe
Lindsay
the
with
last-
the $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a progressive liberal. And fuck off to this guy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lindsay with $100. Thank you so much. Emma with the $3.
progressive
Thank you so much,
liberal.
Emma. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Lindsay in the comment section
So
right
you're a
now. Thank you.
Democrat.
What's up? What'd you say?
Progressive liberal, so she's a Democrat with a different.
Progressive
with a different-
liberal is not necessarily a Democrat. You understand that progressive
Yes, it
liberals
is.
are not necessitated to be specifically Democrats, but
They
they,
share
can be
the same
affiliated with the Democratic Party, as it
They
means that
share
the
the same
Democratic Party is better than the Republican Party as it relates to
Listen,
in terms
if I
of
go
how
to-
close they are ideologically speaking.
If
But
I go to
wait,
Green Bay Stadium,
hold up.
If I go to Green Bay Stadium, I'm still a football.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, we're gonna have this conversation. So I want you to, from a baseline, give me 2 economic policies that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the country that you like, that the Democrats specifically did not support.
No tax on wages. No tax on tips for people in the service industry.
That hasn't passed yet.
Oh, it's passed.
No, it hasn't.
Yeah, we got the House, we got Congress. It's just a matter of time. It's passing.
So it's not passed yet.
It is passed.
So can you
So,
mention anything that has passed?
That has passed.
No,
That's
it
been
hasn't.
passed for about.
Gary,
that's been
thank you for the
passed about-
$10. Thank you so much. Ask him to describe the last time he changed his mind and why.
That's a good question. I actually changed my mind to vote for Donald Trump.
When?
His first term, 2016.
So it's been so since he last was wrong under his view, it's been what, like 9 years?
Oh no, I've been wrong all the time.
So can you remember the last time you've changed your mind?
Yeah, I made a mistake in this conversation by misanswering your question and saying that I disagreed with the outcome of the vote in 2020
So why'd
That was a
you change?
mistake.
So why'd you change your mind?
because I made a mistake and I misunderstood the question.
This isn't like him changing his mind. It's him misunderstanding the question. Sid, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Bro Thinks He Won. He had a meltdown because he wanted your validation on his intelligence and didn't get it. Thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate the $100. Thank you so much.
My validation.
Yeah, you wanted my
is
validation so bad.
Is my own to provide.
What's up?
How do I get validation from somebody that I don't even know? Is that like a TikTok thing? You guys get validation by talking to complete strangers that you'll never meet?
Do you know what validation is?
What value do you guys think you have in my life that you can validate anything for me?
I'm doing it right
This
now.
is just
You
purely- this
you
is
came
pure
on my life for
entertainment.
you came on my life for validation.
For entertainment.
And
I came here for
validation.
entertainment. And the discussion.
Amber, thank you for the
validation-
$20. Thank you so much for please tell this guy that his egoism is not a good look.
Oh gosh, my egoism's doing
Felonious,
just fine.
thank you so much for the
President-
$10. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
My president's in office, guys. Yours isn't. Ooh, my ego's doing better. Than
Also,
whatever
thank you for
guys
the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, there's something called pride. You guys don't know the difference between pride and ego. You guys don't know that difference. Do you know the difference?
Janelle,
between
thank you
pride
so
and
much for the $2. Thank you so much, Janelle. Esmeralda, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. I actually do not. But I
Oh,
would love to
100%.
see them. Ali, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for supplying my entertainment while cleaning my bathroom and kitchen, of course. Hit Rapper, thank you for the 45. DKK, thank you so much. MM, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can you thank everyone for the donos?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Why would I thank people who are bad mouthing me and tearing me down for no reason other than they disagree with my political opinion?
No, thank them. Be thankful.
I'm not thankful for them.
Why
That's
not?
horribly disrespectful and inconsiderate of them.
How is it disrespectful and inconsiderate of them?
To belittle my to
To
try
give me
belittle my
donations? Are you serious?
personality.
How is that disrespectful and inconsiderate of
Well,
them to give me
I appreciate you
donations?
giving me donations. I appreciate that for you, but I mean that's not.
So
doing me any
can
benefit.
you thank them for me?
I am being ragdolled in this conversation. to have
Jeffrey,
this
thank you for the
conversation.
$2. Thank you so much.
I'm paying with my dignity, my friend.
Ultra, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
I'm not getting paid for any of this.
Yeah, you are. You're currently grifting for attention.
No, I'm not grifting for attention.
Yes, you are.
From who?
Purchase the gold mine. Right now, you're grifting for attention from my live stream.
From your live stream. Who is your live stream? Let's put that in a sentence that works.
The over 9,000, almost 9,000 people that are in the live right now. Nicole,
which
thank you for
is
the
made up
$5.
of-
Thank you. Amber,
And-
thank
and
you for
who's
the
the
$20. Thank you so much, Amber. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously,
Name one
thank you.
person- name
Eric,
one
thank you for the
person that-
$15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though,
Name one
Amber, he's
person
so
that-
insane. Kelsey, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Because I guarantee you, all you're seeing is surnames for people that don't put their real name on TikTok.
Darcel,
For
thank you
most-
so much for the $5. Thank you so much. He's
These aren't even
he's
people.
literally such a crybaby.
Nobody's crying. I'm stating facts, yo. I haven't asked for a single thing since I've been in here. I haven't asked for anything, including your
AC, thank you
validation.
for the $2. Thank you, Justin. Thank you for the $2. You've been only begging for my validation.
And in what way?
Specifically throughout this entire live stream, you wanted me to call you intelligent so bad.
When
Doctor,
did I
thank you
say
for the
that?
$5. Thank you so much.
When did I say
When
that?
when I said that you're not intelligent, you went on this whole like fucking 10-minute rant.
You mean I took insult that you said in front
Ultra,
of
thank you for the
9,000
$1. Thank you
followers
so
that
much. I
I'm
really
intelligent?
appreciate it. Thank you. Kelsey, thank you for the $5 again.
You mean I took the time to be respectful to you and to not demean your intelligence this entire time?
No,
And I was
you've been
slightly offended that
you
demeaned
were
mine?
demeaning to like what's it called you were demeaning to
I don't know what it's called. You haven't said it yet.
what's up?
I said I don't know what it's called. You haven't
Eric,
said it yet.
thank you for the $15. I understand. You were disrespectful to one of my donators sending me
Who?
money specifically. All right.
I wasn't disrespectful. You told me to say thank
you said they didn't know the difference between pride and ego. Push that mustache.
They don't, because they said that I'm here for my ego, which is incorrect.
That doesn't
But I guess you guys are
mean that they don't understand
You
the
guys are
distinction.
psychic, though, right?
Just
You
because
guys
they
are
claimed
psychic.
that you're being egotistical doesn't mean that they don't know the difference between pride and
I'm not
ego.
being egotistical. I'm being patriotic, and I'm proud of my country, and I'm willing to
Wait,
discuss the matter.
how is it patriotic to support a candidate that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the
Oh.
Constitution?
So you would rather have it that I didn't support who I felt more comfortable supporting. Is that right? So you
I,
don't want
I, no, I would rather you
don't tell
support
me.
the candidate that didn't call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Thank you for the $5 for
So
colors
because
are
you-
Republican operative. Gabe, thank you for the $2.
So-
Thank you so much.
Because you can come up with reasons not
Doctor,
to vote for
thank you for
Donald
$5.
Trump. I'm not
Thank
allowed
you.
to come up with reasons to vote for him. Is that what
I'm
I
just saying
understand?
that you don't have any good reasons to do so.
Good to who?
You can come up.
Who do
good,
my reasons?
Yeah, good.
Who
Good
do my
to me.
reasons need to be good for?
Candace,
Who do my
thank you for the
reasons need to be good
$2.
for?
Me.
So you think I'm going to vote based on what you like?
No, I think that I'm going to evaluate based upon what I like.
You think responsible voters should vote based on the preferences of other people?
Jordan,
they've
thank you
never
for the $5. I think that you should listen to my preferences because I think that I'm giving you good reasons to do so.
Oh, I've listened to your preferences, and I think they're also idiotic.
Well, you have.
Right,
Can
so-
you mention one of my preferences?
Yeah, I can mention your preference that you think that we're doing wasteful spending, that Trump is increasing wasteful spending by funding departments that do checks and balances on our government spending. Ironically, I think you're wrong.
He's
That
wrong
people
with
should
that.
have
You're
access-
actually. You just fucking cited it wrong again. No fucking way you just said that. I didn't call for the defunding of the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I was fucking citing them. I was citing them as a source to prove that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. Donald Trump is the one that called for them to be cut in terms of funding. You fucking lying sack of shit. I explained this to you already. Did you know that? Did you know that I already explained this to you?
Who's raging now?
Well, because you lied about me.
Oh, I hurt your feelings. What?
And
You can't handle a
I
difference
was
of opinion?
being a little bit more emotionally expressive to just demonstrate a point. Memmy, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. You want to unmute your mic there, buddy? Why do you keep muting yourself?
I'm not muting myself, bud. You're muting me.
Yeah, you did.
It's impossible to mute myself if I'm not touching my screen, man.
You did. You were
Anyway.
touching your screen. Stop lying.
I was not touching my screen.
You absolutely were. I heard it.
So you are psychic.
I am.
Man, I didn't know what I got myself into, man. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
You know what really sucks, man?
Zuki,
And this-
thank you
this
for the
sucks.
£2. Thank you so much.
And this honestly sucks, man. You know why I got into this chat?
Jordan,
Because
thank
I
you for
love
the $5. Thank you. Because what?
Because I love people, man.
No, you don't.
I like social
You're advocating
activism.
for the guy who wants to cut medicated food stamps. Stop acting like you care about
I'm
people.
advocating for the guy that wants to cut Medicaid and food stamps to people who shouldn't.
Okay,
be
what's
receiving
Donald Trump's healthcare plan?
His healthcare plan is to create a private marketplace, which is what we had before worthless Obama.
It already
Uh,
exists. That private marketplace already
right.
exists. Now, what's his
Right,
child
but
care
who do you
plan?
think-
What's his child
who
care
do you
plan?
think-
What's his
who do you
child?
think
What's
brought
his?
that into
What's his?
existence?
What's his child care plan? What's his child care plan?
What do you mean? What's his child care plan? That's not even a question.
He doesn't have one. What's his housing affordability plan?
You sound like a toddler. That's not even a question.
Doesn't have one. What's his plan to
That's not
lower
a question.
prices?
Nobody has one. There's no plan for something that generic. What are you talking about?
He doesn't
Bring
have
up an
any
example.
plans.
You don't know anything about what he has plans for.
And by the way, you said anything that generic.
Everything you're
He
spouting
said
has
he
come
was.
from
He
the
said he was
associate
going to
press.
lower prices. That's what he said.
Who? Trump said that?
Yeah.
He has lowered prices.
Appreciate the Cooper. Thank
Or
you so
you
much for the
don't
appreciate
have to know
it.
that.
The only reason you could say that he's had downward pressure on prices is because of his tariffs led to a multiple percentage point drop.
Man, you
Right.
guys-
Wait, listen.
You guys are so instant gratification.
We went from multiple percentage points real GDP growth per quarter, right, for multiple quarters in a row, several quarters in a row, to 0.3% decline in real GDP. Lily, thank you so
Yeah,
much. I
that's what
appreciate
happens
the
when
$5.
tariffs
Thank
on
you.
countries.
W.
That's what happens
Happy
when you put
Pride
tariffs
Month.
on existing infrastructure.
Tariffs specifically led to a harm in terms of our GDP and wages. Real wages have
Uh-huh.
gone down. Real
Yes.
GDP has gone down.
Nobody disagrees with that.
You
Trump
do.
doesn't even disagree with
Oh,
that.
okay, well then why do you support such a policy?
Oh, because I'm intelligent and I have a brain. Because I know that a sacrifice today. Because how else are you going to bring factories, billions of dollars of factories that have been overseas for literally decades? How else are you going to bring them? How else are you going to incentivize fair prices?
Lennon, thank you so much for the future journey. I really appreciate
Please.
Lennon. I really appreciate. Thank you, Brioni. Thank you so much
I'm
for the
humble.
$5. Candace with the $2. Mackenzie, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Jamie with the $10. Thank you so much. And then thank you for the $2. Go for it. Continue. I apologize that I couldn't hear you
No,
because the
it's-
gift was loud.
It's all right. I was interrupting you guys. And by the way, I would be more than happy to thank the people who are giving you donations if I was at least getting paid any type of dignity.
You're not getting
Which I'm not.
anything. Nothing.
I'm not getting dignity. So
No.
that's fine. That's to me. That's a two-way street, as my dad would have said. But anyway,
No dignity for you.
No dignity for me. That's okay. It's a thankless job, speaking your mind freely. But
Dude, I'm obviously joking, man. Stop taking everything so seriously, bro. Let's chill.
oh, I was actually saying something that was standoffishly funny. So apparently you don't know humor. I understood that you were being sarcastic. You didn't understand that I'm being sarcastic. Anyway.
Did you?
Yeah. I know, it's incredible. But yeah, as far as the tariffs, yeah, there's nothing good for our expenditures at the register. There's nothing good about charging the factories that are making all of our stuff pay 30% to 104% in additional importation taxes.
Wrong. It's not them. It's going to be the importer that pays the importer, which is the American business importing the product.
No, the Chinese, the American business that is manufacturing the goods overseas is going to pass that cost along to the customer, and that's what they've been doing. That's why you've noticed the prices.
Well, yes,
have gone
the American importing business would pass it down to the consumer because it's on a tax on the cost of production, meaning it's cost push, so it's going to increase the cost. Yes, of course, but that's because you're advocating for regressive tax policy that's going to disproportionately negatively impact low and middle income individuals. So you can sit here and advocate for tariffs. You can advocate that they're going to benefit people, particularly in terms of bringing back jobs to the United States. But not only will it actually not bring back jobs to the United States because it will decrease GDP in the long run, but it also specifically will harm our ability to be able to respond to the modern era in terms of plenty of things with the context of our economy, because we won't have
it's actually
the same
securing
type
our
of production
ability to
imports.
pace in the modern era.
First
We
the
have been
Gimba.
crippled. We have been crippled by trillions of dollars of debt for literally decades. We owe more money than
Reducing competition for American big businesses in terms of their markets, right, isn't actually going to lead to more innovation. It will lead to less innovation, and it will lead to higher prices in the long run and in the short term.
Innovation does not directly correlate to the source of where companies do their innovations at. Innovation, at least as far as a nation's innovative capabilities, those are seeded by the educational system, by our ability to get higher educations, by our access to resources. And right now we are paying everybody everywhere for everything that we get. We don't source anything from the United States.
So let's gut the Department of Education, right?
Oh, the Department of Education has been worthless since my grandparents were kids. We never needed that. We never needed that.
Yes, we do.
High school's the greatest. No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, you are proof that the educational system doesn't do us any good. You are proof.
How?
You are proof because you don't know how to debate. You don't know how to respect one another. You don't know how to appreciate another person's opinion. You don't know how to appreciate another person's time.
Everyone in my life disagrees with you. Everyone that knows me on a genuine basis disagrees with you. Anyone that knows me more than a conservative shithead on the internet disagrees with you. Genuinely. I do care about other people's opinions. I am willing to engage with dialogue. That's why I run conversations and debates every single day on my live stream for 6 hours every single day. Everyone in my life knows you're wrong. That's the funny thing. Even people who disagree with me, who have been around me, have seen that about me. So don't sit there and act like I'm not willing to be able to take into account other sides. You're just looking into a mirror.
You're just making up gaslighting horseshit excuses. You're not even addressing any of the things I just said. You're just literally skirting around it so you don't have to address it.
I did address. What did I not?
What
did I not address?
You're not. You and your 15-year-old followers aren't even clever, man.
What did I not address? What did I not
really
address?
embarrassing. You didn't address how you're being disrespectful to me being something that you should try to aim not to do. You actually completely justified it by saying that everybody in your life.
Actually, you know what? I typically would care about being disrespectful to people. I don't with you. I have no intuition against it. I just want to be very clear. No intuition against it.
In the 5 minutes before I joined you, you were nothing.
Stay
but disrespectful.
triggered, buddy. Stay triggered. Stay triggered.
Everybody,
You're mad, bro. You're so mad. Stay triggered.
kicked people
Grab a
out that
Kleenex, buddy.
supported
Go get a Kleenex, bro. You're a
Oh,
snowflake.
man.
Look at this
Get a
MAGA
real
snowflake.
job.
He's fucking so mad on the live. MAGA
Your t-shirt
snowflake.
looks like it hasn't been
You know what?
washed in
Facts
about
over
4
feelings, buddy. Take the L. Facts over feelings, buddy.
Hope your followers.
Facts over
really care
feelings,
about
buddy.
you, man.
Take that L.
I hope
Facts
your
over
followers are really
feelings.
grateful
Take
for
that, you fucking MAGA
You're not
snowflake.
looking
Facts
anywhere
over
with this,
feelings,
man.
buddy.
You could use that $200 because, man, you're barely surviving. You're barely surviving.
Felonious, thank you so much for the $5. Are you saying because the economy is so bad because of Donald Trump?
You're just angry because I
Devin,
could
thank you
do
for the
this.
$5. Thank you so much,
Words are
Devin.
out.
Samantha with the $5. Bria, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
people.
Whitney with the $5. Mackenzie with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, this is a crack up.
Laura, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I like how you just can insult me. You can insult me. You can insult the people who watch me, but you're never going to acknowledge the fact that we're right.
Feel sympathy for the person that takes pride in
Kawhi,
internet
thank you so much for the membership subscription.
Oh
thank you
my
so much.
God.
Thank you for the Garland. Thank you so much. I really
I
appreciate the feather
wish I
mask.
was a weak constitutional
No, you should be
dude
nice
and
to all the
do this.
people watching the live.
These
What
aren't
is new?
people.
Thank you for the unicorn
There's no
fantasy. Thank you
people
so
in
much.
there.
What is new? I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's just you and me talking, man. These aren't people in here. These
Aren't
are
people.
chatbusters
You don't
and
think that?
chatbots.
Wait, by the way, there's 6,100 people that are in
No,
the TikTok
there's
stream.
6,100 chat log registries for people that are on their computers at home and on their phone.
No, those aren't chats. Those are people who are watching the stream. 6,100 people on the YouTube stream, and there's 2,900 people on the YouTube stream. 6,100 on the TikTok stream. 2,900 people on the YouTube stream. There are 9,000 people that are watching this very conversation right now. There are 9,000 people watching this live stream. You cannot deny that. Don't act like people are bots. BA, thank you for the $5. And for the people who are in the stream right now, you should like the stream. Tap that screen. Tell them you're real by tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes real quick, everybody. Along with the fact on YouTube, tell them you're real by liking the stream. Let's get to 2,500 likes here real quick. Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Patty with the $50. Thank you so much for quote unquote barely surviving twice. Thank you so much, Patty with the $100. Thank you so much for barely surviving apparently. Thank you so much. Rachel with the 10 cents. Lindsay with the $5. Ken with the $50. Thank you so much, Ken. Give me some W's for Ken. Lucky with the $5. Laura with the $20. Laura with the $15. Thank you so much. Maya with the $5. Thank you so much. Amanda with the $10. Thank you so much. Wonder with the $2. I really appreciate it.
Makes you like a clown on a podium.
Camilla, thank you so much. I
Give me a
appreciate the
water
$15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Camilla, thank you. Melly, thank you so much. I appreciate the Sage. Thank you. Mary, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Marissa, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'd respect what you're saying if you were.
Thank you for the
respectful
gold
about
medal.
it.
Thank you so much, B-Box. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
By the way, what
Jesse,
app
thank you
are
so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For the person in the chat, absolutely
what
free
app are all your
Palestine.
bots on?
What's up?
What app are you on?
Julia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Julia. What'd you say? From a
I
32-year-old.
said, what platform are you and your little social media pretend friends on right now? What are we
TikTok
on right
and
now?
YouTube.
Why is
Becky, thank you for the
TikTok-
$2. Doug, thank you for the $10. Matthew, thank you for the $10 for Dude is a Snowflake. I know, right? Sarah, thank you for the $1. AJ with the $4.
Who's
Choice cents. Jesse with the
responsible for TikTok
$2.
being accessible to you trolls? Who's responsible for TikTok being accessible to you?
Donald Trump for not enforcing the law. Appreciate the good night. Phoenix, thank you for the $10. But there's also almost
We're certainly not
3,000.
crying about
There's
it,
also
are you?
almost 3,000 people over on the YouTube, right?
So I guess the
Snaz, thank you
laws
so much for
only
the
matter
subscription.
when they
And actually,
go
right now
over
you're
to
giving
you.
you're giving a great time on the live. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much to tell everyone from the TikTok stream to go over to the YouTube right now and fucking subscribe to me on YouTube. What is new? Thank you for the Interstellar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Coral with the $20 for the 35-year-old person. Shell, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Phoenix with the $10. Thank you so much. Again, give me some W's for the Interstellar in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. What is new? Everyone from the TikTok stream, make sure to go over to the YouTube and make sure to go subscribe there because anything can happen to TikTok. And show them right now that you specifically, you're not just supporting me because it's on TikTok. You're supporting me
trust me,
because
I won't even
it's the
know. I
message.
would
It's a
never
fucking
waste my
good thing to
time
do.
going to another
Stella, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for I'm not real, just a bot, bro. Lucy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for this
Oh, no,
is
you're
real
not-
money.
you're not a bot.
Thank you so much. MM, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tell the
Oh,
Republican
you're
operative
mostly-
caller I am real, and Republican supporters are a domestic enemy.
Oh, Well, we're winning.
Sabrina,
so
thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. Vesna, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Vesna, thank you so much.
Thank God
I
we're all
really
here for
appreciate it.
this.
Thank you so much for this, guys. Absolutely insufferable. I'm Gen X.
I'm not suffering, sweetheart.
Mary, thank you for the $15 for
I'm
maybe you can buy
triumphant.
this guy some tissues. I got you. Don't worry.
Man, the tissues again. Is that
Roro,
like
thank you for the $5. Justin with the $2. Kay, thank you for the $5 from a 46-year-old woman. Anonymous, thank you for the $2. What is new with the fucking Rosa Nebula? Thank you so much. What is new? I really appreciate it. What is new? Thank you so much.
Oh my God, you guys are so pathetic.
The
One
Fat, thank you
person-
so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so
one
much.
person has 9,000 people riled up. Man, that's power.
You don't.
I'm powerful.
No, you're not powerful.
I'm powerful.
No,
Oh,
you
that's-
know
that's
who's
just
powerful? This people being
These
against
people
Donald
don't
Trump.
even get
Lennon,
mad.
thank you so much for
These
the whale
people don't
diving.
even
Thank you so
get
much. I really
upset
appreciate it.
about
Thank you.
people's-
This live stream is large because there's a lot of people in America right now that are pissed off with Donald Trump. They're pissed off with how things are happening right now, and they want something to change about how this country's operating. Sci-fi, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. That's why there's 6,000 people in the TikTok stream, and there's 3,000 people almost in the fucking YouTube stream because people care about this country becoming a better place, and they know that people like Donald Trump, they are not the people to make this country a better place, and that's why people are flocking here in fucking numbers like never seen before. Because people like Donald Trump are harming this nation irreparably, and people are realizing that. They know that he goes after the rule of law, after our democratic values, after our constitution, after our basic core principles like immigration. That's what Donald Trump goes against. He undermines people's access to healthcare who can't afford it. He undermines people's food on their table through food stamps. He gives massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and increases taxes on low and middle income individuals because he replaces the income tax, a progressive tax structure, with a regressive tax tariffs. Tariffs are regressive tax that are going to disproportionately negatively impact low and middle income individuals. And I'm going to call this out because I'm a fucking American patriot that cares about this country and wants this country to become a better place. I can acknowledge that this country needs to progress. A real American patriot acknowledges that this country is constantly going to try and progress. And that's what the fucking American dream is, because we want this country to be better for our children than it was for us. We want this country to be better for our children, where they have access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, where they don't have to worry about not being able to fucking afford basic things for their bare necessities for life. That's what I want for our country. I want our country to have a strong fucking democracy, strengthening freedoms for women particularly that have a restricted access to abortion in this country because Donald Trump has eroded their freedoms, sending them back to the states. I don't want that in this country. I want freedom in this country. I want liberty in this country, and I want fucking prosper. I want this country to prosper. And when I say I want this country to prosper, that means every single fucking person in this country. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter where you're from. You are American when you come to this country. And immigration is a foundational element of this country because this country is a melting pot of countries all around the world. And they come to here, they come to this country, and they make this country a better fucking world. When this country has immigration, high immigration, it makes this country a better place. And this country really can be the best country in the history of the world by far if we fucking hone in on the fact that we can literally not only strengthen everything I just said and I just talked about right now, specifically by advocating against Donald Trump, but we can be the people that show the entire world this exact same type of thing. We can be the beacon of hope for the entire world like we fucking grew up thinking we were. We're not a fucking beacon of hope right now. We're a beacon of terror around the world. So until we specifically decide to, instead of being a beacon of terror around the world and take that money, bring it here back home and invest into Americans, we're not going to actually be the image that we thought we were sharing to the rest of the world. All right, I want this country to be better than what it is right now, and you're not willing to accept that this country has room to grow.
You can keep muting me. I can just keep hitting unmute until you permanently mute me. You know,
That's fine.
whatever. That's called a democracy.
Go ahead.
So
I wanted to get that out.
you can talk. Oh no, you didn't want to get that out. You wanted to make your little stage show, sideshow bullshit, little list, your laundry list of points that you have no interest in.
And you didn't
discussing.
listen to a single thing that I said. Instead of
I
sitting
listened to
down for a
everything you said,
second and
except
listening to
problem
the
is it's
things that I
nothing
was
new,
saying.
I did. You want America to be great again. You want us to be a beacon of hope. You want us to respect our laws. You want a president that's not tearing down our basic fundamental freedoms. You want a president that's not infringing upon our right to immigration, blah, 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 fucking blah. And you don't understand any of those topics. You don't understand a single thing you're listening.
How so?
Because the extent of your interest in any of those topics goes to whatever your viewers are going to clap at. That's all you are, man. You're a puppet. You're not even genuine. That's why you get mad at me. That's why you're saying I'm not intelligent. I've given you no reason to insult me or to call me unintelligent.
Ridiculous.
Up to the point that you did.
Ridiculous. You've given me absolute reason. Now, to say specifically that I only care about claps from the audience, why was I doing this for years before I had an audience? When there were 5 and 10 people in my live streams, how come I was saying the very same thing? Tell me why. Explain that one to me.
How about you don't have any other marketable skills other than running your mouth on the internet? That sounds
You
good to
say
me.
I don't have I have an economics degree, bro.
This one.
I have an economics degree.
And what is an economics degree worth in a conversation about politics?
What? You said, what are your marketable skills? And I gave you like one of
So
them.
what do
I
you
have
do?
an economics
So what are
degree.
So what are you doing to make money with your economics degree?
This.
Really? We're talking about money right now?
Well, I'm using economics particularly when having conversations about politics because economics is incredibly relevant towards how you view politics. So
By the
yes,
way, what is an
I use
economics degree? What is your
although I
actual
don't have a direct job, particularly in economics,
What's your actual
I use my degree in economics all the time.
There's no such thing as an economics degree. What is your actual degree called?
What? Yes, there is. It's an
No,
economics
there's not.
degree. Yeah, it is.
There's only one, like a fucking Teletubby set. You just go and pick up an economics degree off the shelf of economics degrees. No, you have a specific degree. What is the degree?
Economics.
You obviously have never You've never stepped inside of a college one day of your life.
What?
Find me an economic. Do me a favor. You can even Google, you can screen share your chat if you want to. Just do a Google search of economics degree. Unless you.
Is he denying that I have an economics degree? I just want to let you know. You know that Donald Trump himself also has an economics degree? Did you know that? Are you denying that he has an economics degree?
He has a degree in economics in a specialized farm. Do you have micro?
A degree in economics. There you go. Yes, I did study micro. I did study macro. Yeah, absolutely. I studied econometrics. I studied industrial economics. I studied environmental economics. I studied monetary theory, how the banks operate, Federal Reserve. Ridiculous, bro. The fact that he sat up here and said that no degree is called economics is crazy. What? What do you mean no fucking degree is economics? I literally have a fucking diploma and I took the classes. Disgusted Veteran, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you giving. Boomers Hope, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. To counter, you indeed to counter the flagrant stupidity that MAGA is inflicting upon our on your generation. Absolutely. Elida, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Elida in the comment section for enough with the Parker education slander. Diabolical. I know, right? MM, thank you for the $5. Just me, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Jane with the $10. Matthew with the $10. Thank you so much, Nafi. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. W Parker the GOAT. Thank you. And then thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. And thank you for the $10. Thank you. Matthew with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up on Venmo as well. Ariana, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Caitlin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Adriana, thank you for the $10. Megan with the $5. Allison with the $10. Rachel with the $2. Rose, thank you so much for the $5. Orange with the $4.20. Denise, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Denise. Thank you. Give me some W's for Denise in the comment section. Danny, thank you for the $5. Alternator, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Jackie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Coral, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for. I think he's projecting. Yeah, he probably is. Tommy, thank you for the description. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm 100% projecting. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you are.
I am. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm entirely projecting because I'm not responsible for the stupidity of Democrats, man. But I have to deal with it. Yeah. I have to deal with it, but I'm not responsible for it. And that is frustrating. So you damn right I am projecting.
Shell, thank you for the $5. You said I don't have it. Dude, you
they
literally
don't know what they're talking about.
You literally said I don't have an economics degree.
People who do.
You said I don't have an economics degree.
No, I said you don't have a degree. I said you don't have a degree called an economics degree.
Yes, it is.
That's what I said.
It is literally a degree in economics.
Oh my God, you're so embarrassing.
How am I embarrassing? That's what my degree
What are you,
is.
you must be like fucking 17, right? You're not even 18.
I'm
It's funny,
20.
you
I'm
quiz everybody-
23 years old.
You're 23. And what year were you born?
2002.
2002. What month?
April 7th.
Oh. 23 years old.
Yes.
23 years old. You probably graduated when you were like 17, 18 if you were smart.
I
18,
graduated when I was 18 years old.
Okay.
From high school, and I graduated when I was 22 years old from college.
So it's an associate's degree. It's a bachelor's degree then.
It's a bachelor's degree, yes.
And you couldn't answer that question before? You had to make me look like an idiot?
You didn't ask that question.
I did. I said, what degree do you have? Economics degree isn't a degree. If you have a guy standing in a room with a bachelor's.
Okay. When you were saying what degree you have, I thought you were referencing what major. Clearly, like when someone asks that, they're asking what major most times. Okay. Given that you're asking that, clearly, yes, I understand. I have a bachelor's degree. I don't have
Was
an
there something
associate's.
unclear about the way I asked
Can
it
can you
before?
get an associate's in economics? I don't think you can. I don't think I didn't even
Depends on the
start
college.
taking my econ classes until like the end of sophomore year, going into junior year.
It depends on the college. Some colleges do. Community colleges might offer lower level.
Thank you for the $5. I didn't know there's an economics
Although
associates. What?
economics isn't some high level degree program, man. It's like getting a liberal arts.
It's bachelor's and master's. And what do you mean it's like getting liberal arts? Obviously, they're different industries. Sarah, thank you
Obviously, they're
$2.
different industries, right? But they're both gateway. They're both gateway degrees that can lead you into other specialized fields. So,
well, I mean, I would, if I were not to be doing this,
Most
I'd
people-
probably have a master's in economics.
well, got to applaud yourself for going to school, man. But
Well, I
yeah,
just
that was
I
the
just
question
decided
you
not to
had.
go to master's because I wanted to do this. I mean, I
Good.
was already doing this while I was getting my bachelor's. I did this while I got my bachelor's.
So, is there a reason you had to make me look like an idiot?
Serene,
Or
thank you for
talk to me like an
$5.
idiot?
Well,
When I was asking a
I mean,
perfectly
you're in a
simple
debate with me, and you decided to have a debate with me, so of course that's going to happen.
Well, we were talking about economics, and you were throwing that around like it's like some weight that you can throw around. So I had to validate it, and you couldn't validate it for me. You couldn't answer a straight question.
You
I
asked
you,
if
what
I had
degree you
any.
have.
You asked if I had any marketable skills, and I told you I have an economics degree.
Correct.
What? Like you asked the
And
question.
I asked you what economics degree you have, and you could not answer that question.
Well, I clearly
I
said
was
that
like
I have a
beating a dead horse,
bachelor's. I clearly said that I have a bachelor's as soon as I
Right, the
understood your
bachelor
question.
is the degree. Economics is not a degree. Bachelor's certificate is a degree.
So
right.
we're right. Okay, listen. When someone's asking what is your degree, they typically mean what is your major.
No, they don't. They typically mean what level of education did you complete under the program that you studied.
Most people
That's the
aren't.
degree.
Most people do not mean that when they say that.
When you take, you don't know most people. I do. I know a lot more people than you've ever known.
I
I'm
promise
gonna
you,
tell that
I have
right
more.
now.
I have more conversations with people than you do.
No, you have more conversations with chats that agree with everything that you say. You have less diversity than me, 100%.
What do you?
Most people aren't going to disagree with you. And stay in this
I
class.
interact with thousands of people every
You go
single
vomit
day.
in the bathroom or go.
I
laugh about
interact.
you.
I interact with not just thousands. I interact with hundreds of thousands of people every day.
And I worked at a call center for almost 20 goddamn years, and I spoke with real people at several different call centers. Actually,
The hundreds of thousands of
About-
people that watched my live today aren't real.
You're talking to 15-year-olds on TikTok, buddy. That doesn't. That doesn't
Are
equate.
you 15? I can't talk to 15-year-olds. They're not allowed
No,
to be on the
that's-
live.
That's why I'm talking to you, and they're not. So they're all in the chat because that's the best they're going to get. You want to tell me that most people on
Well,
TikTok?
if you,
what do you
I just
think
want to let you know
the
if you
average
look at my
age is?
age analytics, right? People
What do you
are
think?
significantly
the average
older
age?
than 15.
What's the average age of your viewers?
Well, it depends on whether or not you're on TikTok or on YouTube. Which one do you want to reference?
We're talking specifically to TikTok. Specific to TikTok.
Specifically
That's where I'm-
TikTok, it's anywhere between 18 through 31.
That's not
That
a
is the-
specific average.
Well, that's typically the range. It gives a range.
Right. 18
But
to
if you
31 is
look at the chat, look at everyone's
Teenager.
age. If wait,
Teenager
everyone put your age in the chat. Put your age in the chat. Read the chat.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure the chat's reliable.
Yeah,
'cause
I mean,
nobody-
all they're doing is putting their age. What do they have to lie about?
Maybe I'm a guy they don't like, and they're gonna put whatever they want in there just because they don't like me. I mean, come on, really? This is
I see a lot of
Come on.
20s and 30s and 40s and 50s. For my
Yeah.
YouTube chat, especially because my YouTube chat is older than my TikTok chat.
So if you go to karate, if you study martial arts, right? Let's do a comparative analysis so you can understand how incorrect you are about treating me.
I
the way you did when
actually did as a kid.
Oh, good. What level of martial arts did you complete?
I got up to a purple belt.
A purple belt. I noticed you didn't just say you got a belt. You didn't just say you got a karate belt or a taekwondo belt or a jujitsu belt. You named a specific belt, right? Because the belt.
I didn't just say I got a bachelor's degree. I said I got an economics degree. So if anything, that was more specific than just bachelor's degree, genius. Sarah, thank you for the $5. And then Gary with the $200. Thank you so much on the YouTube super chat. Can we get some W's for Gary in the comment section for the fucking $200 on YouTube super chat? Thank you so much, Gary. I really appreciate. Can you say thank you to Gary real quick?
He didn't give you $200. You're just making this shit up. That's like the 17th.
It's over
$200
YouTube.
you've said.
It's over YouTube. So it's literally
That's like
it's
the
public
17th
information.
Exact $200 donation that you've said in the last fucking 25 minutes.
Do you want to see it?
No, I don't.
I'll
I don't even care.
literally show you.
Well, you can if you want, but I don't really give a shit. I'm being honest. I don't really care.
Okay.
I'm not going to get a tit for tat about crap that has nothing to do with me anyway. But it is funny to point it out. That's all.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna have you take a look here real quick because like I
And
think
I'm
it's
sure you're
utterly.
screenshotting something legitimate. Yeah, totally legitimate.
Yeah, I am screenshotting something.
It's a
Totally.
screenshot, so it's legit. Definitely not something that anybody has ever asked you before.
It's a screenshot, really. I'm looking at the
No,
chat. I'm really
you pulled
I'm literally scrolling on the chat on the screen.
So can I ask you a question, buddy? What are you doing right now?
They think you're a
And I'm
troll.
just
You're
doing
so
this-
ridiculous.
I'm just doing this to be fair. Oh, I might be a troll. You're right. I'm not going to deny that. I'm being a troll by asking that.
Molly,
But I'm
thank you
being
for the
a troll for
$50. Thank you so much for 38 blue dot in a red state.
Because what you're actually doing is validating yourself. John.
Bachelor's degree in marketing. Thank you so much, Molly.
You are literally seeking validation from me, buddy.
How so?
What do you mean, how so? Did you complete elementary school? Come on, man.
I did.
You don't know what validation means?
I do
Well,
know what
you guys threw that
validation
around
is.
like a heavyweight before, but you don't even know what it means, do you?
I do know what it means.
You don't know what validation means. You just asked me, what does it mean?
I asked you what you
You
mean.
just asked me, how am I validating myself?
I asked you what you mean by it.
I told you what I mean. You're pulling up information to prove me wrong about yourself. That's called validating. Trust but verify.
Dude,
You're
this guy,
validating,
this
man.
guy's so
That's
delusional.
validation.
Tabitha,
That's
think of the
validation, dude.
$5. Thank you.
I
Wyatt,
don't
think
like
of the
that he
$4.
thinks this
Thank
about
you.
me, so I need to prove him wrong. That is called validating, man. That's validation.
He need if you unmute your mic, you need validation from me.
I don't need validation from
You
anybody.
just did it. M, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for his nervous giggles.
I
Thank you so much. I
corrected
appreciate it, M. Thank you for the
There's a
$50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you, M. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I corrected an inaccuracy in what you said.
If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap the screen. MUC, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5 or the $10.
Yeah, that was validation.
Hey, how do you feel about everyone in the TikTok chat wanting you to get kicked?
Oh, I'm all for it.
You're all for it? You want me to kick you right now?
Man, if you want to. I don't want to.
Tess, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Pedro, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aaron with the $200 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Aaron. I really appreciate this is one of the saddest things I've ever seen. I know, right? It was crazy. Roro, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Get some W's for Aaron in the comment section right now. Kai, thank you for the $5. That's so sick. That's so sick. W Kai. But yo, everyone, can we get some W's in the comment section right now? Seriously, W's for Aaron in the comment section right now. Pedro, thank you so much for the $10. And Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person real quick. If you're on TikTok, make sure to follow me if you have not already. If you like this content, if you have not seen me already, make sure to follow me because I go live literally every single day. I do these debates. If you have seen me before, but you haven't seen me on your For You page recently, make sure to follow me. If you're just on the live right now, make sure to follow me if you have not already. We're going to be getting the next debate up here right now. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. I'd also recommend to go over to my YouTube channel, everybody. On my YouTube channel, we got 3,000 people in the YouTube stream right now. I'd recommend if you like the stream. If you like the stream, it really helps send it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,500 likes, which is a ridiculous amount of likes, but I think we can do it, chat. I think we can do it. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Truth, thank you so much. I really appreciate the gift. Thank you. Yo, what's about it?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
No, I want to say everyone needs to join the Parker
Man,
team.
thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Join the Parker team. Based. For the 3,300 people over on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. It helps send it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go into the next person here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's get the next person up here real quick. How many chat on YouTube? How many likes are we out on the stream? I can't check right now for some reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Just subscribe to the YouTube base. We're almost at 200K on YouTube, everybody. 1.7, 1.8K. Yo, we're running up the likes, everyone. There's 3.3 thousand people on YouTube. I think, honestly, we might be able to do 3,000 today. I was saying that earlier. I think we could do it. I think that might be the most liked stream I'd ever have if I got 3,000. I can try and check, but I'm pretty sure 3,000 is the most I've ever gotten before. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I got a question. Why is Dean dodging Destiny?
I don't know what you mean by dodging it. We just don't engage in debates typically with people who are generally liberal or on the left. We engage in debates with people on the right. That's like saying like why is Dean or Parker not debating some communist? Jen, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Because
But you have disagreements with Destiny.
of course, but like we want to disagree and debate specifically people who are on like the right, who are MAGA. That's specifically who like what we do our lives about, what we debate about all the time.
Okay. All right, that clears things up. See ya.
Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Okay. What's your birth year?
August 29th,
Yeah. So
2003.
okay. So why do you support Trump? And Mako, thank you so much for the $20 for joining the Parker team. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I
what's the
support
reason?
Trump because financially
Oh, you're cutting out. Hello?
America.
You cut out. Hello?
Yeah, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah. All right, bet. Yeah, I like him just because he's trying to give money back because we're in a lot of debt, and he's trying to get unnecessary things out the way. So that's why I like Trump.
Unnecessary things out the way.
Whether it's
what
with
what
taxes,
unnecessary things?
whether it's taxes. I mean, taxes. He's
What
done a lot of
taxes?
things with building the wall, keeping people
Really? How
out
much
the
of
country.
how much of the wall did he build?
About a third of it.
No, he didn't build a third of it. He refurbished 23%, and only of new wall was only 52 miles, which is 3.7% of the wall. So he only did 3.7% new wall. Susie, thank you for the $2. Amy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh my God, Sarah with $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sarah. Can we get some W's for Sarah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, you were saying? Hello? Okay, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Let's get the next person up here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person. By the way, everyone, make sure to follow me here if you have not already. For the 6.3 thousand people over on the TikTok stream, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. If you're new here on YouTube, you should also make sure to follow me or subscribe to me. I would really appreciate that. Davo, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
What's your birth year?
What, 2002?
Wow, that was horrible math. Wow, dude. That was brutal. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you, Carlos?
Wait, why were you crying the other day?
Because someone lied about having cancer, and my grandpa died of cancer. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump, everybody. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate y'all. Don't worry, don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sleeping.
Do you support Donald Trump? Raymond, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, every single account I've seen of Katie's, I've literally just blocked. I've been on a mission to block every single one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because Mexicans smell like shit.
You disgusting piece of shit. Fucking weirdo, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, man.
What's your birth year?
98.
What state do you live in?
I'm from the UK.
All right. Go get your own
Yeah.
fascist. Alicia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I definitely would rather him over Biden.
What state do you live in?
UK, so you're probably going to kick.
Yep. Go get your own fascist. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, 44.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay, why so?
Well, many things that I think are going to trigger you, Parker.
Okay,
Do you think?
first thing that's triggering me, can you get out of the wind?
Am I in the wind?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Well, how's that better?
Not at all.
Parker, why do you love this birthright citizenship so much?
I can barely hear you over the hurricane in the background. One, it's in the
Is
concept.
Marge at risk? Be honest with us.
What'd you just say?
Is Margie at risk of being deported? Be honest with us.
Are you saying U.S. citizens are at risk of being deported? And why the fuck would you say that about my girlfriend?
Well, do you think she's using you
For what?
to try and anchor herself here?
She was born in this country and she's lived here her whole life. Her parents are legal citizens. Why are you doing this? You fucking racist piece
Doing
of
what?
shit.
Why? Wow, that's really
Yeah,
bigoted.
like seriously, yeah. Why the fuck would you
Why would
ask
you
some
say
shit
that?
like this?
Why would you even say that though?
Because you're asking some fucking weird ass questions like this.
How is that weird? I was just
You're asking me these questions because my girlfriend's Mexican. What a fucking weirdo. Literally. Lena, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? What's up?
What's going on?
What's going on? How you doing? Tara, thank you for the corgi.
I was trying to get up earlier, and I wanted to have the conversation with the degree guy.
Oh gosh.
He was insufferable.
He was so insufferable. I've had some really insufferable conversations today. Elida, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it.
I
Thank
think
you.
it's going around.
Yeah, I think it is. I also think that I'm getting everyone because Dean isn't live today.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably part of it too.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have probably I think I have an hour and 50 minutes left on the live.
No. I don't mind.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, you can hang out. Absolutely.
27.
And do you support Donald Trump? Appreciate the
Yes.
Thank you. Why so?
Because Mexicans smell like poop.
Yeah, they're the worst of the worst.
Yeah, we're
And they're not
getting
even
a lot of
funny.
weirdos.
Like, you guys suck. Be better. Just like in general.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they're not in the live yet. All right, let's get the next person. I did get the main account back today. You see, I'm on the main.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
why.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
why it's pushing out, and I have 6K
That's
in
what
the
I'm talking
TikTok.
about.
I know, and it really helps the YouTube too, because then people, flow in from the YouTube too. So that
Oh, I
helps.
saw your YouTube going crazy.
Spencer, thank you for $10. Yeah, we're at like 3K right now. It's nice. It's really cool.
Now, if
Really
you
cool.
actually could get some quality people up here to debate, now that would change things.
Yes, I know, right? Roro, thank you for the $5, and again, Spencer, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Roro. I appreciate it. Emma, thank you. Or that's actually to Santana. For some reason, it's not letting me bring someone up, so we'll try the next person here real quick. Only sending guys to guys if you do support Donald Trump. If you want to support us, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in our bio, as well as you can support us over YouTube Super Chat.
So while we're working on getting someone up, I just want to say, like, it's super disingenuous for someone to say, like, oh, what degree do you have? And then not acknowledge what you're saying versus what level of degree. Like, come on, stop it.
Oh, no, oh my God, I read the time wrong. I have 50 minutes. I don't have an hour and 50. I have 50 minutes, chat. We have 50 more minutes. I apologize. Disgusted Veteran, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Disgusted Veteran. I really appreciate that. That's so nice of you. I wish I could stay on for longer, but I do have plans at 5 o'clock, everyone. Else I would, because, I love the algorithm's doing so great today.
How long have you been on?
4 hours, 4.5 hours.
I did 2 hours and then ended up talking to some like super insufferable people, and I was like, that's enough.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go on to the next person. I just randomly got a hate speech violation.
Oh, wow.
Let's go on to the next person. It was for a guest. I think I'm fine. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Savannah, how old are you?
18,
What's your birth year?
2006,
What month?
December.
December? Okay. All right. And then Brennan, what was your birth year?
2004.
What'd you say?
2004.
2004? Okay, for sure. Pamela,
Yes,
thank you
sir.
for the $5. Thank you. So why do you support Trump? Thank you, Pamela.
You want to go ahead first, Savannah?
Yes. I support Trump because I'm autistic and I have ADHD, and my mom taught me in homeschool classes during debate period that he was going to do some things to help try and fix some of the things that are in food that cause some of the things that autism has really damaged. Well, not damaged, but like kind of made.
I'm sorry. I think they're a child. Like, I'm
They
pretty certain.
did sound like super young to me.
I'm pretty certain they're a child. I could be wrong, and I do really apologize if I'm wrong, but Pamela, thank you for the $5. Also, it sounds like they're in homeschool, so it's like that sounds like they're a high schooler or less.
Orange Chicken, thank you for the 420, and Carrie, thank you for the 20. You're awesome.
Megan, thank you for the $5. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And Alicia, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Alrighty. So go ahead, Brendan. Why do you support Trump?
So personally, I'm a blue collar worker, and so I think one of the things that during his campaign that reached to me more on a personal level, I guess, was honestly just the tax cuts on overtime. And I'll be the first one to admit, I'm not someone that has necessarily done a lot of research and honestly political stances, to be honest with you. So I'm not going to be able to go into like a huge amount of depth about why I support, because I'm not going to say something that I haven't done my own research on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just going to believe the media kind of thing, if that makes sense. So I think that was like kind of the selling point for me personally. just because it would make it easier on my life personally.
Okay. Can you
On
name one policy that would make it easier for your life?
just like when when he was talking about I believe it was the big beautiful bill um about tax cuts on overtime.
Okay. So so the tax cuts and overtime in the big beautiful bill, you're willing to support, in despite of the fact that it cuts Medicaid by 880 billion over the next 10 years and food stamps by over 300 billion.
And yeah, and I understand like that's something like I haven't done research on. You know what I'm saying? So I mean that's just I did not know that, to be honest with you. Um, and so and I'm open to like hear other people's opinions and whatnot. But that I did not know that that was a thing, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Okay. All right. So given that you do know that, would that then mean that like you wouldn't support it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, probably not, just because I'm blessed in the situation where I'm living, where it's like, obviously, like I think it'd be foolish to sit there and say like, there's like more money, like not okay. If like for instance, if I can get like an extra grand or so, I'm not gonna sit there and just deny that, right? But if that costs at someone else, it's like barely making a buy kind of thing. And if that's something that like it's gonna get cut, then obviously I wouldn't want to support that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, makes sense. Do you have children as well?
No, sir. I'm 21.
In the future, do you plan to have children?
Yes, sir.
So, like, when you do have children, Kamala Harris was advocating for a child tax credit, $3,000 or $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, 3,600 them being 5 years old, and then 3,000 them being 18, and that's up from like literally 2,000 right now. So significantly more in terms of a child tax credit. Also advocating for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. You're probably a first-time home buyer and looking for a new home.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm definitely in that field of looking forward to buying my first home and all that.
Yeah, so like those both would have been policies that would have benefit you specifically, and that gives you actually more than the money that you're going to save through overtime.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm honestly, again, going back to my point where I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not vote Kamala nor Trump, just to be
Kamala.
honest with you. Sorry. Um, just because, um, if I had to choose one, it'd be more, definitely support more Trump. If I'm just being completely
And like why
transparent right
and like
here.
why so?
Just like honestly, just believe just kind of goes, and I think partially, I'm from the South, and so that's kind of what that's the narrative. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where you're from. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever
I'm
been
from
on
the
your
South.
live.
I grew up
Yeah,
in
and
Iowa.
so okay, so and I live in a small town, so like that's the narrative. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where like farmers and some of my best friends are farmers, so it's like a lot of times um, when I listen to some people talk, just like out and about, whenever I'm out in town and whatnot, that's what you're hearing one side of the story. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what's so harmful about that, right? So I was just having this conversation with someone who was in Oklahoma yesterday, right? And he was talking about how like things are so bad in Oklahoma and there's issues with this and that and this and that. And he voted for Donald Trump thinking that Donald Trump was going to make those things better. And my question was like, hey, who runs Oklahoma? Right? So what state are you from in the South?
Tennessee. So building for
Tennessee.
us.
Yeah. So how often do Democrats have power within Tennessee?
I mean, not too much other than Nashville and I guess
Right.
Memphis.
Right. And then when you look at the actual trajectory of the state and the leadership, I mean, there's multiple things over and over and over that people keep complaining about, but yet they keep voting for Republicans, not realizing that literally it's the party that's in power that keeps actually doing these things that are leading us to failures. Right. So when you live in a southern state, a red state, and you keep talking about, well, things are bad and it's because of the Democrats, well, like they don't have power. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%. I agree. And I think I honestly, one of the many issues with America, and this is just my personal opinion, right? Is the media, right? So that's Fox News, that's CNN, that's any sort of like, and I don't know y'all. I don't know what y'all watch, and whatnot. But I think when people get a lot of their information from one agenda, right? So either that with that being Fox News or CNN, I feel like that's very misleading.
Well,
And
I
obviously,
think
where
that
I'm from, it's
even
Fox. It's Fox News, right?
I think even like watching media, especially
Yeah.
legacy media, is misleading because one, they're not really interested in engaging in anything that's not going to actually draw ratings, and two, they're going to give a spin. Anytime you actually listen to someone, you get a biased view, right? And so I
Yeah.
tend to try to uh, engage in print media a lot more and read the information and then actually come up with my own perspective. So I don't really even watch like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. Like I don't
Yeah.
watch any of those. I go straight to Reuters, BBC, Al Jazeera, Ground News, and I read those different articles or whatever's happening. And then I go to like the actual government websites and I read the empirical data, and then I formulate my own decisions based off of the actual information that's laid out, not based off of other people's opinions. Like that's dangerous.
Yeah, 100%. And that's kind of what I'm getting at a little bit is just I think like I said, like where I'm from, it's Fox News, right? It's in that ear. It is, you know, when I hear what people talk about here, it's you almost gotta take it as a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how much of that is true, right? And so you talk about when the ICE protests were a big thing, people were talking about, oh well, they're gonna come into our town square and they're just gonna ruin everything. Well, no, they're just gonna have a peaceful protest, and as long as it's a peaceful protest, I think anyone, it's your God-given American right to have any sort of peaceful protest, right?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I think, and whatever political side you're protesting, and I think, um, people just get so divided and just left wing or right wing and whatnot. So I mean,
But
like
see,
kind of
you
what
know what the problem is though? Like the Trump administration, the person that you're saying that you're willing to support is literally the actual person that's charging up that divide, right? When you talk about how the president of the United States is saying that, oh, if people are protesting, then they need to be put in jail. If they burn the flag, they need to be put in jail. We need to deport students who are protesting against things that's happening. We need to send the National Guard into Los Angeles. And when the governor's saying no, we don't need them. When he says that we're going to specifically target Democratic cities, like all of that is incitement, and like he's inciting the escalation and where things are. So when you talk about a divide, like
Yeah.
I don't know how old you are, but I'm 38, and I remember when we didn't really talk about who we voted for, and
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
didn't wear their politics as like a badge of honor. But when Donald Trump came around, that shifted. And some people can say, "Oh, Barack Obama." Yeah, people loved Obama and people talked about it, but like there's a whole different like you see Trump name on flags, and you see people not only wearing shirts, but like it's become people's identity. And so when
Hmm.
someone pushes back on Donald Trump or MAGA, then people feel personally attacked, and that's what continues to widen this divide.
Yeah, and I 100% agree, and I think I will never publicly. I've never told my friends. I will never tell my family publicly who I voted for. I think some people can probably take it yes, but I will never sit there and say I voted for this person. I think, again, that's one of your God-given American rights is to, you know, not have to publicly state that. And I understand that, like, Parker, you're running a debate show, and I understand I'm not necessarily debating
Yeah,
y'all
yeah,
too
you
much,
don't
but
have to publicly state your particular position, right?
yeah,
But I
yeah,
think that
100%.
you should think and critically think about your
Yeah,
position. Be very
yeah,
clear
and
about like what you support. I think it's really important because it impacts other people. There are countless people that will be negatively impacted if you vote wrong. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
why
I
you just need to
understand.
take so much care in like determining who you're going to vote for. You need to like look at the policies. Like I'll ask you this specific question. This might change your mind. Would you vote for someone who, as a 50-year-old man, went up to a 10-year-old girl and said he'd date her in 10 years?
No, sir.
Donald Trump's done that.
Yeah.
Why do you still support him?
I mean, again, it's just one of those things where that I think it's more like I was saying earlier. It's just some of the things that people say financially wise. From where I'm from, that's just kind of what gets
Wait,
talked
what?
about.
Where are you from though? Like you said the South, but where?
I'm from I don't want to state the
Just the
city just
state. You don't
because.
have to say the city. Just the state.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
you
from
said
Tennessee.
Tennessee. You said
Yes, sir.
Tennessee.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah. I mean, but again, so the part that gets me is it what not even Donald Trump, right? Not even necessarily Donald Trump, but the Republican Party. Name one thing within the last 60 years that the Republican Party has done that has been beneficial to everyday Americans. Like any piece of legislation that's been passed that's just benefited everyday Americans instead of benefiting, a small group of people.
Um, Honestly, I couldn't really tell you, to be honest with you.
They
If I'm just
haven't.
being
They have
transparent with
the
you.
Republican Party not only has not done anything to benefit people, they've been the party of obstruction. Even if you take a look at like one of the greatest achievements that has been accomplished in recent history, like by Barack Obama with the Affordable Care Act, the poison pill provision that was placed in the Affordable Care Act was done by the Republican parties, right? By Ted Cruz. Like they legitimately put that in place because they they didn't want that passed, but it was like this is the only way we'll pass. And then you see the Republican Party over 60 times try to repeal the Affordable Care Act with no replacement options. They just wanted to get rid of it. And this is something that millions of Americans rely on. But they're not looking to actually do anything for everyday Americans. They're only looking to quote unquote conserve things. And when you talk about conserving, like what are you conserving? Because life is about progression. You're supposed to be going forward at all times. If you're not getting better, you're staying the same. You're getting worse. So what are they conserving?
Yeah, no, and I mean, you make a really great point. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna sit here and argue that, and I understand that again, like I was trying to say earlier, is that you guys are running a debate show and whatnot, and I don't want to say I'm not necessarily doing a great job of debating because, like I said earlier, I've not done my own research and pretty much anything other than just like local
So I don't mean to cut you
towns.
off, but it just sounds like you don't actually support Trump, and it sounds like you've changed your position at this point.
I mean, yeah, honestly, a little bit. Just kind of what you're talking about,
And
and
let me say
and
one
can I,
thing. Let me say one thing just
sorry.
real quick
Yeah.
before you go. I'll just say this. Listen, and this isn't just for you. This is for everyone watching. The actual point of politicians, they're public servants. They're public servants. They work for us. No matter if they're Democrats, no matter if they're Republicans, no matter if they're independents, they work for us. And if they're not working for us, then they need to be replaced. There should never be a situation where you love your politicians. You should never love your politicians because they're public servants. They work for us. And if they're not getting the job done, then replace them. Doesn't matter about the party, period. And so
Yeah.
I would just say focus on that. If you don't like what's happening where you are, take a look who has power and then replace them.
Yeah, and if you could, I understand. I don't want to waste y'all's time and whatnot. I understand 55 minutes and whatnot. But I understand that there is probably a lot of anti. And this is kind of changing up gears, but a lot of anti illegal immigrant people within this chat.
Undocumented
And
immigrants.
I'm sure that's probably gotten brought up a few times or today. But and I just want to state this, but I'm gonna be honest with you. One of my when I was a senior in high school, one of my good friends was hit and killed by an illegal guy.
Undocumented.
Yeah,
Right?
sorry, yes, sir. Undocumented guy. um, by a drunk driver and whatnot. Terrible incident. And for a while, I hate it. I did not like a lot of them, to be honest. And I'm just being completely transparent with you. I did not like a lot of them just because that image that was um, on me, right? But I started working construction, doing a lot of blue collar work, and as y'all know, there's a lot of people that have that not necessarily that are undocumented within and that field of work, right? I started to really get to know these people, man, and I'm gonna tell you what, they're some of the kindest, most hardworking individuals. They're out there, and I was having this talk with someone that is a good friend of mine, but she is super conservative. Watches Fox, and I said, look, without these people, man, America would crumble, right? And this is this is coming from someone that typically leans more conservative, and I this is kind of me speaking to your chat here a little bit more, but if we can just learn how to just be respectful towards any sort of group, right? If we could just help someone out, one person a day, right? I think society would be so much better. If we can just learn to help someone out and be able to understand people's story. Everyone has their own story, right? I have a story. Parker has a story. Everyone has a story, right? No matter political background, race, religion, like it's okay. Like we can get along, we can communicate. But I fear that, and I see this more in the Republican Party, is that we are so quick to hate another sort of group that came into this country, right? And it sucks because these people work so hard on just everyday life that if I use this analogy a lot, if Thanos were to come in and just snap and all of them just disappeared, America would literally crumble. I mean, it would take months, if not years, for us to be able to regain. So I just want to, I don't want to waste y'all's time and whatnot. I just kind of want to leave at that point and whatnot. But
All right. Well,
yeah.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. And I
Thank you.
appreciate y'all's time and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
W, we love that progression. We love that progression. We love that.
Mhm.
Get some W's for that in the comments section right now. That's what we love to see. That's what we love to see. We have a little bit of time left, everyone. I think I have another like 28 minutes, probably one more conversation left.
Nafista, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you so much. And Devin, thank you for the 5. Happy to see you too.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio for me and Santana as well as you can support us over YouTube Super Chat as well. You can also look at the YouTube description as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. And you said you're how old again?
23.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
I'd say mainly because during the election process, as far as the campaigning goes from the left, I mainly heard ridiculous things. I didn't hear a lot about their policy when I was talking to left-leaning friends or anything like that. Mainly the coverage that I saw was them accepting things like trying to change reality of gender and things like that, and I can't get behind that.
Trying to change reality in terms of gender?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me one policy that Kamala Harris advocated for that tried to change policy or tried to change reality in terms of gender?
No, that's actually my point, is that I didn't know any of the policies that they were actually trying to implement because the left was so loud with this idea that
Are you sure?
Gender doesn't exist.
All right, wait, hold on.
No one said gender doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Who said that?
Hey,
I'm extrapolating my own.
Sure, but hey, question: who do you think actually spent more money? Do you think the left spent more money on pushing, gender ideology, or do you think that the right spent more money on misinformation about transgender people?
I'd say the left.
No. Donald Trump spent $290 million on misinformation about transgender people. Literally, it was a major focus on his campaign, and you've been propagandized. The left, Kamala Harris, didn't make that a standpoint of her actual platform at all. Donald Trump focused on the amount of money that he spent to spread misinformation and disinformation about transgender people. Now, where the left failed is they waited too long to actually respond. They didn't try to respond to what Donald Trump was putting out. And then by the time that they actually had any type of response to the misinformation, it was way too late. But Donald Trump put a heavy focus on that. So you've been propagandized.
Okay. Well, and I accept that. I mean, there's so many echo chambers nowadays that like I'm not gonna fool myself into thinking that I've got all the information. I know I don't. But I guess just that's my point is all I saw from that one side was these things that I personally couldn't get behind. I mean, I won't get into my issues with it because I know that's not what this is about. But I would have just appreciated more grounded communication from the left side. And like you said, maybe the left was too late to respond to that because I don't consider myself a Republican. I don't consider myself a conservative. I liked the Trump campaign because it seemed to be breaking boundaries on that. It seemed, they had RFK, who's a lifetime Democrat, Tulsi Gabbard, and I hate this two-party system. And to me, the Trump administration looked like it was reaching across the aisle there, and I loved that. And that's honestly the biggest reason why I supported them.
So wait, who do you think from the right actually reached across the aisle, or what? What actual message did you get from the right that made you feel confident in anything that they were going to do?
I'd say from Trump directly, I'm a blue collar worker as well, just like the last guy. And that no tax on overtime is huge for me. So that was something that I really liked. Does that answer your question? I don't know if that.
Kinda. So I guess this is the problem that I have. All right. So you heard no tax on overtime, no tax on tip. Did you ever hear Donald Trump talk about how he was going to actually implement any of that?
I mean, I heard mention of the big beautiful bill, but not like. Are you talking like logistics, like how he's going to get that to work, or?
Yeah, I mean, just like how does he plan on paying for the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, right? Because anytime that you talk about implementing any type of cuts or new programs or anything, you have to have a way to pay for that specifically. And
Right.
most of the times when they lay out plans, just for example, Kamala Harris laid out multiple plans that she had for different incentives, and she specifically said how she was going to pay for those things. Did Donald Trump give you any type of actual understanding as far as how he would make that work? Or did you just think that you can just cut taxes on tips and overtime and there's no recourse?
Um, yes, he did. When he was talking about tariffing China and making China pay, their fair share.
Do you know what a tariff is?
Honestly, I thought I did when the election was around, but with how much has been going on, I genuinely don't. I feel like
Okay.
there's a lot of confusion
That's
about
that's totally fair. I got you. A tariff is a tax on an imported good. And essentially that tax is passed down to the consumer because the tax is placed on a cost of production. It's not placed on the profits. Since it's placed on the cost of production, it's cost push, and that's mostly passed on to the consumer, meaning that inevitably, who pays the tariff? The American consumer. Who spends most of their income on consumer products? People who are lower income. They spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products because cost of living is going to be a greater proportion of their income comparative to people who are extraordinarily rich. So who's going to be paying more taxes based upon the increase in tariffs? Well, people who are lower and middle income. So it's shifting the burden from taxation from people who are higher income to people who are lower and middle income.
right.
Also, just one other thing that I want to call out. When they originally wrote this idea of tax on tips, it was a actual write up that I think Ted Cruz was working on, and they were legitimately working on the language where anything could be qualified as a tip. So like CEOs could get $1 million bonus, and they could say $500,000 of that $1 million bonus would be a tip, and then they would only have to pay taxes on the other 500,000, not on the total million. So that was the original intention behind that. It wasn't for everyday people. They were literally trying to figure out ways to actually enrich themselves. And I saw someone put in the chat, yeah, like Bernie Sanders was the OG of this and was looking for a real way, but Republicans was trying to pervert this so they can make money off of it.
Right. No, and I totally believe that.
Jonna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't believe there's a whole lot of politicians that, wouldn't take the opportunity to punch a loophole. Which I'm not excusing Trump by any means. I'm just saying I totally believe you there that there's benefits for the rich in that bill. I don't really trust any politician to not.
You could say you don't trust any politician, but let's look at the real world impact in terms of the policies.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we look at the real world impact in terms of the policies, Donald Trump's policies have not led to a real world impact that's positive to people in the low and middle class. It's disproportionately negatively impacted them, and the policies he's advocating for would only perpetuate that even further.
Right.
Yeah. Also, the chat saying you're kind of muffled, so you might want to. Yeah, I don't know if you're holding your phone or whatever, but they can't hear you that great.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, what did you just say, Parker? I was going to respond to that. I lost my train of thought.
I apologize. I looked down to see something.
Yeah, Parker was just saying that the Republican Party, he was talking about the practicality and the implementation of the policies that they implement.
Right.
Now, because you were talking about how you don't trust politicians.
Yeah. Yeah, on either side, really.
Yeah, you have to look at how they implement it. Sorry. So so who benefit the middle class more? Obviously, Democrats benefit the middle class more than Donald Trump has, by far. Like, we can look at the policies; they're very clear. If you'd like to talk about it, we can.
I'd have to look at that. And I guess I have a question for the two of you, because I assume this is my first time seeing either of you, but I assume that you guys do this for a living, right?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. And so obviously you're investing a lot of time into the research, and I'm not even going to be able to combat that, nor do I necessarily want to, because I don't have anything to combat it with. Like, I'm not just going to fight you to fight you.
Mm-hmm.
But for people like me who are working like 60 hours a week, blue collar, like, how do I, because I can't go and read every tax bill or every bill that they put through Congress, like, I don't have the time to do that. I'm trying to build family relationships. I'm trying to work, trying to get money. And we all know how much of a hell it is to live nowadays trying to get money, what would you guys say is the best way to do that without ending up in an echo chamber?
Well, I'll just say, because I have a quote unquote real job, but I have the same thing, right? I have a wife, I have kids. I mean, I have all of this other stuff going on. And I put, a lot of time and energy into this as well. But I think the easiest way to do it is like verify things, right? Don't just go off trust me, bros. I was talking to a guy earlier and he was giving me numbers and I was like, where'd you get your numbers from? He said, well, I heard it from Charlie Kirk. You love that one, Parker. He's like, yeah, I heard it from Charlie Kirk. And I was like, well, did you actually verify what he said? And he was like, no, I just trusted it. So even if you actually find a place and space that you can consume information, like, make sure that you're critically thinking, and if you get a moment, look it up. Don't just trust stuff, right? I mean, the thing that the right often does is they try to drive fear, right? They say things. I mean, that's why there's always a caravan coming from the southern border, right? There's always someone out to get you because they live on fear. And so whenever you hear something that just sounds, whether it sounds too good to be true or if it sounds too horrible, just take the moment to stop and look it up. Just don't trust everything, even what we're saying. Look up stuff that we say.
Okay. Yeah. No, I plan to, like, looking into tariffs more. That's probably what I'll do when I get off this, and because you guys gave me some questions that I couldn't answer, so I appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for being constructive about this, and I hope you guys have a good day.
Right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person here. I think we have a little bit extra time. We'll see if we can get another debater soon.
Nafi, thank you for the 10. Yeah, listen, I'm horrible with names. I'm sorry. I'm horrible with names, but thank you for the 10.
Maudie, thank you for the 4 hours, 20 cents again. Thank you. Ezekiel, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
49.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted
this
for
clown.
Trump with both my hands, my entire chest, and if I could have used the foot, I would have.
Oh, I've talked to you before.
Yeah, he's the worst. Hey, Brett, I heard you were on someone else's live talking about me.
No, I replayed the video further
Yeah.
back than when you
Hold
played
on.
it.
Stop for a
And it
second.
exposed you.
Stop for a second. Hey, Parker, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
If someone defies a court order, is it possible that they can go to jail for defying a court order?
If they got a court order, is it possible that they could go to jail for defying that order?
Yes.
Yes.
He would not answer this question. And
That's not
that was
it at all. That wasn't it at all.
that was
Okay,
I said,
so
and I
they
over and
settled
over said
case
it's
law. No,
not
let's tell him.
probable.
Let's tell him.
I
Let's
said
tell
it's
him.
not probable. Sure. So
Nah.
we were talking about
No,
the Supreme
nah,
Court ruling. We were talking about the Supreme Court ruling.
No, I'm the guest, bro. I'm the guest.
Yeah, I hear you. We were talking about the Supreme Court ruling, the 6-3 decision where they ruled that the storytime books that had representation of the queer community in it could not actually be used in the elementary school anymore, and so they couldn't read from those storytime books. And I was talking about how that is reducing your overall freedoms because you now are in a situation where you can't have access to a certain level of information. And I said the grounds that they actually protested this on was the First Amendment right.
Just ask them the question. If they defy that rule and still continue teaching with the material, can the Supreme Court then impose a warrant for their jail time? Can they see jail time for this, Parker? Be real. Be real.
Wait, when did I say that? My whole point was,
ultimately it's possibly one of the consequences.
My whole point was, if someone
the case
after
law
the
that
Supreme,
settles that this material is against the First Amendment. Stop it, Santana.
I said after the Supreme Court had that ruling, if someone continued to teach from those storytime books in that elementary, they could go to jail for defying the Supreme Court order. Yes.
And they cannot.
Okay.
No, they cannot. They can't go to jail, bro.
And I gave you multiple court cases. I gave you multiple court cases showing that how if you
positions, but they can't be jailed.
I gave you multiple court cases showing you how people have been put in jail for defying. I read off the court cases. You can go look for yourself. There's multiple court cases where people have gone to jail for defying court orders. You're being obtuse.
I'm not being obtuse. You embarrassed yourself when you know it.
I hear you.
Breda, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can you name 2 Donald Trump economic policies that he influenced to get passed that are good in this administration?
Well, he didn't. The only thing that's passed so far, we got the cloture vote on the O3B. I call it that O3B. I hope.
What's OB? Wait, what is that? I would love to look it up.
O3B.
Yeah, what is that?
The one big beautiful bill.
Big beautiful bill. Okay, so what's good in the big beautiful bill?
What's good in the big beautiful bill? The funding for the military and for ICE. I like that they took away the. And I don't want to make a conversation out of it. I just want to say that I like it.
So you support the funding in the military for the ICE, even though it cuts funding for Medicaid and for food stamps. Medicaid by $180 billion over the next 10 years, food stamps by $300 billion, along with the fact that it, if on a net basis, cuts benefits for the bottom 80% of the country.
But it has exemptions for women with children under 7 years old, veterans, disabled people. It has very clear new exemptions for able-bodied adults without disabilities. And
what exemptions specifically?
Leaving people that need it.
Can you be specific with what you're referencing?
Section 10,002.
I'm not
10,
asking like what section. I'm asking like what are you referencing in specific?
The one big beautiful bill. This is
not the big. I'm not asking if you're whether or not you're referencing the big beautiful bill. I'm asking what specifically you're referencing about the big beautiful bill.
Okay,
like,
so
just be more specific about it.
Okay, you said that they're cutting SNAP benefits, and I'm telling you that they're not just cutting it blanket. That they just have new qualifiers, and the people that need it the most will not.
They are cutting it. And
they will not lose it though. You see what I mean? And I'm
yes,
telling
they
you,
will. What are you talking about? They're cutting. They're cutting people. They're changing the qualifications.
No, what do you mean they're changing the qualifications? So it passed the
said,
cloture.
That's what you just said,
right?
right?
It passed cloture.
Did you just say that they changed the qualifications? Is that what you just said?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, they're making updates now. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so if you change the qualifications,
Go to
that means
Section
they're
102.
cutting some people off of it.
I didn't say that. I want them to cut some people off of it. Like, what are you
Okay,
saying?
why
Like,
do you want to cut people?
because there's a
Cut
lot of
people
people
off
that don't need
Medicaid?
it.
Oh, okay. How do you know that they don't need it if they're cutting off?
We're gonna see. It's a case by case basis, Parker.
Are
We're
you
gonna
saying they're
see how
committing
it goes.
fraud?
I'm not saying they're committing. I'm not saying they're committing fraud. I'm just saying fraud is the far extent of it. You know, they might be
Yeah, only
slightly.
something that Donald Trump's done, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say that again.
Only something Donald Trump's done, not them.
Only some that Donald Trump's done, not them. What are you talking about?
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
I think that was one of them terrible stale jokes, huh?
No, I think it's just no. Don't worry about it. It went over your head.
I'm not worried about it.
You're not equipped for it. Keep going. Just
All
keep
right.
moving.
Nightblade, thank you so much for the $4.21 for still here, Maudie. Love you, Maudie and Parker.
Yeah, and Nightblade, thank you for the $4.21. Better than Madi.
Now, while I don't
I have
100,000.
10 more minutes. I have 10 more minutes.
Yeah,
and I gotta get off.
brother, say something smart within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, you have 10 minutes to like.
Oh, to dance for you?
Revolutionize. Do you support Trump?
Please.
Oh, is that what you were about to say? Dance for me?
Yeah, dance for me, brother. Say something
Oh,
smart.
here comes the black guy saving them, huh?
Sure. Say something smart, brother.
Don't request nothing like that, bro. Relax.
I know it's a heavy lift. I get it. For you to say something smart is damn near impossible. How about just render a debate?
Crash, Santana.
Mm-hmm.
It's a soft crash.
Mm-hmm.
So, I really don't like that they took the tariffs out. It didn't pass cloture, but it's all right. You guys know I love the tariffs. Yeah, but there's a lot of good stuff in here. There's a lot of good stuff in here.
So you're good with the fact that they're taking health care away from millions of Americans. You're good with the fact that they're taking SNAP benefits from millions of Americans. You're good with them adding $3.3 trillion to the United States debt by 2034. You're good with all of that.
I believe that there will be more job creation that's actually going to bring
This
up the
bill
revenue.
literally is going to actually cause a loss of jobs in the healthcare industry because they're going to close down rural area hospitals, and they're also looking to terminate different contract positions. There was actually a study that just came out. I have to pull it up and see who it's from, but it's a study that came out. There was a study that came out that said that this would be one of the most negatively impactful bills when it comes to United States jobs in our country's history. And some W's in the chat for Kabira. Kabira's in a $50 donation saying, I don't know why people waste time with brother. Listen, sometimes you just got to slap them around. But Kabira, thank you so much for that $50 donation. You're freaking awesome.
Your confidence is
we only
so
have a
deep,
few more
Santana.
minutes, and I didn't want to spend the whole time looking for a guest, and I also have to upload a video.
Yeah. Brother, bottom line it for us real quick. Like, how legitimately, why are you okay with this bill that's going to be harmful for so many people and just add so much debt to us?
First of all, I expected the debt. I expected the tax cuts to add to the deficit this much. We've all been speaking on that for the whole election cycle. We expect job creation and revenue to actually go up. We expect the tariff.
none
Let me
of that's
finish,
happening.
man. Let me finish. We expect tariffs to. We're going to expect tariffs to supplement that. Bassett said that on the low end, it's $300 million a year from tariffs. That's 1.2
You
trillion.
mean more taxes on American citizens? Got it.
We don't see that passed on CPI charts or PPI charts or any intermediary charts for input. So now you're just throwing.
No, that's not true. And you and I talked about that earlier. It was
No,
inflation.
no,
It wasn't the
but let
actual.
me
You can
finish,
see.
I'll let
No,
you
no. You
finish,
can
bro.
track. You can track the actual additional costs through tariffs. We're not talking about tariffs. We were talking about inflation. Don't do that. Don't conflate the two.
Are you not saying that tariffs are inherently inflationary? Is that not
No,
the
that's not
argument?
what I said, but I told you that the actual, you and I agreed on this earlier, the actual reason why inflation has not taken that big of a jump is because there were other things that offset it. That has
We
nothing
never
to do
even
with the
agreed
actual
on that. You
collect.
just literally made that
Sure.
up. Like,
Yeah, okay, I hear you.
listen,
The actual collection of the costs that we paid out in tariffs has nothing to do with inflation.
Marty, look, listen to me. We know that the tariffs are supposed to bring 300 million yearly over the course of 4 years is 1.2 trillion over the course of 10 years. We can supplement all the tax cuts along with
Man,
adding
it's
the
not a
job
tax
creation that
cuts
is
if you're
coming.
paying tariffs.
Please,
That
please,
doesn't make
please,
sense.
please. You don't see it quantified in
Brother,
any
brother,
CPI.
that
Stop it.
doesn't
We're
make
not talking in
sense.
circles. Please stop it.
That doesn't make sense.
Please, I only got 5 minutes. I only got 5 minutes, man, and I'll let you.
I feel like you got less than that, but like that doesn't make sense if you're sitting here saying that it's going to offset. What? I fucking knew it. Fucking knew it. I'm so glad you did that. He sucks. Say this real quick. Jesse, thank you for the 2. Listen, he has no, yeah, there's no reasonable expectation that quote unquote manufacturing jobs are gonna come back there. Like you got to pick a struggle. Also, Meredith, thank you for the 5. There's no way that he could have been good with that, but he would have just danced around it instead of answering the question. He doesn't answer questions. So, anyway,
Alrighty,
gonna get out of here,
everyone.
bro, and you got to end. So
Yes, I'm about to get off for tonight.
all right,
So
talk to you later.
it was good seeing you. What's up?
I ordered my camera today. I'm switching the layout.
Let's go! I'm
Yeah,
excited. I'm
yeah. I was talking to
excited.
my wife about it, and I was like, I want to have a different look. So hopefully this week it'll look way different.
I'll let you know with all like my settings if I can figure it out myself. But Dean knows all the settings. He's like, he knows all of it.
Yeah, but are you going straight through your PC for like studio, or are you still using your phone?
No, I'm PC all. I'm all PC now.
So I get different push on like PC versus phone, but I have something that where it can continue to run the live through the phone, but also use the camera. So it's the visual from the camera, but I get the push from the phone.
Oh, that's interesting. I think honestly, like my push is pretty much the same. If not, it
Yeah.
might be better on the computer for me. Because
Yeah,
I've been
yeah.
having so much issues with on the iPad anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll talk to you later, bro.
Good seeing you.
Yep.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna get off here for tonight. I love everyone so much. Make sure to go to my YouTube channel and like the stream. I would really, really appreciate that. By the way, everyone, I posted a video right now, and another video is gonna be posting here. I think 7 o'clock tonight. So there's 2 videos that I'll be posting here. I just posted it right now. If you want to go check them out on YouTube, I would really, really appreciate that. But make sure to like the stream over here on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Otherwise, everybody, let me see if there's someone to raid real quick. Alrighty. Oh, I think I see Dan's live, and I got him only like with a half raid, and he was apparently not even doing debates. So we're gonna get him here tonight. Everyone, go to Dan's live. I think he's doing a live about Pride right now, which is great, which is amazing. Everyone, look up Dan Malik. Go to Dan Malik's live. Dan Malik Politics. Type it in the comment section right now. And make sure to go over to Dan. No, not Dan's. It's Dan. Dan Malik is a different Dan. But yeah, go over there, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker. They're doing a live celebrating Pride right now. So make sure to go over there and spread some love. All right, I love everyone. Have a good night, everyone. Peace out, y'all.